Chapter 2201. Flowing Blood. There were no ramparts on the eastern side of the chasm, but the chasm itself remained. Crossing it under the barrage of enemy arrows and launching an attack from the shaky bridges was a task that would thrust any strategist into despair, and Sishan was no different from Nephis in that regard. That was the purpose the tide of the Ashen Dead had served. While the Sword Army was distracted by repelling their ghastly attack, the garrison of the Greater Crossing stronghold had time to brave the chasm. The besieging army had used war engines to shoot mighty steel cables over the abyssal gorge, which then served as supports to build hanging bridges. As time went on, the sappers improved and iterated upon both the war engines and the structure of the bridges, making them easier to raise and harder to bring down. The assault started when the cables shot over the chasm, and ended when all bridges were destroyed. The Song Army, however, did not possess the war engines, and neither did they have a storied contingent of seasoned, crafty sappers to build them. They cut themselves from the other side of the chasm the moment they destroyed the original bridge that had connected Collarbone Plain to the Breastbone Reach in the past. That did not stop them today, though. While the Pilgrims and the Sword Army clashed, the Ashworms continued to crawl up the slopes of the chasm. Now that their bodies had already served their purpose and delivered the hidden army of puppets to the surface, they were free to move. The abominable creatures tangled with each other, fusing body to body with the help of their circular suckers. The seething mass of ashen flesh reached across the dark abyss, while more worms crawled across its surface to extend it further. There was one slithering tendril of ash worms rising from the eastern slope of the chasm and stretching west, and another rising from the western slope of the chasm, right below the gates of the great fortress, and stretching east. The two met above the darkness of the chasm and merged together. Just then, the towering gates of the Greater Crossing stronghold opened. Human soldiers poured from inside, followed by the thralls of Beastmaster. The nightmare creatures were used as beasts of burden, hauling fragments of the dismantled wall behind them. The soldiers were military engineers. While the Song Army did not have as many sappers, it did have some, even if they were not as skilled and ingenious as their counterparts in the enemy camp. The sappers laid the lumber that had once comprised the proud walls of the impregnable fortress atop the mass of ashworm puppets, swiftly turning it into the deck of a great bridge. Then, columns of soldiers stepped onto the bloody wood, marching across the bridge like a river. By the time the Sword Army managed to push the Pilgrims back, the garrison of the great fortress had already stepped on the surface of the Breastbone Reach, securing a foothold and spreading to form a wedge-shaped attack formation. The 7th Royal Legion was at the tip of the wedge, and Saint Sishan, the lost princess of song, personally stood in front of her warriors, clad in enchanted armor of blood-red silk and crimson scales. Her grey skin seemed to shine in the radiant light of the veiled sky. Throwing a look at the dark mass of the Pilgrims and the enemy army hidden behind it, she raised a hand and made a fist. Then, without wasting any time, Sishan waved her soldiers forward. Her voice rolled across the bone plain, followed by the reverberating howl of the war horns. Warriors of Song! Attack! For the Queen! The Song Army rushed forward. The Pilgrims formed the first wave, the thralls of Beastmaster formed the second. Human warriors were the third. Standing far above the battlefield, Sonny gritted his teeth. If he considered the situation coldly, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the Sword Army lost this battle, it would not hurt the plan at all. If anything, it would empower the Queen's position, making her inevitable clash against the King more equal. Which meant that the two of them would exhaust each other more before one of them reached their limit, and would therefore become easier prey. However, having spent months as a member of the Sword Army, Sonny could not help but feel distressed when the battle turned against his fellow soldiers. Clenching his fists, he muttered a curse and turned his back to the battlefield. His expression became cold. It won't be long, now. They will pay for all their crimes soon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before too long, the Sword Army was buckling. On the ground, the battle formation of the Sword Domain soldiers was being ravaged by the Pilgrims, the thralls, and the warriors of Song. There were vast pockets of emptiness around calamitous clashes between the transcendent champions. The Sword Saints were at a numerical disadvantage, and were therefore slowly being overwhelmed. In the sky, the Chainbreaker and the few remaining aerial echoes were locked in a fierce dogfight against the winged nightmare creatures, the ivory island hanging above them like a celestial fortress. The battle had been ferocious and chaotic, claiming many lives in a flash. The Sword Army had never managed to fully recover from the initial tactical disadvantage, and despite its fierce resistance, its formation was on the verge of being broken and split apart. Once that happened, the battle was going to turn into a slaughter. It was all just too sudden, and had happened too fast. Before the dazed soldiers could even come to terms with reality, they were already on the precipice of defeat. Screams and clangor of steel filled the air, and the once pristine surface of the ancient bone was greedily drinking human blood. The eerie thing about the battle was that despite rivers of blood being spilled, there were hardly any bodies on the ground. That was because no one stayed lying on the ground for too long in the carnage. Those who were lucky were healed by soothing white flames, while those who were not turned into empty-eyed puppets. However, the outcome of the battle was not decided yet, because Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan had not entered the melee yet. When she finally did, however, two figures barred her path. One was a monstrous creature wearing an armor of blood-red silk and crimson scales. She was Sishan, who had assumed her battle form. The other was an exquisitely beautiful young woman with a delicate build and pale blonde hair. Her eyes were hidden behind a blue blindfold, and there was an empty scabbard attached to her belt. It was Cassie. She stood motionless in the middle of the battlefield, not showing any emotion. Her expression was tranquil, almost serene, as if the ghastly nightmare of the harrowing battlefield had no effect on her at all. Nephis lowered her sword, looking at Cassie with a hint of doubt in her cold, grey eyes. Cass! She was only pretending to be surprised, of course, having already guessed what Cassie wanted to do, and what the Song clan was going to do, as well. But each of them had their role to play. The monstrous visage of Sishan suddenly loomed over the blind seer. However, even when the ghastly creature's claws rose to rest against her throat, Cassie did not move. Nephis! Sishan's usually pleasant, husky voice sounded hoarse and distorted, coming out of her terrifying maw. You'd better stand down. There will be many battles, but you only have one friend. Nephis looked at the Princess of Song coldly as white flames ignited in her eyes. You seem confident in yourself, Sishan. Are you sure that you can hurt her before I turn you to ash? Sishan seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, her lips twisted into a grin, revealing several rows of sharp triangular fangs. I do believe that I can, but let us not find out. With that, she lowered her hand, leaving several shallow cuts on Cass's slender neck. Then, Sishan said evenly, Cassia. At some point, a dagger appeared in the delicate woman's hand. At the sound of Sishan's voice, Cassie silently raised the dagger and pressed it against her own neck. Her expression remained eerily calm. Nepha's expression, however, changed slightly. What did you? Before she could finish the sentence, Cassie pressed the blade deeper, and a thin stream of blood escaped from beneath it. Stop! Nephis took a step forward, then froze, gritting her teeth. Her voice sounded even, but there was a note of wariness in it. Stop! Sishan studied her somberly for a little while. I think it is you who should stop. Look around, this battle is already lost, anyway. You will gain nothing if you continue to fight. On the contrary, you will lose something precious. Answering to her aspect, the blood flowed faster from the cut on Cass's neck. Nephis regarded Sishan silently for a while, her blazing eyes betraying a feeling of dark contempt. Second passed after second, with more blood spilling on the ancient bone. Eventually, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Retreat! Chapter 2202. One way or another. It was a strange ordeal. No one had expected the Queen to attack, but she had. From that point forward, the Song army had no way back, having abandoned their stronghold and given up on retreating to the heavily fortified main camp. The warriors of Song were as good as committed to one final, decisive battle. So, what they needed to do before that was weaken the enemy as much as they could. Simply routing the besieging army was not enough, since the surviving soldiers of the Sword Domain would be able to regroup with the forces led by the king and return to the battlefield days later. No, what Qi Song needed was a slaughter. A thorough culling that would deeply wound the entire Sword army, cutting its overall strength by almost a half, while simultaneously making the ranks of her dead legion swell. That would have been the soundest strategic solution, at least. And yet, there was no slaughter. The defeated forces of the Sword Domain were allowed to retreat, having suffered severe casualties, but mostly intact. The reason why the Queen had spared them was simple. It was Nephis, changing star of the Immortal Flame clan. There was no saint among the transcendent champions of the Song army who could defeat her in battle. Even if they joined forces, the outcome was unclear, especially considering that there were other Sword Saints supporting her. The only way to defeat Changing Star was for the Queen to kill her personally, which she very well could do now that the final confrontation was drawing near. However, if Kisong did enter the battlefield personally to kill Nephis and destroy the greater contingent of the Sword army, then Anvil of Vale would without a doubt do the same, wiping out Song forces at the Lesser Crossing personally. Countless awakened soldiers would die, and plenty of saints would die, as well. The king would lose his adopted daughter, while the queen would lose 3 of hers. At the end, both sides would come out of the conflict bloodied and weakened, having gained no decisive advantage. Granted, Kisong stood to gain much more from the ghastly exchange than Anvil. That was because she would not just be killing Changing Star, but also conquering her citadel, the Ivory Island, a great boon that could vastly improve her position in Godgrave. So, the cold logic of war still dictated that blood had to be spilled. But perhaps because the queen cared about her daughters more than the king did, she stayed her hand. The gruesome battle had come to an abrupt end without a sovereign unleashing their power, and the battered forces of the Sword army were allowed to retreat. The Ivory Island drifted away, overseeing the retreating soldiers. Most of them had survived, but too many had not. The Song army watched in grim silence. Somewhere far away, in the hollows, the news of the sudden attack had already reached the ears of the King of Swords. After that, the very last act of the profane war of Godgrave began to play out. The initiative was on the side of the Song army, so they had the right to choose the final battlefield. Surprisingly enough, Kisong did not lead her warriors south, but instead marched further east across the Breastbone Reach, deeper into the territory controlled by Anvil. Eventually, her forces reached the northern edge of the dead god Sternum, a point almost directly opposite the great precipice far south, where the Nameless Temple stood. Out there, with an abyssal drop to the distant mountain chain of the titanic skeleton spine behind them, the warriors of Song made camp and started preparing for battle. They could not have chosen a more eerie battlefield. Here, the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains were extremely close, and the dark mountains themselves rose from the ground like a jagged black wall in the distance. Cold winds were blowing from the misty slopes, colliding with the heated air of Godgrave and giving birth to furious tornadoes from time to time. Most disturbingly of all, the colossal skull of the dead god loomed above the northern edge of the Breastbone Reach, its inconceivable scale dwarfing the entire world despite the distance. The neck and the head of the titanic skeleton rested on the slopes of the Hollow Mountains, as if on a pillow, so it almost seemed as if the skull was staring directly at the battlefield from high above. The unfathomably large, gaping holes of its eyes were full of impenetrable darkness, and its jaw was open slightly, as if struggling to let out a harrowing groan, or twist into a terrifying grin. The dead god watched the mortals prepare to fight their last battle in silence, cold mists flowing across the white bone. Since Kisong had extended Anvil an invitation, he had no choice but to accept. Going after the main camp of the Song army and the Collarbone Citadel was also an option, but that would leave his own army camp vulnerable, so he pulled the forces that had been supposed to attack the Lesser Crossing from the rear out of the hollows, gathered the second siege contingent of the Sword army, and marched north. The defenders of the Lesser Crossing were left in a perplexing situation. The force that had been laying siege to their stronghold retreated, leaving them with nothing to do. At the same time, they could neither march across the Breastbone Reach, since the king's army was in the way, nor return to the Collarbone Plain and march east, since there was not enough time. Therefore, they could not rejoin the queen before the final battle. So, instead, the lesser contingent of the Song army crossed from the first rib to the Breastbone Reach and marched south, aiming to conquer the Nameless Temple. It remained to be seen if they would reach it before the two armies clashed, however. The king seemed to believe that they would not. At some point, the marching army under his command absorbed the retreating remains of the greater contingent and proceeded to the final battlefield. Sunny and Nephis were busy with their own preparations for the last battle, of course. Nephis led the retreating soldiers, while the Lord of Shadows had followed the king from Vanishing Lake north. They were reunited when the two forces met and merged, maintaining a polite distance between each other under the prying eye of the king. Granted, the situation among those in command of the Sword Army was a bit awkward. Saint Jest, the king's confidant, had secretly gotten into hot water for killing Song of the Fallen, Changing Star's right hand. Worse still, as it turned out, she was not really dead. Instead, she was perfectly alive, and had been somehow captured by the Queen on top of that, which played a large role in the defeat of the siege forces at the Greater Crossing. For most of the high-ranking members of the Sword Army, it was entirely unclear what exactly had transpired and how St. Cassie ended up becoming a hostage of the Queen. Some whispered that she had betrayed the Sword Domain, but since her extreme loyalty to Changing Star was well known, few believed these rumors. Instead, most of the Sword Saints came to believe that it was the king himself who had conspired against Song of the Fallen. After all, everyone in the Sword Army had witnessed how he was suppressing his adopted daughter, to the point of sending a few of her fire keepers to their deaths. Was it such a stretch to assume that the king would endeavor to remove her most powerful follower from the picture, as well? After all, the last time anyone saw Lady Cassia before the Greater Crossing battle, she had been leaving on a dangerous mission in the company of St. Jest, and everyone who needed to know knew what kinds of tasks Jest performed for the king. So, the mood among the champions of the Sword Army was somber and heavy. Anvil did nothing to remove their doubts, treating the situation with his usual cold indifference. And while all of that was happening, one of Sunnis' incarnations had traveled south, reaching the Nameless Temple at the same time as the retreating forces of the Sword Army met the contingent led by the king. On the surface, he was acting under orders, aiming to defend the citadel from a possible conquest party of Song champions. In reality, of course, Sunny had an entirely different goal. Entering the dark hole of his citadel, he looked around and let out a sigh. It's really happening. My, oh my. A dark smile twisted his lips under the mask. Far north, under the terrifying gaze of the dead god, the Sword Army reached the northern edge of the Breastbone Reach, spreading slowly to cut any possible path of retreat for the soldiers of Song. The two armies camped in full view of each other, with only a vast plain of white bone separating them. Soon enough, the white bone was going to be painted red. The future of humanity was going to be decided on that bloody field, one way or another. Chapter 2203. Final Stage. He was Master Sunless, standing on the emerald grass of the Ivory Island. He was also the Lord of Shadows, standing on the surface of the ancient bone in the middle of the sprawling mass of the camped army. The hollow mountains, a familiarly chilling sight, were rising like a colossal dark wall in the distance, with white mist shrouding the jagged black peaks. And there, between his somber incarnations and the misty slopes, a titanic skull loomed above the world, looking down at the insignificant struggles of the mortal warriors with an indifferent, eerie grin. Each of its empty eye sockets was large enough to encompass a vast city, filled with nothing but impenetrable darkness. Both of Sunnis' incarnations shivered. It's strange, really. Considering the nature of Godgrave, he would have expected the skull to bloom with an ocean of scarlet growth, the abominable jungle spilling from its eyes like tears of blood. But even the jungle seemed wary of the dead god's skull, staying as far away from it as possible. Considering what horrors dwelled in the ancient jungle, Sunny shuddered to imagine what kind of being could have scared the scarlet infestation away. Even the sovereign seemed unwilling to solve that particular mystery, which was why both of them had stayed clear of the skull. Perhaps he would find out one day, when he was much stronger than even the Supremes. He would have to live through the final battle of the war first, of course. His gaze drifted down from the dreadful visage of the titanic skull, returning to the ground. The Song Army encampment was like a black line on the horizon, a considerable distance for mortal men, but barely a stone's throw away for a transcendent like him. They were close enough for his shadow sense to encompass the enemy camp, at least, if he wanted to attract the Queen's attention. There was nothing but the abyssal drop behind them, and the Sword Army had already cut off all paths of retreat. Making camp at the edge of the Breastbone Reach, under the watchful gaze of the dead god, was as much of a strategic decision as it was a statement. Having their backs to the abyss ensured that the Sword Army would not be able to use its numerical superiority to completely encircle the warriors of Song. And at the same time, it conveyed a message: the Queen had no intentions of retreating. It was victory or death for her, as it was for her men. The vast stretch of white bone separated the two camps. The armies were preparing for battle, but the usual clamor was subdued. An oppressive quietness enveloped both camps. The wary soldiers were readying themselves in grim silence, their pale faces contrasting sharply against the deep darkness nestling in their eyes. They had the look of people who had long lost grasp of reason, and were numbly going through the motions simply because stopping meant death. The promise of one final, decisive battle filled them with dread and a strange kind of excitement in equal measure. Dread because many of them would die, most of them, perhaps. Excitement because the war, which had seemed endless, was finally coming to an end. That said, Sunny wasn't quite sure about what this final battle was supposed to achieve. The logic of a mundane war was quite simple: two armies faced each other, and the one that broke first lost. However, this war, the Domain War, Realm War, or simply the Great War, as people tended to call it lately, was different. Because all the struggles and sacrifices that the soldiers had made were simply a prologue to the true confrontation, to the fight between the two supremes. They had spent decades quietly preparing to fight each other, developing their forces and moving game pieces into advantageous positions. Then, their domains clashed in a bloody struggle to carve as much power as possible and break the tenuous balance between them by subjugating Godgrave. Anvil had come out victorious from that clash, nearly pushing the forces of Kisong off the titanic skeleton, but the Queen had ultimately won. She had destroyed the House of Night, usurped its citadels of the Storm Sea, and set Mordred loose in the Sword Domain, thus diminishing the power of the enemy while greatly increasing her own. Now, time was on her side. The longer she delayed the final confrontation, the greater the chance that Vale would lose Bastion became. There was Revel and Gilead, too, who were supposed to be approaching the two remaining citadels in Godgrave, which meant that Anvil would not give her time and attack as soon as possible. But what would such an attack even achieve? Slaughtering awakened soldiers would diminish the power of a domain somewhat, but not as much as conquering citadels or slaying saints would. And neither of the sovereigns would let their saints fall without reason. There were no citadels on the northern edge of the Breastbone Reach. There was no territory to conquer here, either. So, as far as Sunny could understand, the two armies were preparing for battle for no reason whatsoever. If the sovereigns were sane, and they were, in their own perverse way, they would not send their soldiers to slaughter each other on this pristine white field. Instead, they would finally step onto the battlefield themselves. Kisong had at least some justification to prolong the conflict, but Anvil did not. So even if the Queen tried to force a clash between the armies, he had no reason to allow her to stall. The soldiers were merely a tool to tie the adversary down, a potential danger that could not be ignored, and would therefore force the enemy's hand. They were merely here to witness one sovereign fall, while the other ascended to the throne of war. Sunny took a deep breath. That is, if I understand everything. But he could very well be missing something. In any case, the stage was set. The main characters of the play were about to enter the spotlight. History was going to decide who was the hero, and who was the villain. Not that it mattered, in the grand scheme of things. He had done everything he could, as well. Now, it was time to see if his efforts were enough. There was no day and night in Godgrave, and therefore no dawn. So, the moment the two armies stirred and started to move was no different from any other. Master Sunless took a deep breath on the Ivory Island. Far below, the Lord of Shadows cracked his neck. It's really ending. Smiling behind the mask, he glanced at the looming skull one last time. Watch well, whatever you are. I don't know how this play will end, but it will definitely be entertaining. Chapter 2204. Unnamed. The 7th Royal Legion, despite having suffered severe casualties, was at the very center of the Song army once again. They were going to face the Knights of Vale once again, and endure the fiercest of the fighting once again. If there was something different, though, it was that Princess Sishan was leading them personally this time. Her grace and exquisite beauty were enough to take one's breath away. Today, however, it paled in front of a delicate woman standing by her side. It was St. Cassia, Song of the Fallen, the transcendent hostage of the Queen. One of them was like the moon, while the other was like the sun. The eyes of the soldiers were drawn to the two saints against their will, and Rain could see a hint of a strange, dreamlike emotion ignite in the numb gazes of the terrified soldiers. It was a bit like the way Ray looked at Fleur, and Fleur looked at Ray. Come to think of it, it was also like the way her brother looked at soul shards. Which was a bit strange, considering that she had not seen him absorb a soul shard even once. To each their own, I guess. Rain did not know how Cassie ended up being captured by Clan Song, and was in no position to worry about the beautiful saint. Inhaling slowly, she looked at her shadow. Then, she whispered quietly. Is there really going to be a battle? There had been many battles in this war, but none as frightening as this one. This one would be the last, after all. The Song army had nowhere to retreat, either. Her shadow answered in a whisper. I don't know. It remained silent for a few moments, and then added somberly. Whatever happens, though, do your best to survive. I might be indisposed later. Rain exhaled. There was a strange emotion in her heart. Something she had never felt before, and could not quite name. The word was at the tip of her tongue, demanding to be spoken, but it was not coming to her. It felt too powerful to be a simple feeling, and oddly elusive. She checked her bow, and then said awkwardly. You too. Do your best to survive, I mean. Her shadow chuckled. That's the plan. He did not get the opportunity to say anything else, however, because Tamer approached her at that moment. The legacy girl looked like she always did, well, actually, not quite. Rain had not noticed it before, but Tamer had changed a lot from the young girl she met on the Moon River Plain. Before, her stern demeanor did not quite fit her youthful appearance, as if Tamer was only playing the adult without quite having the maturity to be one. She was still just as young, but there was a firm coldness and a dark confidence to her eyes that had not been there before, a kind of harshness that did not fit the eyes of someone so young, not in any kind of world worth living in, at least. Rain suspected that she had the same haunted look in her own eyes. All of them, soldiers of the Song army, had it now. The soldiers of the Sword army were probably no different. War had a way of quickly turning youths into adults, and adults into a broken mess. She sighed. Tamer looked at Rain silently for a few moments. Are you ready? Rain forced out a smile. Not at all. Her friend nodded curtly, then said in the same neutral tone. Well, tough. Hearing that, Rain couldn't help but laugh. A tentative smile found its way on Tamer's lips, as well. Gods! I was hired to build roads, you know? How did I end up in this mess? Tamer shrugged. You don't know. She hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Listen, Rani. I wasn't going to mention anything, but since you're asking, I'll just say it. It's because you're not very bright. No, really, every decision you make is unwise. Actually, unwise is not quite enough to describe it. Ill-advised, monumentally stupid? Yeah, that's better. It is a bit shocking, honestly, the consistency with which you manage to make the worst possible choice in each and every damn situation. Rain grinned. Considering how much the usually taciturn Tamer was talking, she seemed nervous, too. Her logic was quite sound, though. Rain sighed and shook her head, then asked in a slightly amused tone. You do know that Rani is not my real name, right? It was just something that entered her mind out of the blue. It was a bit funny that none of her friends even knew what her name was. They could even die without ever finding out. That would be a bit sad. Tamer stopped talking and blinked, staring at her in confusion. A few moments later, she asked slowly. It isn't. Rain shook her head. Nope. Her friend seemed genuinely startled. She remained silent for a while, then raised an eyebrow. What is your real name, then? Rain coughed, suddenly feeling embarrassed. That, well, you know. It's rain, actually. Tamer stared at her for a while, then sighed and palmed her face. So you just moved 2 letters around? What can I even say? Case in point. Rain gave her a look of indignation. Hey! It's not easy to come up with a fake name on the spot, you know. You try it. The young legacy shook her head. I don't see why I ever would. They looked at each other, smiling. Their smiles were pale and fragile, though. All around them, the Song army was slowly moving, assembling into a battle formation. Across the wide divide of the pristine white plain, the Sword army was doing the same. However, before 2 armies met under the radiant sky of Godgrave. 3 different battles were coming to an end somewhere else, far away, but promising to change the outcome of the war despite the distance. Chapter 2205. Run to Failure. Its bottom had been revealed, in all its mystery and horror. Indifferent to what lay at the bottom of the lake, Morgan of Vale hunched over an alloy pan and looked into the fire numbly. There was a gentle gust of wind, and Nightingale landed nearby, greeting her and the other saints. Then, a stronger gale crashed into the remains of a crumbling wall that protected the fire, and a small pebble fell from it down toward the pan. Morgan did not move, allowing the pebble to fall into the pan. A few moments later, she sighed heavily. I'm sick of it. How many times had it been, already? The day repeated itself endlessly. Each time, she gathered her saints and faced her brother in battle. Each time, they lost miserably and died. Over and over again, she suffered the pain of her body being torn apart and broken, activating the enchantment that reset time at the last moment. Rinse and repeat. It had been somewhat exciting at first. Morgan did not enjoy losing, but she loved battle. So, this closed loop of endless warfare was like a playground for her, a lethal and vicious playground, but a fascinating one nonetheless. Her brother, too, was a perfect enemy. He was strong, cunning, ruthless, and hateful, a worthy adversary for her own insidious mind, at last. Even better, he somehow retained the memories of all their previous battles, so the strategies he employed against her were both varied and increasingly diabolical. But the novelty had quickly grown old. Nobody was fond of hitting their head against a wall, after all. And Mordred was indeed a wall, an unbreakable barrier that she could not overcome, no matter how earnestly she tried. The power disparity was too vast. The resource distribution was too uneven. Even though the champions under her command had proven to be far more formidable than her already quite flattering evaluation of them, especially the 3 government saints, the transcendent vessels Mordred controlled were deadlier. There were the nightmare creatures he kept subjugating, as well. And even though they were fighting on a battlefield of her choosing, the ruins of True Bastion failed to contain Mordred in the end. She had hoped that the others would stifle him, maybe even destroy him. But although her brother had been held back by the threat of these eerie beings for a while, he seemed to have learned how to escape them eventually. During one of the more desperate battles, Morgan had even employed a perilous strategy to draw them forth. Using her transcendent form, she fashioned her body into a flat plane of polished steel that towered above the ruins like a replica of the Great Mirror, reflecting the shattered moon and the broken castle back upon the world. The swarm of the others she had unleashed was a terror to behold, and resulted in some of the most harrowing deaths she witnessed even after months spent in the endless loop of hopeless battles. And yet, her brother had survived their onslaught for far longer than she had. Looking back, that was the breaking point when this endless death loop had gone from tiresome to tedious. And over many lost battles after that, Morgan had slowly grown numb. There was a difference between being defeated and surrendering to defeat, and while she was neither ready to nor capable of surrendering, it was getting hard to remember what she was fighting for, to begin with. Desire. Morgan often thought back to what her brother had told her during the Battle of the Black Skull. He had said that his desire to kill her was stronger than her desire to kill him, and that was why he was stronger. Back then, she had dismissed his words as mockery, and an indication of the difference in their technique, perhaps. Her brother was perfectly willing to sacrifice his body to achieve victory. He had plenty of those to spare, after all. But Morgan was held back by the deeply human need to keep herself away from harm, which gave him a profound tactical advantage in a sword fight. But now, she was starting to suspect that there was a deeper meaning to what her brother had said. Resolve, determination, conviction, will, those weren't simply empty words, not to powerful beings like them. All these passions were born of desire and fueled by it. Desire was the source of all virtues, as well as of all sins. Mordred was driven by his ardent desire to avenge himself on his family, and while his wicked passion was as twisted as he was himself, what did Morgan have to offer in turn? The desire to win? To prove herself worthy? To earn the approval of their father, or, if not, then to at least save herself the biting shame of disappointing him. All those were too abstract, too empty. They had not seemed like that before, but they did now. More than that, these wishes had been forced upon her by others instead of coming from within her own soul. These small and meddlesome desires were only worthy of a princess who had been raised to be a tool. They were not fit to be called a passion. Morgan was not really passionate about anything, except maybe the pure art of war and combat itself. But that was not enough. Her heart was not really in the battle, at least not to the degree this battle demanded. And, therefore, she could not win. Luckily, she did not need to win. She just needed to hold out there in Godgrave. The final battle was swiftly approaching. A few more loops, and she would have accomplished her goal without even managing to defeat her brother. How ironic was that? Even knowing that the end was near, though, Morgan could not get herself to feel any excitement. She was tired, and all of it just all seemed senseless. Damn! The stew is ruined. Wincing, Morgan extended a hand and fished the pebble out of the pan. Dropping it to the ground, she looked at the stew without much appetite. Dinner is ready. Her voice was subdued. Nightingale gave her a strange look. She had developed a bit of tolerance to his looks by now, but still, the man was obnoxiously handsome even when he felt unsure. It used to make her want to tease him more. He was probably considering if she had been replaced by one of the others now, full of trepidation. Well, maybe not. The government sense had changed in the last few loops. It was barely noticeable, but Morgan had spent too many repeating days in their company to miss the subtle difference. Maybe they were the ones replaced by the others. She smiled slightly. No, of course not. There was a much simpler answer to their changed attitudes. Even without her telling them, they somehow knew about the loop. Chapter 2206. Her pride. The signs were subtle, but indisputable. Their reactions had changed subtly, and the words they spoke did not always match what they had usually said before. There was also that one time when raised by wolves had disappeared somewhere for almost an hour, then returned with a deep sense of discomfort hiding in the depths of her hazel eyes. Morgan noted all these changes, but stayed silent about them. It was not that difficult for someone locked in this loop to become aware of it. After all, it was merely a bubble of repeating time, vast enough to encompass the ruins of True Bastion and the surrounding lands, but relatively small in the grand scheme of things. Time continued to flow outside of the bubble, and the world continued to spin. If the dream realm even spun around an orbit, of course. Morgan was familiar with events that had taken place inside the tomb of Ariel, not the least of all because of the strangely detailed exploration report published by an anonymous author, whom Clan Vale had failed to find despite great efforts. The hourglass enchantment functioned similarly to the great river created by the Demon of Dread, but on a much smaller scale. In any case, while communicating with the outside world was difficult, it was not impossible. Morgan herself was receiving news of how the war proceeded in Godgrave from time to time. Her brother probably had a vessel or two hidden somewhere outside the bubble, without a doubt. That was most likely how he was able to retain the memories of their previous battles, even. So, the government sense could have very well received a communication from the outside world themselves, either a repeating one that informed them of the situation every day, or simply something that stayed with them as they returned to the past. In fact, it was not even necessary for the information to come from the outside. Mordred himself could have contacted them, striking some kind of deal. Morgan smiled faintly. Was that it? Was she going to be betrayed? Had he already infected her subordinates, not by consuming their souls, but simply by convincing them with sweet words? betrayal was always a possibility. Every person had a key, some could be bought, some could be coerced. Some could be deceived, while some only needed to be given an opportunity to stab others in the back. Morgan had been on both sides of this equation enough times to know that trusting anyone fully was a foolish sentiment. That said, she could not quite imagine Soul Reaper or Raised by Wolves striking a deal with Mordred after fighting side by side with the surviving saints of the House of Night for so long. Least of all Nightingale, the inflexible boar. So, their newfound awareness had most likely come from her dear sister, Changing Star. They had been members of her cohort once, after all, and although life led them to different paths, a connection like that was not easily broken by political affiliation. So, what was Nephis scheming? Suddenly, betrayal seemed even more inevitable. Morgan chuckled and looked at Nightingale with an amused smile. No, I am not one of the others. Come eat, everyone. The food is getting cold. Betrayal or not, she did not really care. So, Morgan pretended to be oblivious to their tense gazes and took the pan off the fire, ready to scoop the stew into the bowls. They ate their food, like they always did. And then, they prepared for battle, like they always did. And then, the moonlit ruins became a hellscape where monsters and demigods tore each other apart in a mad feast of destruction and blood, like they always did. The gargantuan forms of Typhaon and Knossos moved across the shallow lake. Streams of starlight rained from the night sky, devastating the land. The titanic form of a steel goddess plummeted from the slopes of the mountain and landed in the drowned city below, making the world quake. A cold mist was spreading from within the ruins, and the haunting song of a night dragon permeated the dark sky. Raising her sword, Morgan struggled with an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Why was she persisting? Surely, this senseless, never-ending slaughter was too much for a sane person to endure. Her desire to win was nothing more than a malignant sense of obligation. Her desire to prove herself to others had turned to ash a long time ago, after she learned that those who would deem her unworthy were themselves not worthy of casting judgment on her. Her desire to earn the approval of her father, to not become a disappointment in his cold, uncaring eyes, had lost all meaning as well, at some point. Why was that? As Mordred's vessels were destroyed one after another, and her saints fell one after another, their blood painting the ruins red, Morgan took a deep breath. Was it because she had become disappointed in him, as well? Probably, yes. Not that he would care. So why was she fighting? A dark grin twisted Morgan's lips. Well, was it not simply because she liked it? Her desire to win might not have been as powerful as her brother's overwhelming, hate-fueled passion, but she had her pride, as well. She hated to lose. And that was reason enough for her to persist and fight for these ruins until the sky itself broke apart, and the pieces of the shattered moon fell down like a rain of fire. Simply because she was too stubborn to give up, and knew how to appreciate a good battle. A good war. Yeah. I like it. It's nice. Morgan was going to stop her brother, not for anyone else, but solely for herself. Pale moonlight reflected from the blade of her sword as Morgan jumped from the ruined wall to face Mordred. Like she always did. Chapter 2207. Limit of Loyalty. Because Morgan was tired, and because she was enjoying herself a little bit more. She was strong, she was fearsome. Her aspect was brimming with dire power, one that was sharp enough to cut down anything and anyone who stood in her way. Or so she had thought before. Over the past months, though, Morgan's edge had become a little dull. Any sword would lose its sharpness if someone kept hammering it against a hard surface, after all, and her brother's vile presence was much too difficult to cut. Still, Morgan met him once again, and fought him once again. By now, they knew the depths of each other's lethality all too well. She was a tide of living metal that drowned and shredded everything it touched. He was an insidious fiend who used stolen bodies and overwhelming force to exhaust and strangle his enemies, leaving them no chance to survive. The ruin shuddered and turned to dust as Morgan battled Mordred and his transcendent vessels. The wave of liquid metal flowed through them like a tide, enveloping the few remaining structures and toppling them one after another. The lumbering figures of Mordred's stolen bodies pursued, tearing at it with their fangs, their claws, and the power of their aspects. Some of them drowned in her flowing form and were eviscerated, while others managed to deal damage and bring her agony before being cut down. Morgan felt a strange divide within herself. She was enjoying the furious abandonment of battle. But at the same time, she felt like she was simply going through the motions. It was both exhilarating and tedious in equal measure. She wanted to stop. But she did not, could not. She refused to. As her reserves of essence dwindled and her voluminous steel body slowly shrank as more and more of the liquid metal was frozen, annihilated, or swallowed by rust and corrosion, the mocking words of her brother pursued her. "Ah, dear sister, aren't you repeating yourself? You contorted your transcendent form into this hideous sword apparition 7 battles ago. Or was it 5? Ah, but it had fewer hands back then, I guess. Still, do you really think that a few additional blades will save you? Oh, look, isn't it Saint Neve? Seems like he is missing his head, poor fellow. Goodness gracious, didn't he have a daughter? I guess you'll have to break the news to her soon. If you manage to run away from me again, of course. Have you heard? They are chanting the name of Changing Star all over the world. Dear father has always preferred her to you, and now, the whole world does too. They have already forgotten your name, Morgan. Was there a second princess in the sword domain? Who? That is what they are saying, or so I've heard. Morgan laughed. As if she cared. Dismissing her transcendent form and rolling down from a pile of rubble, she spat a mouthful of blood and rose to her feet shakily, using her sword as support. Then, she looked around with a pale smile. Oh, look, all your vessels are dead. Her smile faltered, though, when more blood flowed out of her mouth. Morgan bent in a painful coughing fit, then straightened and wiped her mouth tiredly. And also, do you ever shut up? Why do people even call you the Prince of Nothing? They really should call you the Prince of Running His Mouth instead. As Mordred, his original body, jumped down from the ruins of a tall wall and landed softly a dozen or so meters away, she looked at him and grinned. Right. It's because you were discarded by our father like trash, then tossed aside by the dream spawn like trash. You know what they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Doesn't seem to apply to you, though, bastard. Her brother's smile grew a little forced. At least she wanted to believe that it did. Mordred chuckled. I'll enjoy ripping out that dirty tongue of yours, sister, again. Morgan struggled to raise her sword and smiled. Do try. He descended upon her like a natural disaster. Technically, Morgan was stronger than her brother, her aspect bestowed many boons upon her, after all, while his had little to do with direct confrontation. However, she was wounded and exhausted after dealing with the vessels, and he was a titan, as well, while she was a mere beast. Their power was almost evenly matched. Almost. In the end, Morgan still lost. Her sword clattered as it slid across the ground, and she staggered back, falling to her knees. Her severed hand landed a few meters away, fingers twitching as crimson blood seeped into the rubble. Ah! The pain was exquisite. Mordred glanced at her twitching hand, then looked at her with a pleasant smile. Well, that surely brings back memories. Should I take your eye, as well? That would be fitting, I think. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He seemed to be in a strangely good mood. Her brother always acted as if life was infinitely amusing, but today, his satisfaction seemed genuine for the first time. That filled Morgan with a sudden feeling of dread. She suppressed a groan and stared at him firmly. What are you so happy about, bastard? Mordred scratched his head. You keep calling me a bastard on purpose, don't you? How pitiful. At least I didn't kill our mother, you know. Then, laughing, he walked over to Morgan and loomed above her, looking down with a twisted smile. I'll let it go today, though. There's cause for celebration. After all, I have finally won. Morgan's eyes narrowed, and she pushed some air into her crushed lungs before saying through gritted teeth. Have you lost what little remains of your mind? You've won nothing, abomination. I might have lost again, but we will just continue to repeat this battle over, and over, and over again, until you are defeated. I have plenty of patience, believe me. I am willing to fight you until the world ends, if need be. Mordred stared at her for a while, then threw his head back and laughed. I have no doubt. My stubborn sister, but you don't really need to defeat me, do you? You just need to keep losing until our father clashes with Kisong in battle. Morgan just stared at him silently. They both knew it, so why was he mentioning it today? Mordred's smile slowly drained away, and he looked at her with a cold, dark expression. What you fail to account for, though, is that I don't need to win here either. Her eyes widened slightly, and she winced, struggling to contain the pain. Her brother chuckled. You've been defending Bastion so bravely, sister, so valiantly, but I don't really need to conquer it, do I? I just need to make sure that it is lost to our father. That it ceases to be a part of his domain, and therefore robs him of its power. Morgan swayed a little. What are you? I am still in control of Bastion. It is still mine. And you can't take it from me, no matter how hard you try. Crouching in front of her, Mordred leaned forward and whispered, his insidious voice flowing into her ear like honey. Exactly. It is yours, not our father's. It used to be a part of the sword domain simply because you were loyal to the king. Where is your loyalty now, though, Morgan? How much of it is left? She shivered. Mordred looked at her coldly and said with chilling indifference, all pretense of being a human lost from his voice. You might pretend otherwise, but we both know none of it is left, now. I helped you get rid of it. In these godforsaken ruins, I drained you of every drop of faith you had left in our father, and now, you are lost to him. He has lost you, and therefore. Her brother stood up and looked down with a dark and triumphant expression. He has lost Bastion, as well. My mission is complete. Taking a step back, he looked up at the shattered moon and exploded with laughter. It would have been so nice, so lovely to wrench control of this damned castle from your hands, but this is even sweeter, I think. Morgan stared at him in stunned horror, numbly searching her soul for any lingering attachment to their father, to his kingdom, to his great domain. But just like her brother had said, she could not find anything. No, wait. Stopping his laughter, Mordred lowered his head and looked at her darkly. His lips twisted into a faint smile. Time to die, sister. Morgan stared back at him. She lingered for a moment, and then said weakly, Go to hell. With that, she activated the hourglass enchantment. The tide of time was turned back once more. But even so, nothing could change the outcome of their battle, this time. Chapter 2208. Will of the People. That was because both legs of the titanic skeleton had been shattered by a harrowing blow once, thousands of years ago. Both of its femurs were heavily damaged near the knees, deep cracks marring the surface of the ancient bone. Some cracks led to the hollows, some were even deeper, going all the way to the Sea of Ash far below. The knee joints themselves were out of sight, buried in the ash. Since nobody knew how deep the Sea of Ash was, it was impossible to tell if the dead gods Tibers and Fibulas were hidden under the endless grey carpet, or if something had severed them completely in the distant past. The citadel Gilead had been ordered to conquer was situated at the very last bone plateau, standing on the shore of the Sea of Ash. The journey to the end of Godgrave had been harrowing. The battle for the citadel, located so close to the endless expanse of ash, promised to be more harrowing still. Are you sure that we can even take it? The voice sounded tired. Gilead kept his gaze aimed across the last canyon, then turned slowly to look at his last companion. The two of them were all that remained of the expedition. His lustrous armor had long been destroyed, and his skin had turned the color of bronze under the merciless radiance of the overcast. Even his tunic had been bleached by the light, losing all color. The woman's parasol was in the same sorry state. The beautiful patterns that used to cover its surface were now faint and feeble, barely noticeable in the bright light. It was a miracle that the flimsy thing had survived at all. Looking at the woman, Gilead suddenly found the situation comical. So many brave warriors had died, skilled awakened, fearsome masters. Even a powerful saint. And yet, this mundane luxury item the woman had brought with herself on a whim was in one piece. He sighed deeply. Gilead's blue eyes were vivid and feverish, but the woman's green eyes were dim and calm. After endless days of horror and suffering, they had finally reached their destination. Now, there were only these few last obstacles left for them to overcome, the last canyon, the last plateau, and the citadel itself. He remembered that she had asked him a question and nodded belatedly. We must take it, and therefore, we will. The lower part of the woman's face was hidden behind a scarf, but he could tell by her eyes that she smiled. She had not smiled in a while, so that was probably a good sign. It's just the two of us now. 2 saints against whatever profane horror guards that citadel. I'd say the odds are not in our favor. Gilead pursed his lips, then shook his head grimly. We've made it so far. So, we'll take it. The woman studied him for a while, then leaned back and laughed. Then, she folded her parasol and looked at him coldly. Confused, Gilead turned to the canyon. Let's rest here. I will carry you to the other side once we have recovered our essence. No. He paused, unsure if he had heard her right. Looking back, he frowned. No. The woman was smiling. Yes, no. She leaned on her parasol and spoke, her voice remaining calm. I was going to tell you a while back, on the day we lost half of the remaining soldiers, and you refused to turn back. But then, I decided to wait a bit. To crush your spirit better. Gilead blinked, staring at her in confusion. What do you mean? The citadel. The woman chuckled. I refuse. Noticing his incomprehension, she shook her head. Everyone is dead, but I am alive. I am alive because you've kept me alive, and you've kept me alive because you need a homeless saint to claim the citadel. But I won't. I refuse. Honestly, I'd rather dive into the sea of ash headfirst. Oh, and you go to hell, Summer Night. There is a special place there prepared for people like you, I'm sure. She laughed again, sounding more than a little unhinged to his ears. Had she been harboring these thoughts quietly all this time? Her green eyes came alive again, growing as bright as they had been once, before they left on this cursed expedition. There, I spoke my piece. Now, I'm leaving. Gilead frowned, stumped. He was too tired, too hurt, and too spent to comprehend the strange situation. His thoughts were moving slowly. What was she saying? No, he understood what she was saying. But words weren't magical spells that bent reality to one's wishes. What did she expect would happen because of her outburst? We have our orders. The woman raised an eyebrow, her green eyes full of mirth. So what? You might be hell-bent on staying loyal to the king, but I am not. In fact, I'm sick of him and his orders. I was already sick before being sent on this futile expedition, and now, after witnessing all our soldiers die senseless deaths, I don't even care to pretend that I'm not. Gilead raised a hand and rubbed his face tiredly. The deaths of the soldiers weighed heavily on his soul, as well. He was sick and tired, as well. But he just could not understand. She was a saint. A transcendent champion of the sword domain, the best there was. Sure, not all saints were retainers of the great clan Vale like he was. And even among the knights, not everyone took their oaths as seriously as he did. Some people were guided by greed and self-interest. Most people were simply lost. But most saints still had enough composure to keep their wits about them. What was she hoping to achieve? Were there others like her among the transcendent champions of the sword domain, ready to abandon reason? You or refuse? You can't refuse. The woman seemed to grin. Can't I? What are you going to do to stop me, Summer Night? I admit, you are far stronger than me. You can kill me. You can overpower me. You can even drag me to the citadel against my will. But even if you do, you can't force me to claim it. You can't do anything. Gilead just stared at her blankly. Then, a hint of exasperated anger ignited in his piercing blue eyes. And then what? What happens after you flee to the waking world? Do you think that the king will just let you be? Or are you planning to fight him, as well? It's useless. The woman stared at him for a while, then sighed and opened her parasol. Hiding in its shade, she shook her head. Is it useless, though? Gilead laughed. You don't know anything. You haven't seen anything. If you think that you can fight a sovereign, if any of us, or even all of us can, then you are delusional. It is nothing but an exercise in futility. The woman smiled again. I think not. He stared at her somberly, and she shook her head again. I think that you are misunderstanding something very important, Summer Knight. You are right, I can't fight the king. It's hopeless. If I do, he'll kill me. But what happens after he kills me? Do you think that I'll be the last one to defy him? Is he going to kill everyone who disobeys his orders? The woman scoffed. We mere mortals are powerless in front of a sovereign, because a sovereign is like a god. His will is the divine will. But gods are also powerless in front of us mortals, because their divinity depends on a domain, and domains consist of people. What is he going to be the king of if people turn their backs on him, and he slaughters the people? The king of nothing? Twirling her parasol, she took a step closer to Gilead and looked him in the eye. We mortals are not as powerless as you think. And our will is not as insignificant as it seems. But even if it is, well, to be frank, I don't care. I just don't give a damn anymore. I'm done with this farce. As Gilead stared at her, struggling to find words to retort, the woman gave him a look of pity. Oh, and also, for spell's sake. You swore a knightly oath of fealty to the great clan Vale, did you not? Well, the great clan Vale consists of many people. Find a less rotten one to be loyal to, you fool. By the dead gods, even Changing Star is an heir of Vale these days. With that, the woman disappeared into thin air, having pulled on her tether to return to the waking world. The vivid green radiance of her eyes faded, leaving only shades of white and grey in the world. Left alone, Sir Gilead, the Summer Knight, tiredly lowered himself to the ground. He had done all he could, more than he could, even. But despite that, his mission had ended in failure. Chapter 2209. Dark Waters. The dark water boiled as the gargantuan horror rose from below. Its translucent carapace glistened like obsidian in the bright light of the luminous memories, and the battered ship scattered, pushed aside by the turbulent waves. The creature was too large to discern its full shape. The people struggling to stay on the splintered decks could only catch glimpses of its harrowing visage, the enormous black eyes, the jagged line of a dreadful mandible, the forest of titanic limbs, the flexible antennae that reached almost a kilometer into the air. However, the ghastly depth dweller was not what made the people weary. They had battled plenty of terrifying abominations while sailing through the darkness of the Spine Ocean already, many of them far more dreadful and eerie than this one. The punitive expedition had lost most of its ship in the process, and plenty of warriors, but dying in a battle with nightmare creatures was a familiar thought to Awakened. The murderous demon that hid in the darkness above was far more unnerving. As the remaining forged echoes tore into the dweller of the depths, breaking its carapace with steel fangs, their riders unleashed a barrage of harpoons and arrows into the cracks. Each was a powerful memory capable of dealing immense harm. The nightmare creature sustained some damage, and while it was not seriously wounded yet, they managed to keep it away from the ships. There! Several brilliantly shining arrows shot into the air from the decks, chasing away the darkness. All darkness but a small formless mass of it. The mass of darkness was falling as it twisted to avoid one of the arrows, and was then torn apart by a bright beam of incinerating energy that shot from one of the decks. From within it, an enchanting figure was revealed. A beautiful fiend with alabaster skin and obsidian hair plummeted from the sky, her black wings folded to increase the speed. Her armor was torn and broken, and her mesmerizing face was painted by blood. Several arrows protruded from her sides, slowly collapsing into a rain of sparks. And yet, there was a chilling, cruel glint in the winged demon's onyx eyes. Don't let her reach the ships. But it was already too late. Revel was too close. She fell on the deck of the ship that had been washed away from the others at terrible speed, summoning her darkness at the last moment. The ascended warriors scrambled to assume a defensive formation, the melee fighters rushing forward as their less resilient comrades stepped back. A wall of shields and a palisade of spears barred her path, sorceress flames dispelling true darkness that shrouded her like a veil. The pursuers had long learned how to deal with her ambushes. She had managed to cull many of them at the start, eventually killing 2 of the saints, but by now, every attack was a deadly gamble. It was too easy to get bogged down, surrounded, and cut down. However, that was all right. Because Revel was learning too. Usually, she would have shot past the deck, either severing bodies or catching an enemy or 2 to throw them overboard before disappearing into the darkness. But this time, she did not. Instead, she simply crashed into the damaged deck like a cannonball, piercing it in a cloud of splinters. She pierced the entire ship. As cold water washed over her, a litany of shouts bloomed above the damaged ship. "She's gone! Damn it, the hull is breached! The cargo hold is flooding! She's in the water!" Revel spun and used her wings to push herself through the dark waters. Reaching the shattered hull of the ship, she used her claws to widen the breach, then spun again and pushed herself off the enchanted wood, into the depths. Usually, the warriors of the Sword Domain would have been easily able to repair such damage to one of their ships. She would not have risked falling into the water, either, where the forged echoes were waiting to tear her apart. But the battered fleet was currently being besieged by the underwater horror. The echoes were away, trying to breach its thick carapace, and the ships were scrambling to stay at a distance. The vessel she had damaged would not sink, most likely, but they would take a lot of water, which would slow them down and make them a sitting duck. Then, one of the 4 remaining Vale Saints would have to make a decision. They would either have to risk themselves to protect the damaged ship, or sacrifice it. Either way, Revel would get a chance to take down one more transcendent. If she survived that long, of course. She was not doing too well herself. Revel was strong, and Moonveil was strong as well. But it was just the 2 of them against 7 Saints of the Sword Domain and their entire expedition. They had whittled the enemy numbers down over the long and harrowing voyage through the Spine Ocean. They killed some themselves, and killed others by luring the enemy ships into the maws of the horrors that dwelled in the darkness. But the enemy had whittled Revel and Moonveil down, as well. Their essence was exhausted. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Their memories and echoes had been destroyed, and their supplies had long run dry. The dwellers of the depths were just as eager to consume them as they hungered for the souls and flesh of the pursuers. The citadel was drawing closer. Revel knew that she would not be able to destroy the remains of the Sword Domain force before their ships reached the destination. So, the outcome of this nightmare would most likely be decided in a desperate 3-way battle between the Daughters of Queen Song, the Saints of the Sword Domain, and the Guardian of the Spine Ocean Citadel. Whatever that horror was. Chances were, the nightmare creature that had made its nest in the citadel would be the final victor. Gritting her teeth, she tore the remaining arrows out of her flesh and shattered them, feeling the poison that had coated the arrowhead struggle to paralyze her body. A powerful current threw her away as a severed antenna of the crustacean behemoth plummeted into the water from great heights, displacing countless tons of water. No time to waste, now. Folding her wings, Revel swam upward. Some time later, she reached the crack in the dome of the dead god's spine that had served them as shelter last night. Dismissing her wings, Revel pushed her shredded body inside, fell on the uneven floor, and drew a laborious breath. Her transcendent physique was already working on mending her mangled flesh, but even its staggering vitality was not enough to contend against the accumulated damage. Soon, a pale light ignited in the crevice, and she saw Moonveil. Her sister was sitting while leaning on a wall, her hands cradling a terrifying wound in her abdomen. She smiled weakly. How was the hunt? Revel tiredly shook her head. They lost 2 ships. But they still have 4 saints. She hesitated for a few moments, and then added quietly. We will leave as soon as I replenish a little essence. The citadel is only a few hours away, now. Moonveil sighed. Do you think we'll manage to defeat the Guardian, kill the Sword Saints, and conquer it? Revel exhaled slowly. Maybe, maybe not. We don't need to, anyway. Instead, we'll do what Seishan and Hel did. I'll stall the enemies, you'll find the gateway and claim it. Her sister frowned. And just leave you to die. Revel studied her face for a few moments, then laughed quietly. Gods, it seems you really lost a lot of blood. What are you thinking about, fool? Once you claim the Citadel, it will become a part of Mother's domain. And once it becomes a part of her domain, she will deal with the Sword Saints and the Guardian. I just need to survive until then. Moonveil remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said softly, Can you even manage that? I am warning you, don't even think about dying, Revel. I'll be very mad. Don't show your face in front of me if you do. Revel did not respond, sensing how little strength was left in her battered body. Finally, she smiled. All right. Since you insist. Chapter 22:10. Song, Vale. On one side, steel glistened and vermilion banners fluttered in the wind. On the other side, a legion of the dead stood silently in front of the somber soldiers, a myriad of eyes brimming with emptiness, fear, and grim anticipation. The eyes of the warriors of the sword domain were not much different, full of dread and hopeless resignation. The veil of grey clouds shone brilliantly in the distant sky, and the blinding light was making the bone plain shine as well, like the surface of a white-hot pan. The sweltering heat was suffocating, making the warriors of Song yearn for the cold snowstorms of Ravenheart, while the warriors of Vale yearned for the cool waters of the Mirror Lake. Were they going to see their homes again? No one knew, and most were too afraid to wonder. The 7th Royal Legion stood at the center of the Song army. Seishan was in front of her soldiers, looking across the battlefield solemnly. Cassie was by her side, silent and motionless, her movements restricted by the invisible strings of the Queen's power. The Blood Sisters, those who were still alive, were interspersed among the soldiers, their red garments standing out among the sea of steel, leather, and scale. Feeble was among them, a complicated mix of emotions hiding in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Rain, Tamer, Ray, and Fleur were not too far from where the former handmaiden stood, keeping quiet, just like the rest of the army was. An eerie silence settled on the bone plain, as if everyone was either unwilling or unable to make a sound. Somewhere else in the formation of the Song army was the Saint of Sorrow. There were also Dar of the Maharana clan, Saint Ceres, and Saint Seord, among many others transcendent champions. Their faces were just as tired and grim as those of the awakened soldiers. On the flanks of the vast battle formation, hordes of enthralled nightmare creatures were waiting for their mistress to give them a command. Beastmaster herself was among them, her hand resting on the scales of a hideous abomination. Her tantalizing face was even paler than usual, dark embers burning in her bewitching eyes. She was looking at the sea of enemy warriors in the distance. The formation of the Sword army was more organized and resplendent than that of the soldiers of Song. Knights of Vale stood in its center, and the Ivory Island hovered above. Master Sunless and Iko stood on the emerald grass, looking down silently. Far below, the Lord of Shadows was leaning indifferently on his fearsome Odachi, his white hair moving slightly in the wind. His demonic mask did not reveal any emotion, and there was nothing but darkness in the fierce slits of its eyes. Some distance away, Nephis was standing in front of a row of an orderly phalanx of heavily armored soldiers. Her slender figure was obscured only by the thin fabric of a light tunic, and her long sword rested easily on her shoulder. Her hair reflected the sunlight, flowing in the wind like a beautiful stream of incandescent silver. The firekeepers were just behind her. Among them, Sid was suffering silently from the unbearable heat. Letting out a sigh, she opened her canteen, drank from it greedily, then shook the flask a couple of times and dropped it on the ground. Not too far, the White Feather clan stood, ready for battle. St. Tyrus and St. Roan were in front of the awakened warriors of their clan, while their daughter, Tel, was among them. All three seemed calm, but the wind was turbulent in that part of the battlefield, betraying hidden emotions. The other saints of the Sword army were similarly tense. Saint Rivalen seemed to have lost some of his gallant poise, staring across the battlefield with a frown. Somewhere else, Jest was leaning on his cane, looking at the ground with a dark expression. For the first time in a long while, he felt too old to face the dire demands of the world ruled by the nightmare spell. His grandson, Master Mercy of the Dagonet clan, was among the soldiers of the Sword Army. Rivalan's son, Tristan, was there as well. And countless others. Countless souls were waiting for the battle to start on both sides of the white bone plain, shivering with dread and trepidation. They were waiting for the war horns to sing. For the battle to start. And for the war to end. However, the command to attack never came. Instead, two figures appeared from the rows of soldiers, walking calmly across the surface of the ancient bone as the titanic skull loomed in the distance, watching them with a silent gaze. One was a tall man with dark hair and cold, steely eyes. He was clad in heavy dark armor, emanating a suffocating aura of dominance and oppression. A vermilion cloak fluttered behind him like a wave, its vibrant color in sharp contrast with his bleak, ruthless gaze. He was Anvil of Vale, the King of Swords. The other was a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a regal red dress, walking across the vast expanse of bone with calm, mesmerizing grace. Her skin was pale like that of a corpse, and a light smile played on her crimson lips. Her raven-black hair was like a lustrous waterfall of darkness, and there was something eerie and vaguely appalling about her beautiful, enchanting eyes. She was Qi Song, the Raven Queen, the Queen of Worms. The two sovereigns walked unhurriedly across the battlefield, their human figures looking small and insignificant in comparison to the vast armies behind them, and at the same time, larger than the world itself. Eventually, they met in the middle. To one side, the towering black wall of the Hollow Mountains reached toward the sky, the jagged peaks shrouded in white mist. The colossal skull rested on the misty slopes, staring down at them like an evil omen. To the other side, Godgrave stretched into the distance. Its surface, which had once been overtaken by the scarlet jungle, was now immaculate and white, cleansed of the abominable infestations by the efforts of the two great armies. Anvil and Qi Song studied each other silently for a few moments. The king maintained a cold and harsh expression, while the queen was smiling faintly. Eventually, she was the first one to break the silence. This time, Qi Song did not use the dead youths, using her own voice to speak. Vale. Anvil responded evenly. Song. She remained silent for a bit, then chuckled suddenly. Ah. I've imagined this moment so many times, you know? Wondering what I would feel, what words I would say. But now that the moment has actually come, I find that I have nothing to say to you at all. Anvil just stared at her coldly. I can't say that I've spared you a lot of thought, myself. Qi Song smiled. Then, looking away, she let out a quiet sigh, or at least pretended to, controlling her puppet with flawless skill. After a short pause, she suddenly asked, "By any chance, do you remember the first time we met?" He pondered for a second or two, then shook his head slightly. "I don't particularly recall, no." "Was it at the academy?" Qi Song glanced at him briefly. "No. It was at the party in honor of the immortal flame, I think? We were children then. So many years have passed, and so many things have happened. The world has changed so much since then, who would have predicted how those kids would end up? How the Immortal Flame clan would end up, as well?" She paused for a moment. "Did you know that the walls of the academy were breached, by the way? For the first time since its establishment, and it wasn't by a nightmare creature. They had withstood the perils of the nightmare spell for 36 years. But they didn't withstand us." Anvil smiled coldly. "Why? Are you feeling sentimental?" Qi Song studied him for a bit, then grinned. "Can't I? You are the last friend I have in this world, after all. And after today, I will have none." He just looked at her evenly. "Were we ever friends?" "I don't think so. Then again, you'll be truly dead after today, and the dead don't need friends. So don't feel too sad." Qi Song laughed. "That's it? After all these years, after everything we've done, you really have nothing to say. Anvil shrugged. Words are meaningless. They are meaningless by now, at least, both of us have already said everything. What else is there left to say? Qi sighed. Well, you aren't wrong. Prepare to die, then. You are already no different from a corpse, so killing you will simply be mercy. Hearing these words, he smiled darkly. Funny to hear something like that from you, of all people. She lingered for a while, then smiled, as well. Yes. You are right, it is a bit funny. As she finished saying those words, the world shuddered. Chapter 22:11. Wielders of Power. However, that path did not stay open for long. A moment later, the air trembled, and was split apart as a vertical fracture cut the world. Then, it expanded, and for the first time in thousands of years, snow fell on the scorching surface of the ancient bone. As the Dream Gate opened, a raging snowstorm became visible in its towering fissure. A magnificent black palace could be vaguely seen in the billowing snow, as well as the mountain it stood upon. The clouds of snow that escaped the Dream Gate instantly melted, the water boiling and evaporating as a searing haze obscured the front rows of the Song soldiers. Anvil observed the scene calmly. Curious. How are you able to anchor the Dream Gate in the same realm it is rooted to? Qi shrugged gracefully. It is a component of the Night Garden. Why, you did not know. There was a subtle mocking note in her, but he did not react. The Night Garden, hey, makes sense. Storm God is the god of guidance and travel, after all, and that ship was made to sail the darkness of her sea. His gaze shifted from the towering rift in reality to Qi. Was that the reason why you fed the House of Night to that abomination? She lingered with the answer, then chuckled. I hoped you would show at least a little trepidation, old friend. But you are too far gone, aren't you? What will it take to make you flinch? Qi shook her head. I took the Night Garden. I took the other citadels of the Storm Sea, too. Rivergate is gone, and Bastion has fallen. My kingdom is stronger than ever before, while you don't even have enough saints to rule yours. Can you feel it, Vale? Can you feel your domain crumbling? Anvil remained silent for a few moments, looking at her impassively. Why should I care? Then, however, his expression changed subtly. Qi smile disappeared, replaced by a cold and vicious expression. Can you feel it now? He looked down at the bone surface beneath their feet, as if trying to pierce it with his gaze. His eyes darkened slightly, expressing a hint of contempt. I see, you've taken the Spine Ocean, after all. The men I sent to kill your daughters are dying, they are dead. And the citadels they ruled are now without a master. Qi looked at him silently with no particular expression, and for a moment, she looked like what she was, a flawlessly preserved, masterfully controlled corpse. Anvil met her gaze calmly. How useless. Do you feel confident now that you have amassed all that power, Song? The beautiful corpse smiled. It does feel nice. He shook his head. That has always been your blind spot. From our days at the academy until now, you have always been controlled by your sense of inferiority, and you have always pursued power to spare yourself from feeling inferior. It would have been amusing if it wasn't so pitiful, banal, and distasteful. But then again, what else would one expect from someone of your breed? Anvil looked at her coldly. Someone like you, who was born with nothing, can't really understand the meaning of power. Power has its uses, sure, but at the end of the day, power itself is meaningless. It is the person who wields it that matters. So why should I flinch? You can take the citadels of the Storm Sea, Song. You can destroy Rivergate. You can even slaughter my saints, but it won't matter. Because at the end of the day, you will still have to face me. He regarded her with a hint of disdain. And I am superior. I was forged from purer steel, and no matter how much power you gain, we will never be equals. Qi laughed quietly. She fell silent for a few moments, then faced him with melancholy in her eyes. And only someone like you can really think that I was born with nothing. As the cold winds of Ravenheart blew across the sweltering expanse of Godgrave, she took a deep breath and then looked up at the merciless grey sky. "Were you forged from purer steel than broken sword, too?" A shadow ran across Anvil's face. He answered evenly. "Naturally." Kisong smiled. "Is that why you had to make a deal with the Dream Spawn? I guess your steel was not pure enough to defeat someone of his breed, yourself." Anvil answered her smile with a cold one of his own. "You make it sound as if you weren't there, killing him with me. Why, do you regret it now? Do you wish you made a different choice?" She shook her head slowly. "No, you and I both know that it was necessary. Just like erasing all traces of immortal flame was necessary. If someone seems to be having regrets, it's you, Vale. Otherwise, you would not have allowed his daughter to grow into someone neither of us can easily eliminate." Kisong looked at him calmly. "I'll correct your mistake after you die, though. Don't worry." As she said those words, a subtle smell of iron suddenly permeated the air, and Anvil's oppressive presence grew much deeper and terrifyingly sharp, as if it had finally awoken after slumbering all this time. He shook his head. "For someone who supposedly had nothing to say, you sure talked a lot. Enough. Let us solve this once and for all. Let us see who is worthy of wearing the crown." Lowering her head for a moment, Kisong smiled. "Farewell, Vale." Anvil summoned his helmet, and his voice rustled in the wind like the clamor of a myriad of blades. "Farewell to you, too, Song." A hurricane of scarlet sparks drowned the world. Chapter 22:12. Battle Royal. There was the groan of stone, and then, the towering main gates of the Black Palace opened wide for the first time in countless years. Beyond the gates nestled deep, dreadful darkness. A moment later, grotesque shapes emerged from the darkness and entered into the light, moving indifferently through the lethal cold of the snowstorm. A vast, seemingly endless river of marching dead was flowing out of the Black Palace, across the stone bridge, and into the towering fissure of the Dream Gate. There were nightmare creatures of all shapes and forms in that river, as well as countless humans. The puppets differed from each other in shape, in size, but a few of them were far more terrifying than all the rest. Those were the puppets made from the corpses of slain titans. As the hurricane of scarlet sparks was giving birth to a vast storm of swords, the first of the titans passed through the Dream Gate, stepping onto the surface of the dead god's breastbone. The world quaked under its footsteps. The dead that stood in front of the sword army had seemed like a legion, but now that the icy halls of Ravenheart opened, their numbers suddenly looked paltry and insignificant. The soldiers of both armies watched in stunned silence as the endless procession of the Queen's puppets marched from the billowing snow, the flow of them never ceasing until an entire army of the dead flooded the bone plain, all of them staring at the boundless clouds of swords with eerie, empty gazes. The titans towered above them like grotesque mountains of flesh, some of them so gargantuan that they had barely squeezed through the immense fissure of the Dream Gate. The sea of puppets faced the storm of swords, with two sovereigns facing each other in the middle. It was then that the soldiers of the two great armies finally realized what it meant, and what was about to happen. The two gods of humanity were going to clash, and fight each other until one of them was dead. Some soldiers shuddered from relief, realizing that they would not enter battle today. Others simply looked at the astonishing scene in silent awe. More still were terrified, knowing that mortals like them were not fit to see gods fight. The battles of Transcendent had already threatened to reap their lives as collateral damage. What kind of calamity would be unleashed when Supremes clashed? Somewhere in the battle formation of the Song army, Revel and Moonveil suddenly appeared out of thin air, carried to Godgrave by one of the Song Saints after returning to the waking world from the darkness of the Spine Ocean. Both were bloodied and battered, Revel especially, her mangled body covered in countless wounds. As someone ran to bring the healers, she fell to one knee and looked up with a pale face. Her eyes widened. The corpses of the four sword saints they had brought with them moved, rising from the ground to join the army of the dead. Across the sea of the puppets and the storm of swords, in the formation of the sword army, Summer Knight appeared in a similar fashion. His body was in a better state than those of the Queen's daughters, but his gaze was bleak and dark, devoid of its usual shine. He looked at the battlefield silently, then lowered his gaze, lingered for a few long moments, and then summoned his armor and his weapons. Almost at the same time, 7 dreadful swords fell from the sky, stopping to hover behind Anvil. He raised an arm, and one of them landed into his hand. The world itself seemed to shift, as if being bent and torn by the eerie grey blade. Qisong looked at the terrifying sword calmly. "I see you are still a consummate collector. A sacred blade, is it?" Anvil lowered his head, the vermilion plume of his helmet moving slightly. His indifferent voice sounded even as he answered, aiming the sword at the unarmed queen. "It's still a disappointment, but it will do. At least I'm not in the habit of playing with dead dolls." Qisong laughed, her voice drowning in the rustle of countless swords. "I have some living dolls, as well." With that, her smile dimmed, replaced by a cold and dark expression. Fearsome, predatory crimson flames ignited in her eyes. "These toys won't save you." A moment later, she was suddenly in front of Anvil. Her bare hand crashed into his breastplate, denting it. Her fingers left deep grooves on the enchanted metal, almost tearing through it. The force of her blow was fearsome enough to produce a devastating shockwave, pushing the King of Swords a couple steps back. At the same time, the sea of puppets surged forward like a tide. The storm of swords had blotted out the radiant grey sky, casting a deep shadow on the battlefield. Now, the swords plummeted from the height, as if the sky itself was falling on the dead army. The flying swords shone as they fell, reflecting the blinding light, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire world was aflame. When the cloud of steel collided with the tide of the dead, the burning world seemed to shatter. The power of the impacts was so immense that they produced blinding flashes of light and waves of unbearable heat. Some of the puppets were torn apart, while some were severely damaged. However, more still dodged or deflected the flying swords, moving with the cold and calculated skill of sublime warriors. A skill like that was a harrowing weapon in the hands of a being who controlled the mighty body of a nightmare creature. After all, it was the skill and intellect that gave the weak humans a chance in battles against the abominable vessels of corruption. And more harrowing still was the fact that the flesh of many puppets cut by the sword simply mended itself, erasing most of the damage. They were not living beings, after all. And since the queen could control her puppets intricately enough to make them rot or restore themselves from being rotten, she could erase these cuts, as well. As the heat, the light, and the weakened shockwaves reached the two armies, the soldiers backed away, horrified by the cataclysmic collision. The colossal skull watched silently, though, having witnessed far more dreadful battles. Chapter 22:13. 100,000 deaths. The Sea of the Dead and the celestial river of rustling swords had intertwined into a vast storm of devastation, with mangled pieces of severed flesh and shards of shattered metal obscuring the battlefield like a chilling haze. The bone plane continued to tremble as if from a powerful earthquake, the violent tremors throwing countless soldiers to the ground. The cacophony of the unfathomable battle was overwhelming and deafening, and the winds it had given birth to were strong enough to make the awakened warriors stagger and sway. It seemed as if the sky itself would break apart and fall, or rather, overflow with incandescent radiance, countless rays of incinerating sunlight pouring through the breaches in the cloud to annihilate the cowering armies. However, the cloud veil still held, perhaps because the sovereigns had chosen to preserve it, perhaps because St. Tyrus of White Feather still struggled to maintain it. The sovereigns themselves were like two tiny specks in the vast, calamitous carnage of the world-ending confrontation. And yet, it was impossible to miss them even in the mayhem. Wherever the two collided, the storm of swords was torn apart, and the sea of puppets receded, leaving countless pulverized corpses in its wake. Qisong and Anvil fought on the ground, and they fought in the air. The power of their blows was so devastating that air itself was displaced and burned away, creating vast pockets of vacuum above the quaking battlefield. The wind rushed to fill the void, causing hurricane gales and furious twisters to move across the surface of the ancient bone, and deafening thunderclaps rolling above it. Few were able to discern the details of the royal battle, but those who could saw Anvil defending himself with his 7 dreadful swords as Qisong attacked with her bare hands like a fierce beast. Her movements were so fast that it seemed as if she simply disappeared from one spot to appear in another, sometimes nearby, sometimes hundreds of meters away. The king was like a statue of black steel, his fluttering cloak and the plume of his helmet framing it with brushes of vibrant vermilion. The queen was like a beautiful goddess of blood, her regal dress flowing like a vivid red stream in the shadow cast by the myriad of flying swords. Two great wings tore through the porcelain skin of her back, spreading open as drops of crimson blood fell from the black feathers. Anvil's armor bent and rippled as Ki Song's nails pushed and cut into the mystical metal. However, it repaired itself as swiftly as it was damaged, remaining immaculate and pristine, for now, at least, the queen had not been able to make the king bleed. Which was why he was still alive, perhaps, considering that her dormant ability allowed Ki Song to aggravate any wound. That ability had been slow, but deadly when she was a sleeper. Now that she was supreme, the smallest scratch received in her presence could very well mean instant death. That was why Anvil chose a steady and methodical sword technique, concentrating on defense while manipulating the indestructible metal of his enchanted heavy armor to maintain its flawless integrity. However, even though he was mostly defending himself against the queen's attacks, each of them seemingly devastating enough to erase entire settlements off the map, that was not all Anvil did. His 6 dreadful swords were moving around him, creating a rustling sphere of metal. The 7th, the most terrifying of them all, rested solidly in his hand. The cursed blade parried and deflected Ki Song's blows, shooting forward from time to pierce her flesh. The queen seemed wary of the cursed sword, however, she did not put too much effort into avoiding its touch. Time and time again, Anvil's sword cut her. The ruthless blade tore through Ki Song savagely, dealing her harrowing wounds. Or rather, it should have. Strangely enough, though, no wounds were left on the queen's body when the sword retreated after delivering her a fatal blow. It was as if she was a ghost made of water, or maybe blood, and the grey steel simply passed through her without leaving a trace. If one was very attentive, however, and possessed the inhuman ability to pass through the calamitous chaos of the great battle with their mind, taking all of it in at the same time, they would have noticed a curious detail. Every time Ki Song received a lethal wound and ignored it without as much as a wince, one of her puppets far below fell to the ground, its body gruesomely severed. Anvil did not seem surprised by what was happening at all. Deflecting another attack and pushing Ki Song's hand away, he sent one of the 6 flying swords barreling forward. The queen was a split second too late to react, and the cold steel passed through her slender neck. She should have been beheaded, but instead, there was not even a mark left on her skin. Her other arm shot forward, striking Anvil in the chest. The world shuddered from the dire power of her blow, and the obliterating shockwave rolled upward, threatening to disrupt the veil of radiant clouds. The king sneered behind the dark steel of his helmet. "This is going to be tedious." He mended his armor a moment after it was almost torn by Ki Song's hand, then raised his own, grabbing the second of the 7 terrifying swords from the air. Wielding 2 blades now, Anvil effortlessly switched from his defensive battle art to a reckless, aggressive style that abandoned caution in favor of an overwhelming offensive might. His black figure exploded forward, flying across the sky with dreadful speed. The 2 of them collided high above the battlefield, raising a hurricane with the sheer dreadful force of the thunderous impact. "How many of these puppets do you have, now? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands?" "Well, it doesn't matter. I'll kill you 100,000 times if that is what it takes." Ki Song laughed. "I wish I could enjoy killing you 100,000 times, as well." With that, she pushed one of the swords away, battered another one to the side with her fist, and grappled Anvil in the air. Her raven wings pushed against the blinding sky, and then, both of them plummeted from the height, falling toward the bone plane. Ki Song rammed Anvil into the ground with harrowing force, making the entire plane shudder. A powerful quake threw thousands of soldiers off their feet, and the ancient bone fractured, thousands of sharp shards flying in all directions like a vast cloud of spreading shrapnel. Standing among the soldiers of the sword domain, the Lord of Shadows looked down and stared at one of the bone shards rolling to his feet. His fearsome mask remained expressionless. "Crazy bastards. They are actually breaking the bone." Chapter 22:14. Dark and cold. Sunny was not feeling too brave at the moment himself. Leaning on the hilt of his odachi while the tip of its blade rested on the ground, he was observing the battle intently. His black mask remained expressionless, but the man behind it had a grim expression on his face. The soldiers were merely witnessing the clash, after all. They were frightened by the obliterating forces that the two sovereigns were unleashing, but what they feared was becoming collateral damage in the dreadful fight, at most. Sunny, however, would soon be facing these monsters in battle himself. He would experience the indescribable terror of their inhuman power himself. So, his wariness was far less theoretical. Too strong, too fast. The sovereigns were indeed far beyond any saint. Even Sunny, who was a transcendent titan, was not anywhere near their level of strength. He was struggling to follow their movements with his eyes, and any one of the countless harrowing blows they rained upon each other would have left his body broken and mangled. Their power was simply tyrannical. However, in and of itself, it was not too terrible. He had faced and killed plenty of great nightmare creatures, after all, to the point that fighting them ceased to feel like the stuff of dark and dreadful legends. Many of them had been faster and stronger than Counsel and Anvil were, capable of toppling mountains and reshaping landscapes with their blows. They had died under his blade nonetheless. There was a different plane to the battle between the sovereigns, though, one that few could perceive. Sunny could not perceive it, either, but he knew that it was happening out there, in the vast storm of rustling swords, reshaping reality itself. Just as the king and the queen were engaged in a physical battle, their wills were battling each other, as well. Perhaps Anvil's impossibly durable armor was only remaining whole because he willed it to be. Because Counson's bare hands could bend and break the armor because she wanted them to. The sea of puppets and the hurricane of swords were merely extensions of their mortal bodies, as well. They were expressions of their dire power. Every time a flying sword pierced a dead puppet, and each time dead hands closed around the cold steel of a flying sword, the two wills clashed with each other, too. He was not knowledgeable enough about the will, but he was sure that the sovereigns were wielding it with just as much skill as they would any weapon. And just like a weapon, the will was a deadly tool in their hands. Perhaps the real battle was happening on that conceptual plane, unseen by all except the two supremes themselves. There was another level to their clash, as well, one that made Sunny's head ache. It was the clash between the domains of the two sovereigns, which had some effect both on how much strength they could express, and how sharp their will could become. Perhaps. He was not sure. Counsel had decided to have the battle on the breastbone reach, which was a strange choice. Here was the territory of the King of Swords. After all, she was surrounded by his domain from all sides, which had to be a great disadvantage, stifling her power. However, just before they clashed, everything changed. Sunny could not quite perceive it, but he did sense it, a subtle shift in the very nature of the world around them. It must have happened because somewhere far below, Revel finally conquered the Spine Ocean Citadel, Counsel gained more authority over Godgrave, and the boundary of her own land pushed against Anvil's sphere of influence from the depths of the Dark Ocean. And then there was the Dream Gate, which seemed to have opened to the snowy vista of Ravenheart, somehow. Sunny knew that the Dream Gate served as conduits of supreme power. Whenever they appeared, the surrounding land became a part of the sovereign's domain. That was how Anvil and Counsel were able to bring their domains to the waking world during the Chain of Nightmares and eliminate the Gate Guardians that had emerged during the Battle of the Black Skull. Ravenheart was now directly connected to Godgrave, spreading the Queen's influence to this godforsaken land, most likely. So, a fragile equilibrium was formed, with the two sovereigns fighting on the boundary where their domains pushed against each other, creating neutral ground. Sunny had to keep all that in mind. He had to watch and wait, and when both of the sovereigns exhausted their powers, he would have to enter the fray and face their chilling, tyrannical power himself. Side by side with Nephis, of course. Would they really be able to win? Well, now, they had no choice. Because they had already made it. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of that choice pressing down on him like a crushing burden. For a moment, Sunny allowed himself to be weak and unsure. He felt sick. He felt disgusted with himself. I am the most hypocritical person in the world, aren't I? Two worlds, even. That was because the moment Nephis had chosen the path of no return, leaving herself no other option but to defeat the sovereigns and become one herself, she had made a choice for the countless mundane humans living in the Sword and Song domains, as well. And Sunny. Sunny was her willing accomplice. Should they fail, millions of people would die. Opening his eyes, Sunny looked at the unfathomable carnage of the great battle in front of him. The scale of it let him reel. I can't fail, then. I simply can't. He gritted his teeth. Just as always, Weaver's mask betrayed no emotion. But the shadows throughout the Sword army suddenly grew deeper and colder. Endlessly deep and infinitely cold. Chapter 22:15. Illinois Principe. The frayed threads moved as if possessing a life of their own, however, repairing the tears a moment later. The wings were mended, as well, only to be broken once again, and mend themselves once more. Using that brief lull in the onslaught of attacks, Anvil rushed forward with impossible speed. His twin swords fell like the blades of a guillotine, one aimed at her neck, the other at her abdomen. This time, there was something different about the way the sharp steel hissed as it cut the air, as if the swords were not simply cutting space, but slicing the fabric of reality itself apart. Qi looked up fiercely just before the two blades fell on her kneeling figure. Instead of seeking to avoid them, she shot forward. A cloud of bone shards exploded backward from under her foot, and as a blinding flash drowned the battlefield for a moment, she collided with Anvil at a dreadful speed. The force of the impact made the world tremble. Anvil retracted his swords at the last possible moment, leaving two deep cuts on Qi arms before blocking her palm with the crossed blades. A hurricane rose, cleaving the storm of rustling swords apart, and the devastating shockwave sent thousands of puppets flying. This time, however, no puppet received the wound for the puppet master. The cut remained on the queen's porcelain skin, swelling with crimson blood. As Anvil slid dozens of meters back, and she rushed forward to pursue, a vicious smile twisted her lips. "I will sharp enough to cut the world." A moment later, her delicate hands descended upon the king like a crushing tide. A litany of deafening thunderclaps consumed the battlefield, fusing into a continuous roar. Qi graceful figure seemed to blink in and out of existence as she moved around Anvil, delivering 100 devastating blows from all directions in less than a second. The bone plane quaked. A soul vast enough to encompass the heavens. With a snarl, she delivered one last blow, the most dreadful of them yet. 5 of Anvil's swords were batted away, and he blocked her soft palm with the last 2 blades. The impact was so terrible that a furious explosion blossomed from the point where her skin touched the cold steel, washing the world in light and flame. Anvil withstood the attack calmly, but a deep crack spread through the ancient bone from beneath his feet, cutting it like an ugly scar. Qi laughed as she danced away from his retaliation, her red dress flowing behind her like a stream of blood. A heart cold enough to extinguish the flames of hell. As he lost his balance and fell, she lunged forward with a wicked smile. "Aren't you a marvel to behold, Vale?" Scattering the 5 swords with a powerful wave of her mighty black wings, she mounted Anvil like a beast, raised her hands, and clenched them into fists. A monarch among monarchs. The first of the obliterating blows fell down upon him, causing more thunder, more light, more heat. The blades of the swords Anvil used to protect himself were already glowing red. Somewhere else on the battlefield, the dead titans were standing like tall mountains in the storm of flying swords. The lesser puppets were shredded and cut down, but these colossal abominations were too vast, too dreadful, and too powerful to be destroyed easily. They walked across the bone plain, converging slowly on the spot where the 2 sovereigns were locked in a deadly brawl, and the world itself shook under their footsteps. The storm of swords raged, aiming to bar their path and destroy them. Each of the gargantuan abominations was surrounded by a great maelstrom of rustling steel, countless sharp blades shredding their flesh in a vain attempt to bring the giants down. However, the body of a titan, even a dead one, was as resilient as it was colossal. Some were covered by unbreakable armor, some by thick layers of impossibly tough hide. Some were like crawling mountains of misshapen flesh, all damage dealt to it healing in a matter of moments. Despite the harrowing force the flying swords unleashed, the titans did not fall, and neither did they stop. Up to a point. The hurricane of swords suddenly twisted, the myriad of blades forming countless runes around the marching giants. Then, the runes ignited with an ominous scarlet glow, and streams of ethereal red light connected them like rivers. The scarlet rivers formed nets that surrounded the titans, or cages, perhaps. The bars of the sorceress cages were intangible, and yet, the gargantuan abomination crashed into them as if they were made from solid metal. The bone plane shuddered as the dead giants collided against the rays of scarlet light, staggered, and came to a halt. Some distance away, Anvil was still unharmed under the barrage of Kisong's fierce attacks. Even though the surface of the ancient bone around them was riddled with cracks, his dark armor remained intact, and his body remained unbroken. Laying on the ground, he sneered coldly. "I am." A moment later, 5 of the 7 dreadful swords pierced Kisong's body from behind, while the 6th pierced her heart. Anvil released its hilt, wrapped his fingers around her neck, and shot into the sky, dragging her with him. A marvel to behold, a monarch among monarchs, and so much more. As they soared high enough to almost touch the cloud veil, he turned the visor of his helmet to Kisong and said with a hint of indifference in his cold, ruthless voice, "What are you?" With that, he strained his muscles and tossed Kisong down. She plummeted through the hurricane of swords like a crimson comet, being pierced and cut. A moment later, the strike of the 7th sword, the cursed sword, caught up with her, tearing the hurricane apart. Kisong impacted the ground with a force so terrible that the shockwave produced by her fall not only tossed the surrounding puppets down, but actually ripped them to pieces. Those closest to her were pulverized into clouds of crimson haze, while those further away were merely torn into tiny pieces of flesh. A vast net of cracks snaked through the surface of the ancient bone, surrounding her like a dark spider web. At the heart of that web, Kisong struggled to stand up. The 6 swords, however, were still lodged in her body, impaling her and keeping her bent to the ground. Anvil landed a few steps away and walked toward her, raising the 7th sword. His voice echoed from behind the black steel of his helmet. "You are nothing." Kisong let out a raspy chuckle. "Aren't you the kind of man to fear nothing, though?" Before the cursed sword could fall, the enchanting figure of the queen seemed to blur as she assumed her transcendent form. A moment later, a great flood of crimson blood rushed forward, escaping the cage of 6 terrifying swords and threatening to consume Anvil. Chapter 22:16. Crimson River. It seemed impossible that so much blood had been contained within the small and fragile vessel of a human body, and yet, reality was undeniable. Anvil had met Kisong's devastating blows without flinching, but he seemed reluctant to allow the crimson tide to touch him. As soon as Kisong assumed her transcendent form, scarlet runes ignited on his black armor, and he used his powers to levitate back, instantly creating distance between them. The blood river breached that distance in the blink of an eye, though, covering hundreds of meters in a split second. Anvil continued to retreat, using his 7 blades to create a shimmering sphere of steel around him. As he soared into the sky and the crimson wave pursued, it swallowed countless flying swords. Moments later, the swords dissolved within it, breaking down into streams of scarlet sparks. The sparks were then absorbed by the glistening blood, leaving no trace behind. From a distance, it looked as if a glistening crimson ribbon was dancing fluidly in the air, gliding through the storm of swords. It was just that the immense scale of that ribbon was hard to fathom. Its surface shone with a beautiful red glow when the sunlight fell on it, and anyone who saw that glow felt their own blood start to boil. Sunny felt it, as well. Bloodweave seemed to respond to the presence of the queen, rushing through his veins at greater speed than before. His heartbeat accelerated. They're going to obliterate the entire plane. The Titans were still struggling to free themselves of the sorceress cages. The fury of their devastating struggle made the battlefield quake, and the surface of the ancient bone was slowly chipping under their feet, for those of the dead giants who had feet, of course. The clash between the sovereigns themselves was even more tyrannical. As Anvil escaped the glistening river of blood, unleashing 1,000 enchantments to harm it, he plummeted to the ground several times, only turning to fly along the surface at the last possible moment. Kisong seemed less agile in the immensity of her destructive transcendent form, though, so she couldn't turn quite as sharply. Instead, the flood of blood simply crashed into ancient bone with the force of a devastating tsunami, if that tsunami was brimming with supreme soul essence, wielded the will, and consisted entirely of blood that belonged to a descendant of Beast God, who was the god of blood, as well. Each time, the crimson tide drowned a portion of the battlefield and then reformed itself, leaving the battlefield broken. A deep, reverberating groan resounded from somewhere deep underground, and Sunny saw a crack snake across the surface of the ancient bone. It almost reached the point where the 7th Royal Legion was positioned, the soldiers paralyzed by shock and awe of the deific battle. Many of them were already sprawled on the ground, unable to keep their balance in the middle of the violent earthquake, but Rain was still standing. Sunny, who hid in her shadow, was far more powerful than any of the Song soldiers. However, even he was stunned by the harrowing violence the sovereigns had unleashed to kill each other. And they were only starting. Too powerful. NY. Sue. Sunny. The voice was almost too weak to hear, but he did. It resounded inside his head, muffled and distant, but still undeniably familiar. Sunny stirred. Cassie? Can you speak again? There was a long pause, and then her voice came to him again. The Queen seems to be distracted, a little. So, her grasp has grown a little loose. I still can't reach anyone else, but you, close. Sunny was indeed close to Cassie. This incarnation of his was, at least, no more than 100 meters away from the spot where she stood side by side with Sishan. So, it was easy to understand why she could reach him with her powers, but not anyone else. He had so many questions, and not enough time to ask them all. So, he asked the most important question first. Are you all right? Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, though, the deafening burden of her silence was broken. Fine. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Her voice grew a little louder, as if she was straining to make herself heard. Listen, important. The Queen's ascended ability, transference. She can transfer any harm dealt to her body to one of the other puppets. Untethered from it, every puppet she controls can become her primary vessel. He froze. Not too far away, the Lord of Shadows sighed and looked around subtly. The warriors of the Sword Army were all clutching the ground, and his was the only figure that remained standing in that section of the battle formation, still leaning lazily on his black odachi as his white hair fluttered in the fierce wind. That's pretty terrible news. How are we supposed to kill her, then? I am sure she has countless puppets squirreled away in every corner of the world. His thoughts turned somber. The fact that Kisong could transfer damage to her puppets was already bad enough, however, the fact that she could not be killed until all her puppets were destroyed was much worse. Even if they somehow managed to obliterate every puppet present on the battlefield and cut down the Queen herself, she would still continue to exist somewhere else. He started to consider the consequences of Kisong remaining alive after the battle. If they managed to attain supremacy, killed Anvil, and devastated her army of puppets, well, getting rid of her for good would still be possible. It would just take a lot of time and effort. The sword domain would fall into Nefer's hands. They would be poised to take control of most citadels in the Song domain, as well. Not all was lost. His thoughts were interrupted by Cass's voice. There is still a way to kill her. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Her flaw. As if reading his thoughts, Cassie spoke again. She cares about her daughters. Kisong can escape, but they won't be able to. We can exploit for the weakness. Sunny sighed. It made a vile, morbid kind of sense. So, Cassie wanted to force the Queen to fight until the end to save her daughters. It was a dirty strategy, no doubt. But it could work. At least if Cassie was correct and Kisong's affection for her daughters was stronger than her desire to survive. He cautiously extended his shadow sense toward Sishan, considering her graceful figure for a moment. All right. I will inform Nephis. The moment they would have to act was swiftly approaching. He hoped that they would win. He hoped that the others had done their part, as well. Something else? Cass's distant voice sounded strangely reserved. It is about Broken Sword. The real reason he had to die. Sunny listened intently, waiting for her to continue. When she did, time seemed to stop for a moment. That was definitely not what Sunny had ever expected to hear. Reaching to him with her power, Cassie said, "It was because of Weaver." Chapter 22:17. Forbidden Fruit. Weaver? That sinister demon? What could a dead demon have to do with Broken Sword's murder? As the bone plane groaned and quaked under the calamitous onslaught of supreme power, he lingered for a moment, then asked incredulously, "What the hell do you mean, because of Weaver?" Cassie responded a few heartbeats later, her voice sounding louder. The Queen, it seemed, was growing more distracted, allowing the blind seer to express her powers better. Broken Sword was inconsolable after Smile of Heaven perished. He convinced himself that she was still alive, lost somewhere in a nightmare. He grew obsessed with challenging the seed that had spawned the Category 5 gate in America, and to do that, he had to accumulate power, great power, as much power as he could. Sunny frowned, digesting what he heard. The truth of Broken Sword's later years was startling enough. But what did Weaver have to do with any of it? Cassie paused for a moment, then added, "The members of his cohort were all special. Smile of Heaven, Anvil, Kisong, Asterion, they all possessed a divine lineage. But he did not. So, he ventured to do what Kisong had done and find a lineage memory of his own. The only lineage that was still unclaimed, the lineage of Shadow God." Sunny stirred in Rain's shadow. Far away, the Lord of Shadows tilted his head a little. Even Master Sunless blinked a few times, allowing surprise to show itself on his face. Shadow God's lineage? Cass's voice resounded in his head a moment later. Yes. He searched far and wide, but he failed to discover the traces of Shadow. Instead, he found something else. A piece of a forbidden lineage left behind in secret by one of the diamonds. Something that should not even exist, but apparently does, or did back then, at least. Broken Sword claimed that lineage, inheriting some part of Weaver, the demon of fate. Sunny forgot to breathe. What? If he had been stunned before, he felt shocked now. It was as if someone had struck him in the head. Broken Sword found one of the weaves. And Cassie had waited so long to tell him. Wait. Cass's dormant ability only saw Sunny as a void. She could not remember anything she had known about him in the past, either, so she probably did not even know that Sunny himself had Weaver's blood running in his veins. No one did. Cassie wouldn't have known the importance of that knowledge. Wait, Broken Sword had a part of Weaver's lineage. Feeling rattled and confused, Sunny took a deep breath. Weaver's lineage, I see. Why is that important? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then answered quietly. I am not entirely sure, but it was the fact that he had come to possess the forbidden lineage that convinced Anvil, Asterion, and Kisong to betray him. There were plenty of other reasons, too, but this one was the decisive one, as well as the one that seemed to have forced their hand. For some reason, those of divine lineages could not tolerate Broken Sword's existence after he became Weaver's heir. And so, they killed him. Sunny shivered. This was a disconcerting piece of news to learn. Wasn't he much more of an heir to Weaver than Broken Sword had been? He had not one, but 3 parts of Weaver's lineage by now. Would those who had inherited the lineage of the gods target him for some unknown reason one day, as well? Sunny inhaled deeply. Suddenly, he was overcome by an ominous feeling. It was not a premonition, exactly, since his intuition had lost its mystical edge when his connection to fate was severed. However, Sunny had enough experience and knowledge by now to develop a 6th sense of his own. Learning that the sovereigns had turned on Broken Sword because of Weaver's lineage was definitely sounding alarms in his head. Damn great! Sunny wanted to ask another question, but at that moment, a deafening crack washed over the Song army, and the Sword army, as well. The ground shuddered once more, this time more violently than it had ever done before. Rain finally lost her balance and fell, hitting the ground with a startled yelp. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the Lord of Shadows grunted and swayed, finally straightening and raising his odachi to put it on his shoulder. The soldiers around him were all on the ground, looking around in dazed confusion. Slowly, their features were twisted by fear. His cold voice escaped from behind Weaver's mask, full of aloof indifference. "Don't fret. There's nothing to worry about." In front of the two cowering armies, the harrowing battle between the two sovereigns had entered a new, utterly inconceivable stage. The forces unleashed by their confrontation were so dire that the breastbone of the dead god itself was struggling to withstand them. New cracks formed on the surface of the bone plane, and the cracks that had been there before deepened. And then, after an especially calamitous blow, the cracks began to widen and grow uncontrollably, as if a point of no return had been passed. The initial noise of the battlefield breaking had been drowned out by the thunderous roar of the impact, but now, everyone could both hear and sense the ground below them shifting. The crack that was near the 7th Royal Legion extended in an instant, cutting all the way to the edge of the breastbone reach. It widened, too, and a few unfortunate soldiers plummeted down into the darkness. Damnation! Most people could not feel it, but Sonny could. His shadow sense extended far and wide, as well as penetrating deep. More importantly, he had an aerial view of the battlefield from the Ivory Island. Therefore, he could see the spider web of deep cracks spreading across the entire plain, stretching all the way down to the hollows. As Rain rolled and rose to one knee, looking at the dark fissure of the jagged crack, she saw a thick, scarlet vine rise from the darkness and attach itself to the splintered bone. Chapter 22:18. Deep Grey Sky. However, they weren't the only ones affected by the cataclysmic tyranny of the deific confrontation. Deep below them, in the dim twilight of the hollows, the ancient jungle was in turmoil as well. The nightmare creatures dwelling in the darkness stirred, disturbed by the inconceivable fury of the clash between the two sovereigns. The aftershocks of the battle had reached even the hollows, sending the abominations into a frenzy. The jungle itself seemed to have come alive, as if sensing a threat. Or a feast, perhaps. Knowing that he would have to face the sovereigns himself, Sonny had been watching them fight intently. However, his shadow sense reached far and wide. He paid attention to what was happening in the hollows, as well. So, he was quite possibly the only person on the bone plane who knew what was happening in the hollows at the moment. That was the reason he was one of the first to understand what the sovereigns had done. Crazy bastards. The king and the queen actually managed to break the bone plane. Perhaps he should not have been surprised, knowing that Anvil had already cut a fissure in the dome of the hollows once, but back then, during the fight against condemnation, it had been the result of a conscious action that demanded a great amount of effort, preparation, and a grand act of sorcery. This time, the dead god's bone was broken simply from the strain of serving as a battlefield for the two murderous supremes. And the damage wasn't contained to a minor fissure, either. Instead, a net of countless cracks snaked across the northern end of the titanic breastbone, making it look like shattered glass. And all these cracks led to the hollows, which boiled with frenzied activity. The ancient jungle of Godgrave had been starved of sunlight as of late. The human armies had banished it beneath the surface and kept burning the crawling vines, thus breaking the cycle that allowed the abominable ecosystem of the hollows to thrive. Without the scarlet infestation spreading to the surface, the ancient jungle was denied the nutrients it needed to sustain itself. The consequences were not showing yet, but they would turn grave before too long. The jungle starved, and therefore, the dreadful abominations dwelling under its canopy were starving as well. That was why the jungle, and the abominations too, rushed to the surface when countless cracks split the dome of the hollows open. Damn it! Get up! Prepare for battle! Sunna's hiss sent Rain scrambling to get up. All around her, the warriors of the 7th Royal Legion were trying to stand despite the quaking ground too. Sishan's voice broke through the cacophony of the apocalyptic battle. Formation! Face the cracks! Fire! But it was already too late. The single vine that had extended from the crack a few moments ago had already turned into 100. All across the length of the jagged fissure, the tendrils of the ancient jungle were crawling out of darkness, attaching themselves to the sun-bleached surface of the bone. And there were more than one fissure around. The tide of scarlet infestation really looked like frothing blood that swelled and spilled out of deep cuts, flowing endlessly. Of course, the vines were merely a herald of what was about to come, great bridges that the jungle had risen to connect the depths of hollows to the sunlit surface. A moment later, a hideous head rose above the edge of the nearest fissure, and a great beast pushed its massive body onto the bone plain. Rain stared at it with wide eyes, terrified, then drew her bow with a trembling hand. Of course, her arrow bounced off the dark hide of the monstrous creature without leaving even a scratch on it. Things were even worse in the formation of the Sword Army. Their enemy was located closer to the edge of the titanic breastbone, which meant that the hollows were quite shallow there. After all, the subterranean hell did not extend to the very wall of the dead god's sternum. In fact, the position of the Song Army was only partially above the hollows, the rest of it standing on nothing but solid bone. The Sword Army was not as lucky. Since it was positioned further south, there was nothing by the dark expanse of the abominable jungle below the warriors of the Sword Domain. Therefore, they were going to face more horrors. They would also be surrounded from all sides, while the warriors of Song would be safe from rear attacks, at least. Not that it mattered. Neither side was going to escape the onslaught of the Scarlet Tide unscathed, if they could escape it at all. What do I do? As the Lord of Shadows, Sunny was in the thick of it. He could rush to help the soldiers, slaying as many nightmare creatures as he could. But he also had to wait for the perfect moment to attack the sovereigns. If he was too late, one of them would kill the other and grow infinitely more powerful. If he did not wait long enough, neither of the Supremes would have exhausted their strength, and fighting both of them would be suicidal. He could not allow himself to get distracted. Seeing a train-sized centipede crawl out of a deep crack and loom over a dozen awakened soldiers, the entire length of its underbelly opening to reveal one ghastly, endless maw, Sunny cursed and dove into the shadows. Emerging from them a split second later, he lashed out with his Odachi. The thick red carapace of the centipede was cut cleanly, and the upper third of its monumental body was severed from the rest of the monstrous creature. The severed third fell to the ground with a deafening boom, and twisted, already scurrying to swallow its first victim. The lower two-thirds continued to emerge from the crack, seemingly unconcerned with losing the entire upper portion. Sunny wasted a split second to stare at the abomination, appalled. All around him, more nightmare creatures than he could count were climbing to the surface, many, if not most, no less dreadful than the giant centipede. His gaze turned even darker than it had been before. A drop of blood fell from the blade of the Odachi and broke against the weathered bone. Curse it all! Chapter 22:19. Shattered earth, breaking sky. A storm of rustling swords blotted out the sky, unleashing a devastating rain of slaying steel upon the sea of living corpses that flooded the blood-soaked reaches of the shattered bone plain. Grotesque figures of towering titans were straining to break the chains of sorcery that bound them. The ground quaked like a wounded beast convulsing in the throes of death, and a violent litany of deafening noises seemed to shake the very foundation of the world. Two demigods continued their mortal battle high above the fractured battlefield, observed in silence by the distant, evil omen of the dead god's skull. Far below, on the broken ground, a scarlet flood was flowing from the black cracks like bloody foam. The ancient jungle was rising from the dim twilight of the hollows, starved for light and warmth. With it, countless harrowing abominations crawled to the surface, driven into a dreadful frenzy by the fury of the great battle and the tantalizing scent of human souls. Even Sunny, who had seen a hell or two throughout his life, felt somewhat shaken by the scope and scale of the disastrous calamity, as well as by its astonishing nature. He could not even imagine what the ordinary soldiers felt. The two human armies were on the verge of being consumed by the dreadful tide of nightmare creatures. However, the veterans of the Great War were a tough tribe. They had not lost their minds to fear, even in the middle of a seemingly apocalyptic disaster. The Saints had regained their composure first, moving to intercept the most dangerous of the emerging abominations while barking orders at the paralyzed Masters. The Masters followed the orders, mechanically at first, as if simply out of habit, then with a growing sense of purposeful determination. They rallied the awakened soldiers and joined them in defending against the chilling flood of nightmare creatures. Despite that, the death toll was heavy in those first few moments. Then, as the two armies rose to face the liberated jungle, it lessened somewhat, but it was still of no use. Sunny, whose incarnations allowed him a perfect view of what was happening on both sides of the battlefield, could see it clearly. One incarnation was among the soldiers of the Sword Army, one was among the soldiers of Song, and one was watching it all from a great height. There were too many cracks, and the nightmare creatures crawling out of them were too powerful. These weren't the surface dwellers whom the soldiers of the two great armies had faced before, during the conquest of the Collarbone Plain, the Breastbone Reach, and the ribs of the dead god, and who had already been nearly too dreadful for Awakened to fight. Instead, they were the ancient horrors of the Hollows, the great and dreadful predators who had spent countless years hunting others of their ghastly kind in the eternal twilight of the Scarlet Jungle. Many of them were of the great rank, and therefore almost entirely impervious to the attacks of the awakened soldiers. Only the saints could face them, but there were not enough saints around. Even worse, neither of the two armies had managed to maintain their formation. The cracks had appeared too suddenly, and they cut the battle lines, breaking them. Instead of presenting a united front against the tide of powerful abominations, the soldiers were now fighting desperately in whatever formations they could assemble, surrounded from all sides by the flood of monsters. The situation seemed bleak. Despite the daunting scale of the battle and the immensity of the two great armies, the struggling clusters of human soldiers were like islands doomed to drown in the rising sea of scarlet darkness. They were resisting for now, but the writing was on the wall. If nothing changed, both armies would be consumed, disappearing without a trace. The Song army was faring a little better, at least, its position was closer to the edge of the dead god's breastbone, so there were very few nightmare creatures attacking the soldiers of Song from the rear. Sishan had realized that fact, it seemed, and was now struggling to get her army to retreat further north. The Sword army, however, was in dire straits. Sunny had summoned Saint and Fiend, sending them to help the soldiers. After hesitating for a few moments, he manifested two more avatars of himself, so that three incarnations of the Lord of Shadows could enter battle. All of them descended upon the nightmare creatures, holding the Scarlet Tide back. He had to be wary of wasting essence before confronting sovereigns, but with Serpent in his hands and countless abominations around, replenishing it by killing them would not be a problem. Sunny and his shadows were like heralds of death, each a devastating presence on the battlefield, but even his presence was woefully insufficient to break the tide. It was like a drop on the ocean, at least for as long as he was still holding back. Some distance away, Nephis was like a beacon of hope in the sea of hungry darkness. The core of the Sword army rallied around her, the soldiers being healed by her flames while her sword reaped the lives of the most powerful nightmare creatures. However, she was in the same situation as Sunny. One of his shadows was still hiding in her own. Using the moment, he spoke to her and relayed the information shared by Cassie as quickly as he could. Then, Sunny fell silent for a moment, waiting for her to finish off a hideous abomination that resembled a rotten, walking tree with a trunk littered by countless jagged maws, or perhaps a dead beast whose body had become the host of a tree-like parasite. The white flames engulfed the ghastly creature, turning the scarlet leaves to ash, and the incandescent sword, the Kinslayer, cut the trunk in half. There were already two equally horrid nightmare creatures rushing at Nephis through the flames a moment later. He spoke. "We won't last long here." She looked around the battlefield, then nodded briefly. "We must advance." Sunny lingered for a moment, then chuckled darkly. "Advance? Advance where?" Nephis lunged at the two abominations, brandishing her supreme sword. Across the battlefield, toward the edge of the plain. To reach the Song army, or at least get on solid bone. He regarded the carnage of the calamitous battlefield from the edge of the Ivory Island, remained silent for a moment, and took a deep breath. "That is a crazy idea." Sunny rose from Nephis' shadow, manifesting one more avatar. Crushing the second abomination's skull with a monstrous blow of his armored fist, he glanced at Nephis and grinned beneath the visor of his onyx helmet. "It might just work." Chapter 22:20 Infernal Trailblazer. Luckily, his face was hidden behind the visor of the mantle's helmet, so Nephis did not see his hesitation. To her, the Lord of Shadows looked as he always did, cold, confident, and full of aloof arrogance. It was such a misplaced impulse, to look good in front of her even in the middle of a literal hell descending, and yet Sunny could not help but want to. Reaching into the shadows, he pulled a black spear out of them, and then looked back to Nephis. "I'll carve the path for the army to follow." As the words left his mouth, the shadows stirred. Then, a dreadful figure rose from them, making the soldiers shudder and flinch away. The vast shadow took the form of a tenebrous steed with wolf-like fangs and 2 sharp horns, its eyes burning with terrifying crimson flames. The stallion seemed to be wreathed in a ghostly, indistinct haze of moving shadows, as if surrounded by a swarm of living nightmares, his sable coat seemingly absorbing light. Just looking at the towering destrier filled the hearts of the soldiers with a cold feeling of dread, which was quite a feat, really, considering how terrified they had been already. The soldiers flinched away, but Sunny took a step toward the nightmarish steed instead. Patting him on the powerful side, he said, "Hey there, buddy. I really missed having you around." Nightmare turned the chilling gaze of his crimson eye toward Sunny, lingered for a few moments, then snorted quietly. Sunny smiled. "Hey, I've been working hard too, you know." With that, he jumped into the saddle, lowered his spear a little, and looked at Nephis from above. "You'd better follow soon." She nodded, already giving orders to the nearby officers. Nightmare rushed forward. The dreadful dark destrier moved with the speed of lightning, his adamantine hooves striking sparks from the ancient bone. He rushed through the ranks of the soldiers like a wave of darkness, then soared high into the air, breaching hundreds of meters in a single leap. A few moments later, the tenebrous steed landed nimbly outside the crumbling formation, in the middle of the mass of abominations. Bones broke beneath his hooves, and flesh was torn by his steel fangs. Splatters of blood flew in all directions, and nightmare creatures, who were not supposed to know fear, suddenly cowered in terror. No matter how dreadful and deadly the black stallion was, however, his rider was like the devil himself. His fearsome onyx armor glistened dimly, and the plume of his helmet fluttered in the wind, his dark spear moved with terrible speed, piercing bodies and severing limbs. Mangled corpses fell to the ground. For a brief moment, it seemed as if the destrier and his rider would be swallowed by the tide of abominations, but instead, the tide of abominations was broken by their furious assault. The shadows stirred around them, widening the gap, and the Lord of Shadows rode forth, leaving a trail of death and devastation in his wake. Behind him, the sword army slowly started to advance. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is useless. Rain staggered back, pulled by Fleur. A moment later, a hideous claw tore at the ground where she had been standing a moment ago, leaving deep grooves in the bone that had seemed indestructible before. The titanic skeleton had been a symbol of mystical fear for the soldiers of the Song army, and although few truly believed that it had belonged to an actual god once, many came to regard it with the same reverence. However, today, Godgrave had proven to be far more fragile than they believed it to be. The entire bone plane had been fractured by the king and the queen, and now, nightmare creatures powerful enough to leave marks on its surface were besieging the Song army. Needless to say, awakened soldiers were like ants in front of these harrowing abominations. They had always been weaker than the native inhabitants of Godgrave, and so, the Song army developed various ways of dealing with stronger opponents. Rain's own arsenal was largely aimed at debilitating the enemy through various means, and yet, today, her arrows were proving to be completely inefficient. What a blessing! She did not even have to worry about her flaw, because there was no chance in hell that she would be able to kill anything. Even though Rain did not want to admit it, she felt despair settle in her heart. Rani! Snap out of it! Fleur pulled her back, and Tamer advanced, desperately trying to slow down the attacking horror. Her Zweihander plummeted down, striking the abomination, and bouncing off uselessly. The legacy girl staggered from the recoil of the powerful blow, and Rain's eyes widened when dreadful claws shot toward her body. A split second later, one of the Blood Sisters landed on the nightmare creature's back, piercing its neck with a wavy dagger. Something flashed, and Tamer was tossed back. There was a deep gash on her side, but she was alive. All around them, the Song army was slowly buckling under the tide of monsters. The nightmare creatures were already impossible to overcome, but there was also the scarlet infestation itself they had to contend against. A mass of vines, moss, and grass spilled from the deep cracks in the ancient bone, crawling across its surface like a plague. The jungle brought all kinds of deadly perils with it. Damn it! Rain had no name for the emotion she felt, but could sense something boiling deep within her soul regardless. Just then, Ray appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Tamer, and helped her stand up. The four of them did not even receive a momentary respite before another abomination lunged at them, its maw opening wide enough to swallow the entire cohort whole. This time, there was no escape. Before they were consumed, however, Rain's shadow suddenly moved and rose from the ground. A dark blade flashed in the air, and the lunging monstrosity was cleanly cut in half. She let out a relieved sigh. Sonny was here. Wait. Did he just openly climb out of her shadow? Rain did not know whether to be glad or horrified. Obviously, she was happy that he was with her. But if her brother had decided to reveal himself, then the situation was truly desperate. He was also wearing a fearsome onyx armor and a closed helmet, emanating a cold and unfamiliar presence. Turning his head slightly, her brother, the Lord of Shadows, brushed across the members of her cohort with an indifferent gaze. His cold voice seemed devoid of all emotions. Hey, you three again. Haven't we met before? Tamer, Ray, and Fleur stared at him in stunned silence for a moment. They would have stared more if not for the fact that the first row of the 7th Legion was on the verge of collapsing under the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Then, however, something strange happened. The pressure on the fighters seemed to lessen slightly, and a new abomination emerged from the mass of monsters, this one even more dreadful than the rest. It was a rider on a terrifying black steed, both of them drenched in blood and surrounded by a veil of moving shadows. And behind them, Rain's eyes widened. I'm seeing things, right? Was she mistaken, or were there vermilion banners moving behind the wall of nightmare creatures? Surely, she was mistaken. Chapter 22-21. Dark Guide. They were swiftly swallowed by the red sea of spreading moss, only to rise again moments later. Even locked in a furious battle with the King of Swords, the Queen did not miss the chance to create new puppets. Sunny opened a gap in the tide of monsters, and the sword army followed the Dark Rider. However, the horrors of the liberated jungle were not the only danger facing the soldiers. There were the army of puppets and the devastating hurricane of flying swords, as well. He had to find a path through the cataclysmic battle of the two domains, avoiding the wider cracks that marred the surface of the fractured plane, the flashpoint in the obliterating confrontation between Kisong's puppets and Anvil's swords, and the caged titans. Even if he did, the danger still remained. At any moment, the two sovereigns could plummet from the sky, causing a violent detonation on the ground. If the army was caught in that violent explosion of annihilating forces, the casualties were going to be horrific. The saints would probably survive, and some of the masters too. But the awakened soldiers would become a cloud of crimson haze. What a mess! Sunny used his spear and manifested shadows to slaughter frenzied abominations. Nightmare used his fangs, his horns, and his hoofs to furiously rip them apart. The aura of dread surrounding the black steed weakened the hungry nightmare creatures, which made the two of them even more deadly than they already were. Far behind, Sunny's other incarnations were struggling to preserve the fragile formation of the advancing army side by side with other saints of the sword domain. One of his avatars was protecting the rear, one was fighting on the right flank, and one was fighting on the left. Saint and Fiend were holding back the flood of nightmare creatures, as well. Nephis and her miraculous flames were at the head of the army, continuously healing the soldiers and following the path that he had carved. Somehow, unbelievably, they made it quite far. The casualties were heavy, and the formation of the sword army had turned into a complete mess, all pretenses of order obliterated by the carnage of the great battle and the complicated terrain of the fractured plain. But they still managed to tortuously extricate themselves from the worst of the Scarlet Flood and made it to the epicenter of the clash between the Dead Army and the Storm of Swords. That was perhaps even more dangerous than being surrounded by a sea of frenzied nightmare creatures. Neither the puppets nor the flying swords were hostile to the human soldiers, however, they did not seem concerned about collateral damage, either. There were cracks leading to the hollows here, as well, and the jungle was attempting to escape to the surface from them, too, but most of the horrors that escaped the darkness were swiftly obliterated by the violent aftershocks of the harrowing battle between the two sovereigns. The army was only actively besieged from the rear now. Liberated from the dire need to fight the nightmare creatures, it closed ranks and concentrated on defense, the officers exerting their aspect powers to protect the awakened soldiers from the chaos, the mayhem, the destructive shockwaves of distant collisions, and the rustling streams of stray swords. Success was limited, at best. The ground was still quaking, the deafening cacophony of the battle was still unbearable, and the world still resembled a crumbling hell. In fact, now that the soldiers were not just witnessing the clash between the Supremes, but were in the midst of it, the chilling catastrophe of their clash had only become harder to conceive of, fathom, and endure. But they did endure. Even then, it was in no small part thanks to Sunny. He had not volunteered to become a guide for the reeling sword army merely because of how strong he was, and how fearsome his steed was. Rather, he was the best man for the job because his shadow sense was able to envelop the entire battlefield. Therefore, Sunny knew where to go, what path to choose, and which directions to steer clear of in order to avoid complete annihilation. The battered army slowly advanced through the carnage. All pretenses of maintaining an orderly formation had long been abandoned, and by now, it was nothing more than a vast mob. However, it was a mob of seasoned warriors, not panicking civilians. Faced with a horror too great to be fathomed, the soldiers had simply abandoned fear, somberly concentrating on the task at hand instead and refusing to think about anything else. Perhaps that was why they had survived. I need to hurry. Sunny was concerned about the Song army, as well. After all, Rain was there. Cassie was there, too, bound by the invisible strings of the Queen's power. As he was carving a blood path through the mayhem atop Nightmare and fighting to defend the splintering sword army, he was also tensely observing Rain. In the end, Sunny had no choice but to emerge from her shadow and reveal himself among the soldiers of Song for the first time since his sister had become one of them. Almost at the same time, he finally broke through the tide of abominations and came in view of the battered expanse of the Queen's soldiers. He regarded them for a moment from Nightmare's back, streams of blood running down the onyx surface of the mantle. The sight of him sitting atop Nightmare must have been quite terrifying. The Song army had done better than the warriors of the Sword Domain, but they too were on the verge of drowning in the Scarlet Flood. Neither of the sides were going to weather the calamity alone. Truthfully, even if they joined forces, their chances were not great. But wasn't it funny? These people had been ready to kill each other not too long ago, but now, their best chance to survive was to fight side by side with each other. I can't tell if that is poetic or ironic. Perhaps it was both. Somewhere behind, the vague silhouette of the Ivory Island revealed itself from the storm of swords, looming above the sword army as if trying to shield it from the fury of the supreme battle above. Raising his spear, Sunny leaned forward and tossed it at the soldiers of Song. They did not even have time to react. Tearing the air, the dark spear instantly breached the remaining distance and nailed a monstrous spider that had been lunging at Sishan to the ground. Spinning swiftly, she spent a split second to stare at the spider, then turned her head and looked at Sunny. He met her gaze coldly, remained motionless for a moment, and then gave her an exaggerated bow. Behind him, the banners of the sword army fluttered in the hurricane wind. Chapter 22-22. Friend or foe? The bone plain was still crumbling, and the jungle was still spilling from the depths of the hollows like a scarlet tide. The situation worsened quickly, and all that remained of order, what little of it had been left by then, swiftly collapsed into mayhem and chaos. Minutes after the sword army reached the buckling line of Song soldiers, both forces were overwhelmed by the flood of abominations. The ground quaked, and the cracks spread. The battle lines collapsed, the officers lost control of their units, and the two forces merged into one vast sea of desperately fighting soldiers. It was not that the Song soldiers and the warriors of the Sword Domain, who had been enemies less than an hour ago, discarded their differences and embraced each other as comrades. It was just that no one cared about which side the people around them belonged to anymore. There were only humans and nightmare creatures on the bone plain now. And the demigods who continued their terrifying battle in the sky and on the ground, ravaging the fractured surface of Godgrave with their inhuman power. If there was one reason why the soldiers still held, refusing to collapse into the endless tide of dreadful abominations, it was that the core of the human sea stood like a monolith in the path of the nightmare creatures and broke their terrifying momentum. Their white radiance shone beautifully amidst the maelstrom of steel and abominable flesh, washing over the human warriors and healing their wounds, while at the same time enveloping the grotesque figures of the powerful nightmare creatures and melting them like wax. That was where Changing Star made her stand. The seasoned veterans of the two great armies rallied behind her, serving as an anchor for the mass of desperate soldiers and preventing them from drowning helplessly in the encroaching darkness. Sunny played his part as well, of course. While Nephis made herself the axis of the sea of human warriors, he spread his avatars and shadows along the edges of their disorganized mass. There were 5 incarnations of the Lord of Shadows sowing death and destruction on the fractured bone plane, now, as well as Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare. There were also all the saints of the two domains, fighting side by side. In one corner of the battlefield, Sunny couldn't help but chuckle when he found himself fighting side by side with Saint Jest. He was still determined to kill the old bastard, but that would have to wait until a later date. In another place, he found himself rescuing none other than Beastmaster from the jaws of a great monster. The beautiful enchantress spared him a glance and smiled weakly. "Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes, Lord Shadow?" He looked at her coldly, then sneered behind the visor of his helmet. "Sorry to say this, but you seem to only have one eye left." Commanding her thralls to lunge at the avalanche of nightmare creatures, Beastmaster grinned. Her grin looked quite terrifying, considering that the entire left side of her face was missing. "Don't you worry, it will heal." "Ah, why do they always go for my face?" Someplace else, Sunny saw Summer Knight making his way toward the distant radiance of Neph's flames. He saw Dar of the Maharana clan unleashing a devastating rain of arrows on the nightmare creatures besieging Revelen of Aegis Rose. He also saw Saint Heli taking on a great beast that threatened to devour Mercy of Clan Dagonet, Jest's grandson. That one was both poetic and ironic as well. But mostly, Sunny had no time to observe the raging sea of violence boiling all around him, since he was forced to concentrate on his own 5 avatars and the distant clash between the two sovereigns. Somewhere on the battlefield, Sid the Firekeeper cursed as she dodged the claws of an enormous abomination. The beast resembled a monstrous ape with 6 spindly arms, its gaunt body full of festering wounds and crawling with wriggling maggots. She used her aspect to deliver a powerful blow to the creature, but her sword barely managed to leave a scratch on its skin. Her shield, however, slammed into it with enough force to throw the abominable ape back. A slender figure in a red dress was revealed on the ground behind it, struggling to rise. Sid grabbed the woman and pulled her to her feet. "Stand up, you fool!" Feelize looked up at her with a dazed expression, blood flowing down her beautiful face. She spoke hoarsely. "I can stand on my own." Sid snarled. "Shut the hell up. And help me." The two faced the nightmare creatures, covering each other's backs. Sid brandished her sword, while Feelize raised her wavy dagger. A moment later, the abominations were upon them. Some distance away, Centiris of White Feather was facing down a great demon, her cold face betraying no emotion. Unable to assume her transcendent form in the storm of deadly swords, she was forced to fight as a human. As she lunged forward, a powerful gale pushing her sword to incredible speed, an enormous winged lion with white fur crashed into the demon, tearing into its side with sharp fangs. The great nightmare creature simply shook Roan off, turning to unleash a fatal attack at his wife. Before its jaws closed around Tiris, however, a wave of darkness surrounded it like a whirlpool, and Revel appeared from it like a beautiful fiend. The onyx talons crowning her wings pierced the demon's throat, and she grabbed its jaws with both hands, straining her muscles to rip them apart. A pained roar drowned the thunderous clamor of the battle, and black blood flowed down. Not too far from the three of them, Rain and Tamer found themselves surrounded by a swarm of human-sized insects. The ant-like creatures were less indestructible than other horrors of the ancient jungle, but their sheer number was a terror to behold. They were fighting them desperately, with Rain wounding the abominations and Tamer finishing them off. However, the monstrous ants were simply too many. Just as Rain staggered, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past her, striking into the mass of vile creatures and chaining from one to another, instantly causing several of them to collapse. Glancing back, she saw a young woman with golden hair, her armor dented and her white cloak smeared in blood. The young woman spun, cutting down another abomination, and took a shaky step back. The three of them found themselves standing back to back with each other. Taking a labored breath, Rain forced out a smile. "Hey, you? I know you, don't I?" The Feather Knight answered without turning, her tone cold. "I guess." Rain chuckled. "How's your leg?" As the swarms of ants recovered from the damage dealt by the lightning and rushed at them, the young woman answered with a hint of vitriol in her voice. "How's your neck?" Sadly, there was no time to answer. Far away, standing on the battered surface of the ivory island, Sonny tilted his head to avoid a stray piece of shrapnel and looked into the sky with a grim expression. There, a river of blood and a rustling sphere of deadly steel collided once again, tearing a hole in the storm of swords. Down below, the Titans were slowly breaking out of their chains. His eyes were dark. He exhaled slowly. "Not yet." Chapter 22-23. Blood and Steel. Far below, the fractured bone plane was swelling with scarlet rot, and the dead Titans were struggling against the chains of sorcery that bound them. The shimmering runes formed by countless flying swords were already vague and distorted, on the verge of crumbling. Finally, one of the colossal creatures broke free of its ethereal cage and stepped forward, ready to unleash its profane power. Before it could, however, Anvil spun in the air and slashed with one of his dreadful swords, causing the world itself to split in half. The thin line where reality seemed to be cut extended all the way down to the surface of the shattered battlefield, passing across the gargantuan figure of the Titan. A moment later, the world healed itself, and the scar left on its fabric by the king's strike was erased. The Titan, however, staggered and fell apart, cut cleanly in two. The severed giant plummeted down. Its mountain-like body was so vast that a dozen seconds passed before its dreadful mass hit the ground. When it did, the entire bone plane shuddered, and the cracks marring its fractured surface grew wider. By then, Anvil was already landing on the quaking bone. Grasping his two swords and commanding the other five to form a rustling sphere of lethal steel around him once again, he looked at the great waterfall of blood that threatened to drown him, and attacked. This time, his attacks were eerily different in nature. They seemed the same, but there was something uncanny about the way his swords moved now, as if he was aiming their dreadful blades at something that mortals could not even perceive, let alone fathom. The river of blood rippled strangely and reeled back, as if hurt. All around the battlefield, hundreds of dead puppets fell to the ground lifelessly. There were no wounds on their bodies, and no blood flowing to the surface of the ancient bone. However, despite that, the corpses remained laying on it motionlessly, as if the queen had no power over them anymore. Lowering his sword slightly, Anvil stared at the crimson wall of blood towering above him darkly. A cold voice resounded from beneath the visor of his black helmet. "Why don't you get serious, now?" A melodious laughter suddenly surrounded him, carried by the gales of hurricane wind. "Shall I?" As the echoes of the queen's laughter were swallowed by the cacophony of battle, the sea of crimson blood rippled once again and receded a little. Some distance away, the colossal corpse of the slain Titan that towered above the plain like a mountain stirred suddenly, and then moved. The flesh of the gargantuan creature began to rot with tremendous speed, soon turning into a flood of viscous crimson liquid. The revolting mass of it flowed forward and rose from the ground, surrounding the sea of blood like a shell. Then, the process of decomposition was reversed, and it turned solid again. Soon, a terrifying flesh golem rose about the fractured plain, towering above it at hundreds meters in height. The river of blood was now contained within it, flowing through its veins and nurturing it with supreme power. Pieces of broken bone extended through the monstrous doll's torn skin, and a vague outline of a human face lay hidden beneath the hideous features of its face. Anvil let out a low chuckle. How distasteful. As torrents of flying swords twisted in the air and plummeted down, aiming to tear the towering flesh golem apart, it lunged forward with speed that no creature of that size was supposed to possess. Its two gargantuan hands rose, and then fell down like crushing hammers. Anvil's 5 swords rushed forward to block the harrowing strike, and the moment the fists of the queen met them, a flash of light drowned the battlefield for a moment, and an obliterating shockwave spread in all directions, disintegrating thousands of flying swords, turning countless puppets into bloody haze, and causing several enormous pieces of the bone plane to plummet into the depths of the hollows. Observing the cataclysmic collision from the distant surface of the ivory island, Sunny shivered. He did not have to turn away to look at the pitiful state of the two great armies. Nephis was still holding the core of the vast, disorganized mob of human soldiers together, while he was dealing with the worst of the nightmare tide at its edges. The saints were still fighting, and the awakened warriors were still enduring, as well. But the situation was turning grimmer and grimmer with each minute. He was barely preserving all his incarnations and keeping the truly powerful abominations away from reign. The amount of essence he received back from slaughtering nightmare creatures had fallen behind the amount he was expending some time ago, and Nephis was not doing any better. His shadows were receiving one wound after another, too, and if even Fiend was suffering damage, then the saints of the two domains would soon be on the verge of death. In fact, a few of them had already perished. Beastmaster's thralls were nearly eradicated. The forged echoes of the Vale elites had all been destroyed. The casualties among the soldiers were mounting, and with every one of them that fell, there was one less warrior to stem the flood of abominations left standing. Worse still, the jungle was escaping onto the surface of the fractured plain. Before, the humans only had to contend against the dreadful predators of the hollows, but now, the spreading scarlet plague was threatening to swallow them, as well. The hungry moss, the bloodthirsty grass, the poisonous thorns of slithering vines, the clouds of deadly pollen, the spores that landed on human flesh only to sprout abominable mycelia through it, the soldiers had to suffer all of it and more, all the while being torn apart and devoured by the ghastly nightmare creatures. He had joked about Beastmaster's missing eye before, but really, Sunny was disturbed by the sight. If even the immensely powerful Princess of Song could not protect herself in this inconceivable calamity, then what hope did the rest of them have? Sunny's thoughts turned somber. The plan was to wait until the sovereigns had exhausted each other, or, better yet, had brought each other to the brink of death. He and Nephis were only supposed to attack them then. However, Sunny was not sure that they could wait for much longer, not anymore. Not only were the great armies in a desperate situation, but Sunny and Nephis were wasting essence. Both of them possessed vast reserves of it, but those reserved would only continue to dwindle. Then, who would be exhausted and on the brink of death by the time they entered the fray? Looking into the distance with a grim expression, Sunny grimaced. So, then? When were they supposed to attack? Only one person knew the answer. I need to find Cassie. Chapter 22-24. Blood Ties. At the moment, Cassie was unsure whether to feel relieved or regretful about her sudden liberation. Her body had been controlled by the Queen entirely when the flood of nightmare creatures first descended upon the Song army. It was a strange experience, to feel herself move with martial skill far greater than her own, slaying powerful abominations with the cold composure of a born killer. It was even stranger still because Cassie could only see herself with Seishan's eyes. Her face was the same, and her body was the same. However, everything else was unfamiliar: her fierce poise, her deadly grace, the smooth fluidity of her confident movements. Cassie could both feel and see her body fight, but she had no part in making it move. It was eerie. The role the Queen wanted her to play, it seemed, was to protect Seishan, even at the cost of her own life. So, Cassie's body was like a bodyguard for the beautiful Princess of Song, whether she liked it or not. As the battle between Kisong and Anvil entered a new stage, however, she could suddenly move on her own again. She also had far greater access to her aspect again, which made up somewhat for losing the macabre guidance of the Queen. Cassie was still not entirely free, though. There were certain things that her own body was preventing her from doing, like straying too far from Seishan, for example, or aiming her rapier at Seishan's back. I wouldn't want to kill her, anyway. Cassie needed Seishan alive as much as the Queen wanted her to survive. The two of them had stood in front of the 7th Legion when the battle started. As the abominable jungle broke free from the dim darkness of the hollows and the dreadful abominations escaped to the surface, Seishan attempted to get the Song army to react in time. She was one of the first to realize the consequences of the bone plane fracturing, and acted accordingly. Seishan's swift action saved numerous lives, but not enough lives. The battle swiftly descended into utter chaos. The Song army was just as fractured as the battlefield was, the soldiers separated from each other by the jagged cracks and the scarlet tide rising from them. It was all but impossible to regain any significant measure of control over the formation, but Seishan and Beastmaster still tried, desperately attempting to get the army to pull back. The precarious battle line was on the verge of collapsing when the Lord of Shadow broke through the endless horde of abominations on his monstrous steed, covered in blood and leading the ravaged sword army behind him. The situation turned a bit better after that, for a short while, but also even more chaotic. All distinctions between units were discarded, and the humans simply fought side by side, not caring who was friend and who was foe. A terrible carnage usurped the world. The battle took Seishan and Cassie away from the core of the vast mob of human soldiers, where Nephis and the Firekeepers held the core against the deadliest of the nightmare creatures. By then, Cassie had regained enough of her powers to use her awakened and ascended abilities freely. Her own performance was far below what she had been able to accomplish under the Queen's control, but adequate enough to stay alive, just barely. Seishan, on the contrary, was only growing stronger the more blood was spilled around them. It was unclear who was protecting whom, now, and yet, even the daughter of the Queen was not doing too well in the feverish mayhem of the calamitous battle. Both of them were covered in blood and wounded, their armor tattered and breached. All Cassie could do was stay close to Seishan and follow her as the older woman moved through the battlefield with a strange sense of purpose, her beautiful face turning darker and more desperate with each second. Vale! Suddenly, Seishan lunged forward, discarding all pretense of caution. She tore into the mass of nightmare creatures, her claws tearing their hides like sharp blades. Her fangs ripped into them, as well, sending rivers of fetid blood spilling to the ground. Each wound Seishan dealt to the abominations bled far more profusely than it should have, and the dreadful beings died far more swiftly, and far more gruesomely, than Cassie had expected. Breaking through the mass of nightmare creatures, they came about a desolate section of the battlefield. Here, no human soldier had survived, and heaps of abominable bodies lay on the ground, piled high. There were some thralls of Beastmaster scattered between the dead abominations, all torn to shreds and dead. At the center of the vast graveyard of nightmare creatures, a sole figure was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a ring of emptiness. It was a delicate woman with a slender build, both her enchanting face and her white hair painted red by blood. Moon Vale, Seishan's sister. Dismissing her monstrous form, Seishan dashed toward the motionless figure and fell to her knees near it, leaning close to press her ear against Moonvale's blooded chest. Cassie could hear her mumbling quietly. Alive or still alive? The battle was raging around them, and some hideous horrors could attack them at any moment. Standing above Seishan, Cassie turned and raised her weapons, ready to attack. Her pale lips twisted into a faint smile under the dirt and grime of the battlefield. Maintaining a neutral tone, Cassie spoke without turning back. It is hard to envy the burden of your mother's love. She had waited to speak these words for a long time. Turning away from unconscious Moonvale for a moment, Seishan looked up with ire in her cold, piercing eyes. Then, her gaze slid further, rising to behold the storm of swords raging in the distant sky. A few words could cut deeper than a sword, if spoken at the right moment. And a tiny seed of doubt could grow into a towering tree, if planted into fertile soil. Seishan was too smart to have no doubt, but she needed a push to accept it. In these days that they spent together, Cassie had been subtly preparing to give her that push. The daughters of Kisong were too loyal to their mother. The only thing they were more loyal to were each other. These orphan girls who had been taken from the streets to be raised as indomitable warriors cherished each other more than they loved the Queen. That was the lever Cassie had to use if she wanted to send them plummeting into the pit of betrayal. To make them choose, and therefore save their lives when Nephis took her throne. Seishan's eyes hardened subtly as she watched her mother clash against the King of Swords in the distance as her sister bled in her arms. Looking away, she started to summon a memory and gritted her teeth. Shut up. Cassie smiled and obeyed her command. After all, she had already said what she wanted to say. And Seishan had already made a choice, even if she did not realize it yet. I hope Moonveil survives. But if she didn't, the lesson would only sink deeper. Cassie sighed. At that moment, she was distracted by a dark figure that appeared some distance away, and a voice that resounded in her head. Cassie, I need to know about the others. Have your powers returned? She took a deep breath. Her powers had returned, indeed. Chapter 22-25. Broken Covenant. The cold winds howled as they passed through the ruins, slamming into piles of rubble with vengeful power. An especially strong gust sent a small pebble falling from a broken wall into a pan of bubbling stew. Morgan ignored the pebble. She ignored Nightingale, who landed nearby, as well. Instead, she looked up and let out a long sigh. Loyalty. Loyalty was a funny thing. It came in many forms and many shapes, from different sources. Loyalty had a power in and of itself, a great power, sometimes, but in the realm of supremes, it also possessed a mystical authority. It was a covenant between a ruler and the people. It was the lifeblood of a domain, as well as the means through which domains spread. To be precise, for those supremes who built their domains with the help of the nightmare spell, it was the loyalty of saints that mattered most. Because their kingdoms were built from citadels, and most people, even those of the supreme rank, could only control one citadel at a time. There were exceptions, of course, like her monstrous brother, but those exceptions only served to prove the rule. So, saints became proxies for the supremes, controlling citadels in their name. To do so, they had to pledge their fealty to a sovereign, and swear loyalty to a domain. But loyalty was not an event. It was a process. Therefore, even if a saint swore an oath of fealty, their loyalty was not carved in stone. It could grow more powerful or weaken, it could even become entirely exhausted, dissolving like a mirage. If that happened, the sovereign would lose a vassal, and the domain would lose a citadel. But it was not easy to exhaust someone's loyalty. Because loyalty came in many forms. There was personal loyalty to a sovereign, like what Sir Gilead and other retainers of the great clan Vale felt. There was also a more abstract kind of loyalty like that of vassal saints, who were not necessarily devoted to their sovereign, but were instead devoted to the domain itself, because their families, clans, friends, and comrades were a part of it. And many more. That was why a vassal saint could despise a sovereign, but still be part of the sovereign's domain. Domains were vast things, after all, and encompassed much more than solely their rulers. Which was why it was so ironic that Morgan, the daughter of a sovereign, had no loyalty left. It was because to her, the sword domain was precisely that, it was solely a representation of her father. She was raised to be a ruler, and for that reason, her connection to the vast complexity of the domain was different from that of everyone else. It was far more simple, and therefore, far more easily destroyed. Morgan did not have friends or comrades, she only had subordinates, who were mere tools. Her clan and her family were a single person, the King of Swords. And so, once she lost all faith in her father, she lost the connection to the sword domain as well. Perhaps she was simply selfish, not caring about anyone or anything else. It can't be. I am Morgan of Vale. I am the princess of the sword domain. But it could. Morgan smiled crookedly. Her brother had her beat. The bastard. A forlorn chuckle escaped her lips. Lady Morgan? Are you all right? She turned her head, noticing Nightingale looking at her with concern. The others seemed wary, too. Right, there were her 6 transcendent blades, as well. What the hell was she supposed to do? Morgan forced out a smile. I am perfectly fine. But she wasn't. She was supposed to defend Bastion from Mordred. To prevent it from falling into his hands, and therefore becoming lost to her father, empowering Kisong instead. Today was the day of the full moon, one that had repeated countless times, which meant that even those who did not control the great citadel would be able to travel between its true and illusory versions in a few hours. All her brother had to do to conquer Bastion was cross over to the other side, enter the illusory version of the ancient castle, and tether his soul to its gateway, thus overwriting her own imprint. But it was all meaningless, now. Bastion was already lost to the King of Swords. Her brother would without a doubt still want to conquer it for the Queen of Worms, and for himself, as well. However, did Morgan still want to defend it? Perhaps she did. Not for the sword domain, but for herself. But even if she did, was there a reason to make these people die for it? Morgan studied her saints. Soul Reaper, raised by wolves, Nightingale, Neve, Bloodwave, Ether. She had conscripted them into this war, and watched them die countless times. To be honest, Morgan was a little sick of it. How or strange. She was not a part of the sword domain anymore, but she had never been anything else. Morgan's entire sense of self was tied to the great clan Vale, and therefore, all her actions had always been for the benefit of the clan. Now that she had turned her back on that, there was no structure to the world, and nothing for her to lean on. It had been reasonable and a matter of course to sacrifice these people for the sword domain, if need be, before. But what about now? There was no reason to force them to their deaths whatsoever. Apart from Morgan's own selfish desire to defeat her brother, of course. Was she despicable enough to condemn her subordinates to death for a purely selfish reason? Yes. Yes, I am. But she was not pathetic enough to do so. Morgan had nothing else left, but she still had her pride. She did not have to deceive anyone into fighting her brother for her. If she were to defeat him, she was going to defeat him herself. Granted, chances were that she would just die a graceless death instead. That was a matter of course, as well. Morgan took a deep breath, and then smiled at her saints. The battle is over. We lost. You can all leave now, if you wish. Chapter 22-26. Pebble Stew. Morgan observed their reactions with morbid curiosity. Eventually, it was Neve who broke the silence. The battle is over? What do you mean? Morgan fished the damn pebble out of the stew and shrugged. You probably don't remember, but I borrowed a very special supreme memory from Soul Reaper a while back. That memory, in combination with my aspect, allowed me to force the same day to repeat itself over and over again. This day, to be precise. The 7 of us have battled my brother countless times today, and we have lost countless times. Each of you died a variety of gruesome deaths. If I recall correctly, you were beheaded the last time, Saint Neve. Good thing I came to my senses in time. The stew was about to be burnt. She removed the pan from the fire and looked at the 6 saints. But it's meaningless now. I won't borrow the supreme memory again, and I won't turn the time back again. Today will be the last time I battle my brother in these ruins. So, if you die this time, you'll remain dead forever. Therefore, I am giving you a chance to leave. No strings attached. They stared at her in stunned silence. For a while. Then, Neve gritted his teeth. We came here to avenge the slain members of our clan, to stand against this monster. His voice was full of powerless fury and indignation. Morgan looked at him coldly. You failed. She sighed, then went about scooping the stew into their bowls. Vengeance is a noble goal, Saint Neve, and I would never advocate something as tasteless as forgiveness. However, there is some wisdom to what people say. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, you should dig 2 graves, one for your enemy, and one for yourself. Fools tend to believe that this saying admonishes revenge as a path to self-destruction, but I disagree. I rather see it as a warning that those seeking revenge must be prepared to die if they want to succeed. Morgan handed Neve a bowl of steaming stew and looked him in the eye. So, are you prepared to die? I think you are. I know you are, since I saw you die 100 times. However, don't you have a family out there in the waking world? What will happen to your daughter if you die? What will happen to the survivors of the House of Night if all 3 of you die? Shouldn't you concentrate on protecting the precious things you have left instead of avenging the things you lost? She did not really care about whether Neve lived or died that much. But his daughter was cute. So, Morgan did not want to see the little girl lose her father on her account. The Saint of Night looked at her with dark intensity. You did not seem to care about that when you made us your cannon fodder, Lady Morgan. She smiled. That was because I believed I had a better cannon back then. But things have changed. Morgan sighed. Go, return to the waking world and forget about my brother. The remains of your clan are with the government now, they'll need saints to guide them across the oceans. The House of Night may cease to exist, but you might rebuild it as well. The decision is yours. She turned her gaze to the government saints. And it was a pleasure to fight side by side with the three of you. Really, it was quite spectacular, not that I had expected anything less from my sister's companions. But everything good must come to an end. The government will be in a precarious situation once the war ends, since it won't be needed anymore, since Earth won't be needed anymore. The winner won't care about the waking world. So, the waking world will need you. They glanced at each other, something strange revealing itself in their eyes for a moment. Morgan ignored their strange gazes and summoned a beautifully crafted, flawlessly clean spoon into her hand. Picking up her own bowl, she said, "Eat. The food is getting cold." The 6 saints looked at her somberly, then at each other. Eventually, though, they picked up their bowls as well. No one else had a set of memory utensils, of course, and the ones they used were quite appalling. The meal passed in dead silence. Morgan suspected that this would be the last time they shared food, which made her feel a little wistful. But only a little. After the meal was finished, she went away to give them some time to discuss things among themselves, not too much time, though, since her brother would undoubtedly attack soon. By the time she returned, the decision seemed to have been made. Neve, Bloodwave, and Ether looked at her silently for a while. Eventually, the youngest, Ether, gave her a small bow. "Lady Morgan. We will be departing." She smiled at him faintly. "Better not waste any time, then." He hesitated for a few moments before nodding stiffly. I hope we will meet again, one day." The bastard. "You should not have rejected me if you were going to act sentimental." With that, the 3 saints of the House of Night left. They returned to the waking world, disappearing from the moonlit ruins without a trace. The emptiness they left behind felt larger than Morgan had anticipated. She lingered for a bit, then shifted her gaze to the 3 government saints. It was a bit surprising that they were still here. Morgan raised an eyebrow. "Not leaving?" They remained silent for a while. Soul Reaper Jet was leaning on the crumbling wall, looking at the fire lazily. Raised by Wolves was sitting on a piece of rubble, tossing her famous memory, the Black Beast locket, into the air and catching it again absent-mindedly, a strangely somber expression on her usually lively face. Nightingale was studying Morgan, as if searching for something. Eventually, it was raised by Wolves who broke the silence. "My family home is in Bastion, you know." Morgan gave her a curious glance. "But your family is safe and sound in NQSC. Does it really matter?" She smiled darkly and did not respond. Instead, Nightingale asked, his voice as pleasant as always. "Lady Morgan, the war is about to end, is it not? One way or another." She looked at his obnoxiously handsome face and shrugged. "The final battle should be happening any day now, it might even be raging as we speak." He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Why are you giving up, then?" Morgan smiled bitterly. What did he know? That fool. "I have not given up. It's just that I already lost." In the next moment, though, her smile turned cold and sharp. "That is no reason to surrender, however. No matter what happens, I intend to defend Bastion until I die. Or until my brother dies, that would be much better." Nightingale looked at her with a hint of sadness in his eyes. His voice was like honey. "I'd prefer it if you didn't." Morgan gave him a strange look. She lingered for a few moments, then shook her head in bewilderment. "What do I care about your preferences?" Nightingale remained silent for a while, then looked up and let out a heavy sigh. "No, you don't understand. I'm afraid I must insist." Morgan frowned. "What does he?" Before she could finish the thought, however, Nightingale looked at her and said, a strange firmness finding its way into his beautiful voice. "I am truly sorry, Lady Morgan. But, please don't move." And as he spoke, an eerie power suddenly constrained Morgan, crushing her like a vice and paralyzing her body. Obeying his command, she froze. Chapter 22-27. The Dragon and the Princess. It was as if her body had turned into an ice sculpture. She could still breathe, but nothing more than that. His clear voice had easily crushed her defenses, seeped past the barriers erected by her potent memories, and caught her completely by surprise. Such power! Morgan attempted to disobey the overwhelming finality of his command, desperately struggling against her own body. But it was of no use. She was completely and utterly at his mercy. Ha ha ha. Vulnerable as she was, Morgan mostly felt amused. There was more than a fair bit of indignant disbelief in her heart, as well, but no fear, not only because she was not a person who felt fear easily, but also because she found herself not caring that much about what would happen to her. Still. Sure, she had failed to remain vigilant at all times, turning a blind eye to the potential threat presented by her supposed comrades. Perhaps it was because she had stayed with them for so long, and had experienced so much, but Morgan allowed herself to lower her guard around them, forgetting that for these three, most of the time they had shared amounted to merely a single day. She had also been conserving essence in preparation for the final battle against her brother, and so, the more powerful of her defensive memories were not even active. And she was exhausted. However, the fact still remained. It was too easy to forget sometimes because of how nice he seemed, but Nightingale, he was a terrifying man, that slayer of dragons. Or rather, he had the potential to be terrifying, simply choosing not to abuse his dreadful power. But what is he trying to do? Morgan doubted that Nightingale would have struck a deal with her brother. So was it some misguided scheme to save her life against her will? To whisk her away to safety, whether she wanted to or not? Knowing the man, no, even for him, it would have been too ridiculous and infantile. She was not sure, and infuriatingly enough, she could not even ask. All she could do was stare at the charming bastard with cold fury burning in her eyes. Nightingale met her sharp gaze without looking away, a hint of regret apparent in his firm gaze. A few moments later, he sighed and turned to his companions. "I won't be able to hold her for long. But it should be long enough." Raised by Wool scoffed and caught her black locket one last time, rising from the piece of rubble. Soul Reaper pushed herself off the wall and came closer, studying Morgan lazily. Morgan felt a chill run down her spine under that relaxed gaze. Jet clicked her tongue and glanced at Nightingale. "That's great, but what are we supposed to do with her? Simply killing her is not an option, I presume. Even though, gods know, she deserved to die for all the vile crap she and her clan are guilty of." Morgan stared at her with dark amusement, undisturbed by the threat of being killed and the stark accusation both. Not a rescue, then? They wouldn't be considering disposing of her if it was. So what the hell were they planning? Nightingale shook his head. "We are not killing her." Soul Reaper sighed with regret. "What, then?" He hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. "I'll just take her with me. It will, probably be all right." Jet looked at him with a dubious frown. At that moment, Raised by Wool spoke in a subdued tone. "Whatever. If Kai says that it will be all right, then it will be all right. We don't have any time to waste, anyway. Cassie is not responding after giving us the signal, which means that things are not going great out there. None of us expected that the day would come so soon, and in such a strange manner. But now that it did, there is no way back. Each of us knows what we must do, so take Morgan and leave. Before her brother shows up." Nightingale and Soul Reaper looked at her with concern. Eventually, Jet spoke softly. "Are you sure that you can do it?" Raised by Wolves looked at her for a few moments, then grinned. Worry about yourself, big sister. I'll be fine. Morgan observed them intently, trying to understand what the three were trying to achieve. Were they retreating, but leaving raised by wolves behind? Why? The woman, meanwhile, looked at Nightingale and remained silent for a bit. Then, she grasped his shoulder for a moment and pushed him away. Go. I'll be fine, let's all meet in NQSC when it's all said and done. Actually, let's meet in Bastion, I know an amazing cafe there. Not as well as Nephis knows it, though. Wait, did she take the cafe with her? Nightingale took a few steps back from her push, remained silent for a second, and then smiled. Are you really thinking about food even now? No, of course you are. With that, he rose into the air and moved further away. Soon, a magnificent dragon with scales the color of the midnight sky towered above the ruins, his eyes shining like two cold white stars. Morgan still couldn't move. In fact, the moment Nightingale assumed his transcendent form, she felt that the power binding her grew even more inescapable. Damn it! She had just barely managed to move one of her fingers slightly when Soul Reaper grabbed her unceremoniously and leapt on the dragon's back. Two enormous wings raised a hurricane, and the great beast shot into the dark sky, leaving the ruins behind. Morgan saw a glimpse of Raised by Wolves, who was left standing alone on the rubble. Athena followed the dragon's flight with her gaze for a few moments, then turned away and faced the distant forest, where Mordred was preparing to besiege Bastion one last time. The ruins swiftly grew smaller, and the empty lake did, as well, soon disappearing from view. Morgan had finally left the ruined castle after fighting to defend it for so long. The battle for Bastion was over. At least it was for her. Chapter 22-28. Cloak and Dagger. Despite having just eaten Morgan's stew, which was surprisingly delicious, almost as if the cold princess had cooked it specifically to suit Effie's taste, she suddenly felt hungry again. Hunger was an old friend. Ah, what a strange day. Today was a strange day for everyone, but it was especially so for Effie, because she was experiencing it differently from Jet and Kai. That was because not too long ago, or rather, many days ago, a familiar voice had resounded in her mind, urging Effie to secretly return to the waking world. That had happened soon after Jest of Clan Dagonet attempted to kill Cassie, while she was on her way to be captured by the Queen of Worms. Back then, the Seven Saints had all been ready to face Mordred and his transcendent vessels once again. Effie placed her tether in the ruins of True Bastion, then used the commotion to leave the dream realm unseen. She rushed to the rendezvous point Cassie had mentioned, expecting to meet the blind seer herself. However, instead, the person waiting for her in an abandoned underground factory in the outskirts was none other than the Lord of Shadows. Effie returned to True Bastion after their meeting was concluded. Next thing she knew, she traveled back in time by a few hours, meaning that she had entered the loop, died, and returned to its start like everyone else, gods knew how many times. It was just that she retained her memories from before entering the loop for the second time now, which included the few hours of her first experience there, the meeting with the Lord of Shadows, and the things they had discussed. Stranger still, the signal she was supposed to receive days, or maybe even weeks after the meeting was already resounding in her head. Cassie's voice was weak and distant, as if she was struggling to pierce through some kind of interference to warn Effie, and she swiftly fell silent after delivering the message. It was so confusing that Effie's head hurt, but having been taught a bitter lesson by the tomb of Ariel, she tried not to think about it too much. There was no time to think about anything too deeply, anyway. Effie had shared what she learned with Jet and Kai, and an hour later, here she was. All alone in the creepy ruins. Looking down, she studied the black beast locket with a tense expression. Can I really pull this off? Somewhere in the illusory bastion, an illusory moon was rising above an illusory castle. Once it rose high enough, a doorway between reality and the mirage would open in the heart of the ruins. Effie forced herself to smile. Gods! What a mess! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The black dragon tore the vast expanse of the dark sky, the pale light of the shattered moon reflecting from his midnight scales. He flew with incredible speed, devouring distance with insatiable hunger. Perched on his back, Jet and Morgan were assaulted by powerful winds. Morgan was still paralyzed, but she could see where they were headed. Nightingale was flying south, leaving the land surrounding the ruined castle far behind. He was flying toward the storm sea. Soon enough, they left the broken lands behind. The crossing was sudden. One moment, they were surrounded by moonlit darkness, and the next, a pale light of dawn was bathing them in lilac splendor. The eerie visage of the shattered moon was gone, replaced by an empty and seemingly mundane sky. The world below was covered by the canopy of an ancient forest, and a river cut across it like a twisting ribbon. Why are they heading to the sea? Before too long, Nightingale folded his mighty wings and plummeted toward the ground. Landing in a forest clearing, he remained motionless for a moment. Morgan was surprised to see Soul Reaper stand and jump from the back of the dragon, landing softly on the grass. Straightening, she turned and looked up at the great beast. The dragon opened his maw, and an otherworldly voice escaped from it, speaking strangely human words. "Good luck." Soul Reaper grinned darkly. "Don't worry. I have 2 attempts, remember." Nightingale remained silent for a few moments. Then, his mesmerizing voice resounded above the clearing once again. "Return alive." She laughed and turned away, waving a hand at him. That might be problematic. Morgan was feeling more and more bewildered, failing to understand why the 3 government saints were splitting up and what exactly was their goal. Before she could really scrutinize all the available information, though, the dragon spoke directly to her. "Hold tight, Lady Morgan." She could finally move again. Frustratingly, it was only to fulfill his second command. As Morgan grasped the midnight scales, Nightingale soared into the sky once more. He flew south, flying faster and faster. Then, she felt it. The unmistakable sensation of traveling between worlds. Suddenly, the landscape below changed. The ancient forest was gone, replaced by the endless expanse of concrete, glass, and alloy, by the vast labyrinth of NQSC. He returned to the waking world. Just as Morgan thought that, though, she felt the fabric of reality ripple around her once again, and NQSC disappeared like a mirage. An alien sky surrounded her from all sides now, full of frigid winds and dancing snow. He used his tether. Wait! Her eyes widened. Nightingale had come with her to Bastion. But before that, he had been anchored in the Song domain. And he had never replaced his tether. Looking down, she saw a stone city clinging to the slope of a towering volcano. A great bridge connected the volcano to a snowy mountain, and at its end, a magnificent palace of black obsidian stood, surrounded by a raging blizzard. It was Ravenheart. What? Morgan's chest swelled with wariness and fury. There was even a sense of betrayal. Was Nightingale going to bring her as a gift to Song? Was their mysterious scheme nothing more than a ploy to switch sides and ingratiate themselves to the Queen of Worms? The dragon flew above the city, then fell through the blizzard, landing heavily on the great bridge. His terrifying talons scraped against the ancient stone, and a moment later, Morgan suddenly found herself suspended in the air. The dragon had disappeared. As she fell down, Nightingale, now in his human form, caught her, held her in his arms for a second, then helped her stand. He was wearing his armor of ivory scales, already summoning his weapons. The Black Palace, and its guardians, were just ahead of them, obscured by the raging snowstorm. Morgan was suddenly able to move again. What the hell is going on? I don't even know anymore. It definitely did not seem like Nightingale was preparing to surrender. Instead, he looked at her, hesitated for a few moments, and said, "Lady Morgan, I know that it will sound presumptuous, after what we've just done to you. But I would really appreciate your help." She looked at him darkly, considering cutting his head off right then and there. It would be a bit sad to rob the world of that face, but also quite satisfying. Of course, she did not forget to activate all her defensive charms, determined to not fall into the trap of his voice so thoroughly once again. "Help with what? What exactly are you 3 planning?" Nightingale remained silent for a bit, then looked in the direction of the Dark Palace tensely. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Well, I intend to conquer Ravenheart." Morgan blinked, struggling to maintain her composure. Nightingale, meanwhile, continued. "Most of Song forces are far away in Godgrave, but I have no doubt that the Queen left a few of her most powerful puppets behind. There are the human defenders to consider, as well. It will be a dire battle, no doubt. I am determined to win it even if I have to fight alone, but I would feel much better if you were fighting by my side." He turned to her, hesitated for a moment, and added awkwardly, "I am sorry for taking the chance to face Mordred away from you. But, Lady Morgan, there can still be a silver lining. After all, he has not won yet. And even if you fail to stop him from taking Bastion, wouldn't helping conquer Ravenheart instead be a kind of victory, as well?" Morgan stared at him silently. The Queen of Worms had sent her brother, Mordred, to conquer Bastion, the great citadel of Clan Vale. Morgan herself had been sent back to stop him, but Nightingale was offering her to help him conquer Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, instead? That was deeply ironic and completely insane, but also made a strange kind of sense. It would not be an easy thing to accomplish, though, with or without her. Morgan raised an eyebrow. "What about the other two, then? What are they doing?" Nightingale looked at her with surprise. He lingered for a few moments, then said neutrally, "Why, what else? Effie is in Bastion, while Jet is approaching Night Garden. They are going to conquer the other two great citadels, of course." Chapter 22-29. Great Citadels. However, every saint of the Song domain was out there, on the battlefield, and even if some of them could return to the seat of the Queen's power in mere minutes by traversing the waking world, they had not done so yet. Perhaps something that prevented them from returning was happening in Godgrave at the moment. The news Morgan received from the battlefront was usually a few days old, and if Cassia was involved, Nightingale could very well be better informed about the current situation now than she was. The moment of attack would not have been chosen randomly. In any case, what met them at the gates of the magnificent Black Palace was a force consisting of mere awakened warriors led by ascended commanders, much like the rear garrisons that had protected Rivergate and Bastion before Morgan and her 6 saints, formerly her saints, rather, showed up. And the Queen's puppets, of course. Nightingale was well known in Ravenheart, so while the human defenders of the Black Palace were surprised by his impactful arrival, they were not immediately hostile. Until they noticed Morgan, that was. The puppets, on the other hand, were hostile from the very first moment. Strangely enough, the gates of the Black Palace were open, and the Dream Gate that was supposed to be standing on the slope of the volcano was now towering above the stone bridge itself, behind Morgan and Nightingale, its immense silhouette obscured by the snowstorm. The two of them had nowhere to retreat. As the puppets rushed onto the great bridge and the human defenders readied their weapons, Nightingale's voice drowned out the howling of the wind, full of irresistible authority. He only said one word. "Stop." The humans froze, turning into motionless sculptures. Morgan felt a faint pang of compassion for their humiliating plight, but she did not have time to dwell on that unexpected emotion. Because the puppets ignored the Dragonslayer's command, continuing to rush at them like a tide of murderous corpses. Well, it made sense. After all, the pilgrims were merely extensions of the Queen's power. Nightingale's aspect might have paralyzed Morgan in a moment of weakness, but she doubted that Kisong would succumb to its insidious compulsion. He looked at Morgan earnestly. "Lady Morgan, if you will." She stared at him for a moment, still unsure what to do. Was she supposed to kill him? Or help him? Morgan felt a little exasperated. Finally, she turned toward the rushing puppets and muttered a curse. As she dashed forward, scarlet sparks swirled around her hand, forming a vague silhouette of a sword. Curses! Her sword was still manifesting itself when the first of the pilgrims reached her. So, Morgan cut the corpse apart with her bare hand. It fell easily, hinting that the Queen was not paying close attention to these particular puppets. For now. Looking up through the snow, she regarded the motionless figures of the garrison soldiers for a split second. They were not going to offer any resistance. He's not planning to conquer Ravenheart without spilling a single drop of human blood, is he? Perhaps he was. A moment later, the tide of puppets was upon them, and Morgan had no time to think anymore. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Far away, near the misty shore of the storm sea, Jet came into view of the night garden. The colossal ship was still beached, laying tilted on the shattered ground where Mordred had left it. Of course, he had not left it unguarded. Somewhere out there, on one of the countless decks of the city-sized vessel, a reflection was laying in wait, ready to slay those who would dare to covet the great citadel. And a powerful one at that, a being equal in strength to a supreme titan. Jet had to defeat it and conquer the night garden. Exhaling slowly, she headed toward the gargantuan ship with a dark smile blooming on her lips. As she walked, a cold mist surrounded her figure, turning into a sinister war scythe. Can I defeat a supreme titan? Probably not. However, there was a reason why she was here, and not in Ravenheart or Bastion. It was because Jet had a unique advantage in the battle against this particular supreme titan. It was a reflection, after all. And a reflection could only reflect what was in front of it. Once the two of them clashed, the creature would most likely mirror Jet, which meant that it would suffer the curse of her flaw, as well. Its soul would shatter and start leaking essence, and eventually, it would die on its own. All she had to do was force the reflection to waste its essence while rationing her own, something Jet was a great master of, by now. She also had her aspect legacy and the souls contained within it, which she could consume if needed. And the hourglass memory, as well. Even if Jet lost once, she would get a second chance to destroy the reflection. That time, she would already be familiar with the flow and pattern of the battle. I really hate ships. Reaching the hull of the night garden, which seemed to extend into the distance like an endless plain, she turned into a stream of icy mist and rushed up its towering slope. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Effie was still leaning on her spear when Mordred arrived. She knew he was coming because of how the ground trembled under the heavy footsteps of his vessels. Typhaon, Knossos, and all the rest. She had battled them all at some point or another during the siege of Bastion. Apparently, she even destroyed most of them at least once inside the loop. That time was gone now, of course, erased forever, and she retained no memories of these legendary battles. Which was a bit of a shame, since Effie would have really loved to remember striking down that ugly behemoth, Typhaon. Or rather, striking down Mordred while the bastard was wearing Typhaon's corpse. Soon enough, gargantuan silhouettes rose above the ruins, and the Prince of Nothing jumped down into the desolate courtyard from the rubble of the castle's wall. He walked toward Effie with an amused smile on his lips. Saint Athena. Mordred looked behind her, lingered for a moment, and raised an eyebrow. Would you be so kind as to point me to where my sister is? We have some unfinished business, she and I. Effie studied him for a bit, then shrugged. Please accept my sincerest apologies, Your Highness, but I regrettably cannot. She is indisposed. Oh, but you can talk to me instead. Mordred laughed. Don't tell me that she ran away. Gods, must I chase her like one would a frightened rabbit? Well, honestly, that can be quite entertaining as well. Nevertheless, I can't help but feel a bit disappointed. He looked at Effie with a pleasant, chilling smile. I must admit that I am curious, though, if Morgan is gone, then why do you remain? Chapter 22:30. Lord's Gift. Looking at Mordred calmly, she said, Actually, I'm also curious. Why are you still wasting your time here? Don't you know that your father is currently fighting Kisong? If you don't hurry up and make yourself scarce, she'll kill him all on her own. That'd be pretty sad, right? I mean, since you're obsessed with revenge to a demented degree. Mordred's smile widened a little. Oh, thank you for your concern. To be honest, I'll be pretty inconsolable if someone kills him before me. Incensed, even, and very, very cross with the person who robbed me of the pleasure of killing him myself. No need to worry, though, I'll depart for Godgrave as soon as I'm finished here. He looked at Effie with an openly disdainful expression. Shouldn't take me long to sort things out, anyway. She grinned. you say that, but in all these years, you've never once dared to try crawling into my soul. Everyone goes around being all scared of your Royal Highness, Prince Mordred of Nowhere, but I always suspected that you're all talk and no bite, well, figuratively speaking. You know, some of us were actually hunting nightmare creatures and fighting for survival each and every goddamn day while you sat around in a perfectly safe prison cell, doing nothing. Effie chuckled. Even Morgan is better than you, and she literally carries her silver spoon wherever she goes, mind you. She was brave enough to leave her soul wide open, at least, and yet, what have you done despite receiving such a brazen invitation? Nothing at all. In all these months, you had not challenged her to a soul duel. Why? Because doing so would have actually put your life at risk. The rest of us have to take that risk all the time, you know. Aren't you nothing but a coward? Mordred continued to look at her with a pleasant smile. His strange mirror-like eyes seemed to shine in the darkness with the pale radiance of the reflected moonlight, making him look quite eerie. How unexpectedly eloquent. Are you perchance stalling for time, Saint Athena? Effie smiled darkly. Oops. You caught me. He shook his head. Quite a clumsy attempt. What is your plan, anyway? Surely, you are not planning to fight me and my distinguished collection of transcendent attires alone. That'd be a bit too much, even for someone as unwise as you. There it was, the moment of truth. The moon must have already climbed quite high above the illusory bastion. Effie took a deep breath. It sounded like you called me a fool. If a madman calls someone a fool, though, that ought to be a compliment, right? Oh, by the way, Your Highness. I wanted to ask. Do you remember the Lord of Shadows? Mordred's smile grew a little forced. The Lord of Shadows? Ah, I do, he gave me quite a fright, the last time we met. An unusual man, to say the least. What about him? Effie shook her head slowly. Well, it seems that you left an impression, as well. Enough so that he wanted to send you a little gift. Surrounded by the towering figures of his transcendent vessels, Mordred allowed himself to frown slightly. A gift, you say? He shouldn't have. As his vessels moved, Mordred asked pleasantly. What is the present? Effie took a step back as she activated the Black Beast locket and summoned what was hidden inside it into the world. I can't believe I let that creepy bastard talk me into this. Her locket contained the beast farm, and it sometimes served as a mobile base for the wolf army, as well. At the moment, however, there was something else taking residence there. Something that made her skin crawl and cold sweat run down her spine. As if she was sitting on a bomb. Effie flashed Mordred a wide smile. Oh, nothing much, well, see for yourself. In the next moment, something massive appeared on the rubble between her and Mordred, obscuring him from view. It was a towering mountain of grey flesh overgrown with scarlet moss, 100 revolting limbs extending from it like a dreadful forest. The moment it escaped the locket, Effie suddenly found herself unable to breathe. A terrifying presence crashed into her, pressing her into the ground. Her eyes widened, and an involuntary groan escaped from her lips. She couldn't even look directly at the creature, afraid that her mind would be harmed by what she saw, not that she would, determined to avoid looking at it at all costs. Well, it wasn't every day that one found themselves mere steps away from a cursed demon. A cursed demon who was already awakening from unnatural slumber, having been somehow lulled to it by the Lord of Shadows. The forest of revolting limbs stirred, and countless monstrous eyes suddenly opened all across the grey expanse of the harrowing being's formless body. Effie was already running away by then, headed for the point in the ruins where True Bastion and its illusory copy were connected. Mordred, however, was a few moments too late to react. It took him that long to realize what he was looking at, to begin with. But it was already too late by the time he did, precisely because he had looked. Because there were creatures in the dream realm that could sense someone's gaze, and gaze back. The cursed demon became aware of Mordred at the same time as Mordred became aware of it. Effie sensed the ruined shudder and felt a deafening noise wash over her as she ran. Don't look back. Either the cursed demon would kill Mordred, or it would not. Either way, the Prince of Nothing would be preoccupied for a while, hopefully, until the battle in Godgrave ended. Unleashing a Cursed One in the heart of the Sword Domain was a suboptimal choice, to say the least. But Effie would be able to switch True Bastion and its illusory version back after conquering the Citadel, thus making the former a prison for the terrifying creature and containing it within the Great Mirror. They were desperate enough to take the risk, and Mordred was dangerous enough to take no chances. Using all her incredible physical prowess, Effie ran across the ruins like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 22:31. First Domino. The world quaked. The King of Swords and the Queen of Worms were still locked in mortal battle, while their armies were still drowning in the flood of the abominable horrors that spilled from the dark depths. The situation was growing more desperate with each minute, and too many human lives were being wasted on the vile altar of war. The carnage was unimaginable. Sunny had manifested his sixth avatar, throwing it into the fight as well. Now, his mind was fully split in 8 parts, and 6 of them were actively participating in the mayhem. It was more mental strain than he had ever endured, and while each of the incarnations was like a dark herald of death, reaping a bloody harvest in the sea of abominations, he was slowly unraveling under the pressure. He had not unraveled yet, though, and he was not going to break any time soon. Or ever. Just die. One of his incarnations used a black tachi to behead a frenzied nightmare creature, sending its body barreling back into the fissure it had emerged from with a powerful kick. The bleeding corpse got caught in the tangle of scarlet vines, and a moment later, it was torn apart by the sharp thorns and digested by the rising jungle, perhaps to provide nutrients for more abominations to be born. Sunny. Cass's voice sounded clearer than before, hinting that her powers were slowly returning. Sunny hoped that enough of her aspect had been released. Already, he desperately needed to know what was happening beyond Godgrave, because many things depended on it. Cassie did not disappoint. The loop is broken? Bastion has fallen. A vicious grin appeared on his face. Good, good. Jet, Effie, and Kai were the dagger they had prepared to stab the sovereigns in the back at the perfect moment, when Anvil and Kisong were already committed to fighting each other and could not allow themselves to be distracted. They were meant to conquer the great citadels. Bastion, Ravenheart, Night Garden. The purpose of taking them was twofold. First, it would greatly weaken the sovereigns and diminish the power of their domains, something that Sunny and Nephis had to achieve if they were to stand a chance against them. Secondly, it would put all for great citadels, the Ivory Island included, under Neph's control as soon as she attained supremacy herself. After all, while becoming a supreme was the ultimate goal, that alone did not guarantee victory. A newly risen sovereign would still be weak when facing the vast, deeply established domains of the two supremes. Naturally, while conquering the great citadels had always been the plan, plans changed. In fact, at the level of machination Sunny and Cassie were perpetrating, there was no such thing as a concrete plan. Rather, there were only complicated webs of planned actions and contingencies that were only as effective as they were adaptable. They had never anticipated the fall of the House of Night and Mordred's invasion of the Sword Domain, for example. Neither could they have anticipated Morgan's ingenious feat of locking herself and her brother in an improvised time loop. However, the web of their designs had proven adaptable enough to weather these unexpected factors, with some adjustments. One of these adjustments was the sacrifice of the cursed demon whom Nightmare had been lulling to sleep for almost a year. Sunny had wanted to use it against the sovereigns, but because of how insidious and sinister Mordred was, he ultimately placed it in Effie's Black Beast locket instead. Not only was it going to ensure that Bastion fell into their hands, it would also temporarily remove the wild card that was the Prince of Nothing from the board and prevent him from playing a meaningful role in the final confrontation against the sovereigns, most likely. Ah. I wish I saw the expression on his face. Sunny was smiling, but he felt cold inside. That was because the fall of Bastion signified something very important. It was the point of no return. Now that the time loop was broken, and the great citadel was torn from the fabric of the Sword Domain, countless mundane people living there had been rendered defenseless against the tyranny of the Nightmare spell. They were not in the throes of the first nightmare yet. Some time was needed for the infection to take hold, after all. Because of the loop created by Morgan, they would have lost the protection of the Sword Domain mere hours ago. By now, the entire mundane population of the city, people like Beth, would be slowly starting to feel a strange fatigue. Then, they would start feeling sleepy. And they would only be thrown into the nightmare after succumbing to sleep. That meant that Sunny and Nephis had some time, still, to defeat the sovereigns. More importantly, at least one of them had to attain supremacy in the process. Otherwise, even if they somehow emerged victorious from the battle, they would have to pay a terrible price for that triumph. The death toll would be staggering. It would be ruinous. But the number of awakened humans would explode exponentially, as well. That was why Sunny could not help but tremble while he forced a smile onto his face. This is our will. Who dares? And as if to aggravate his horror, Cass's voice resounded once again in his head. Ravenheart has fallen. And only moments later, Night Garden has fallen. It was done. Sunny took a shaky breath, and then sent one of his incarnations through the shadows, emerging from them in the core of the vast sea of desperately fighting humans. It only took him a few moments to reach Nephis. She was fighting at the head of the drowning army, wreathed in radiant flames and surrounded by ash. With her silver hair, incandescent blade, and white wings, Nephis looked like an annihilating angel. The single gem of the crown of dawn shone with pure light on her forehead, resembling a third eye. The scorching heat had created an empty space around her, and the soldiers were dozens of meters back, battling the tide of abominations with dark resolve. The surface of the ancient bone was soaked with blood and littered with hideous corpses. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then said evenly, "It is done. And we can't wait anymore." Nephis glanced at him silently, then looked in the direction where Anvil and Kisong were fighting each other. Neither of the sovereigns was at the death's door yet, which was not a part of the plan. But too many people were dying. And Sunny and Nephis were wasting too much essence. And plans had to change. He took a deep breath, then steeled his heart. We must attack now. Here it was. The moment they had been waiting for, hoping for, and dreading for so long. Their chance to conquer the world. Or die trying. Finally. Nephis remained expressionless for a few moments, white flames dancing in her eyes. Eventually, she turned away and looked up. Then we attack. Chapter 2232. Cold Front. There was nothing more to say. The time for words had run out. Nephis crouched slightly, and then shot into the sky. Surrounded by beautiful radiance, she was like a white star ascending into the tempestuous expanse of the stormy sky. The soldiers watched her flight with numb expressions, her pure light reflecting in their eyes. Far above, the ivory island moved. Its 7 chains rattled as the flying island dove into the storm of swords, weathering the fury of obliterating steel with indomitable stillness. Left alone on the ground, Sunny temporarily filled the emptiness left by Nephis' departure. His fearsome onyx armor was already awash with blood, and more was added to the crimson coat as he cut down powerful nightmare creatures that threatened the core of the human army. But despite all his deadly grace and chilling strength, the Lord of Shadows was a poor substitute for Changing Star. His sword was just as ferocious as hers, true, and he could slay abominations just as well. However, he could not heal the wounds of the fallen soldiers, and he could not bolster their faltering courage with hope either. But that was all right. Because Sunny had his own ways. Some distance away, the original incarnation of the Lord of Shadows, the dark swordsman wearing a fearsome mask, reached one of the wider fissures in the bone, a trail of death and destruction in his wake. His black Odachi rose and fell, cleansed of all blood in one swift and fluid motion. Then, the serpentine blade rippled like a stream of liquid darkness. A moment later, it had already transformed into a long, tenebrous spear. Sunny looked past the slithering mass of scarlet vines, into the depths of the jagged fissure. He remained motionless for a moment, and then cast his spear down into the darkness. The spear let out a thunderous roar as it broke the sound barrier, falling into the depths of hollows. Its dark descent mirrored Nephis' radiant ascent into the sky almost perfectly. By the time Nephis reached the ivory island, Serpent pierced the thick canopy of the scarlet jungle and hit the ground with a powerful explosion, a deep crater forming in the spot where it struck the ground. The jungle was like an inconceivable being that had awoken from deep slumber, teeming with abominable movement and life. Great pillars of intertwined vines were growing at unnatural speed to connect the depths to the surface like tendrils of fleshy tissue. Countless nightmare creatures were rushing to climb them, driven mad by the scent of human souls. Of course, the sudden explosion had not gone unnoticed. Many abominations veered from their paths, approaching the point of impact with frenzied snarls. What met them was a piercing, eerie chill flowing out of the deep crater. The pit itself was swirling with a strange white haze, and the air above it was so cold that drops of condensate water were falling down like rain. Tiny sparks were dancing in the pillars of light that poured through the broken dome of the hollows, glistening like precious jewels. These jewels were flakes of snow. As the eerie chill spread, turning infinitely more violent and tyrannical in a split second, the drops of rain turned into ice, and the white haze exploded from the crater, growing into a furious snowstorm. Then, a terrifying silhouette rose from the crater. It was a massive creature of an eerie and grotesque shape, made entirely from ice. The ice was inky and black, but the creature was full of color due to numerous flowers blooming on its surface, their petals an intense azure color. The contrast between the vibrant beauty of the flowers and the appalling body beneath was striking. Vast plumes of snow drifted from the flowers like pollen, shrouding the creature in a frosty haze. At the heart of the eerie abomination, barely visible through the ice, there was a small shadow that vaguely resembled human remains. It was Serpent, who had assumed the form of the corrupted Titan. Winterbeast. Winterbeast, that vile horror. A long time ago, Sunny had lost his cohort to its profane power. Later, he returned to the frigid expanse of Antarctica and killed it. And now that he himself was a Titan, Sunny could finally command that power for himself. Freeze, all of you! As a storm of swords was raging in the sky above Godgrave, a snowstorm suddenly consumed the dark depths of the hollows. Chilling winds blew with ferocious power, bending the ancient trees of the jungle to the ground. The streams and rivers turned to ice. Countless vermin were instantly annihilated, frozen solid by the unnatural cold, and shattered as they fell down. A few of the vine bridges were frozen and snapped, as well. Those that were still rising slowed their growth, sapped of life. Countless nightmare creatures plummeted down, their roars drowning in the howling wind. Of course, the inhabitants of the abominable jungle could not be compared to the refugees of Falconscott and the brave soldiers of the First Evacuation Army. They were far more powerful, far more ancient, and far more resilient. Most of them were corrupted themselves, and far too many were of the great rank. Even exposed to the deathly cold of the winter beast's frigid domain, they did not succumb to its icy grasp. But they did not escape unscathed either. Enveloped by the wind and the swirling snow, the nightmare creatures were weakened, wounded, and slowed down. You have slain her. You have slain her. You have slain her. Distracted by the cacophonous litany of voices, Sunny silenced the handy bracelet. He had unleashed a frigid hell in the hollows, and the harvest of abominable lives Serpent was reaping was uncountable. And every life Serpent reaped sent a trickle of essence flowing into Sunny's soul due to its Soul Reaver ability. So, a torrent of essence drowned him like a flood, replenishing his spent reserves. Much more importantly, the soldiers desperately fighting for survival in the sweltering heat of Godgrave suddenly felt a wave of mercifully cold air wash over them, and saw billowing plumes of snow rising from the cracks in the bone plain. The flood of nightmare creatures that threatened to drown them did not exhaust itself, but it did grow less overwhelming. Fewer abominations were emerging from below, and those that did crawl to the surface seemed weakened, covered in ice and moving slowly. The pressure on the warriors of the two warring domains was alleviated somewhat, and they could finally breathe, at least for a moment. Sunny smiled darkly behind Weaver's mask. Sure, he was not like Nephis, who inspired hope and healed the wounded soldiers. But he could inspire fear and bring death to the frenzied nightmare creatures. His way was not any less effective. Chapter 2233. Wrath of Heaven. Anvil seemed strangely unaffected, fighting in the same cold and calculated, ruthlessly callous manner, but he had to have felt his power diminishing greatly when Effie took control of Bastion. Strangely enough, though, this significant loss could only help him at the moment, and he was in dire need of help. being pressed and battered by the fierce onslaught of the Queen. That was because the king only lost one great citadel, while the Queen lost two. So, while the sudden betrayal of the government sense did weaken both sovereigns, it actually served to narrow the gap between them, greatly improving Anvil's position. One could see the results already. The towering flesh golem containing the blood essence of the Counsel staggered, allowing one of the king's swords to deal it a grievous wound. A strange wave spread through the sea of puppets, slowing them down for a few precious moments. Many fell victim to the storm of flying swords as a result. Most importantly of all, the great fissure of the Dream Gate rippled, and then collapsed on itself, disappearing without a trace soon after. The torn fabric of reality slowly repaired itself. With the loss of Night Garden, the Queen had lost the component that allowed her to connect two areas of the Dream Realm, as well. Therefore, not only did the power of her domain weaken greatly, but its presence in Godgrave was also severely diminished. Anvil did not waste any time, pressing his temporary advantage and bombarding Counsel with a maelstrom of devastating attacks, almost as if he had been ready for the sudden reversal. Her titanic flesh golem, which had seemed indestructible, was slowly coming undone under the barrage of merciless attacks. It was being destroyed faster than she could repair it. And yet, their battle did not turn any tamer. If anything, it only grew more calamitous. If before the sovereigns seemed to be holding back some of their power to defend themselves, then they focused on pure aggression now. The puppets and the flying swords discarded all caution to destroy the enemy, too. The fractured bone plane quaked and groaned, more pieces of it collapsing into the snowstorm raging in the hollows. The entire battlefield seemed to be swaying on the verge of collapse. It could not continue for much longer. And it didn't. Because, at that moment, the battered ivory island revealed itself from the storm of swords directly above where Anvil and Counsel were fighting. And then, in the rattle of chains, came the crushing. An invisible force descended upon the shattered battlefield, flattening the rising tendrils of the abominable jungle and pressing the Queen's puppets into the ground. Countless swords plummeted from the sky, scraping against the bone before rising up again, their blades trembling from the strain. For a few moments, the calamitous battle seemed to have frozen. And, under everyone's gazes, changing star of the immortal flame descended from the sky, landing softly on the ground between the two sovereigns. With her silver hair dancing in the air, she folded her white wings and lowered her incandescent sword. Her clear voice rang above the ravaged battlefield. "Stop this madness! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stop this madness!" Nephis spoke these words, knowing that they were meaningless. The sovereigns would not listen, and she did not want them to listen. All she wanted was to kill them. How could she not, after waiting for a chance to slay her abusers for all these years? For all her life? And it had not been an easy one, that life of hers. From the broken dreams of her childhood to the blood-soaked battlefield of her adulthood, Nephis had always been driven by a singular, uncompromising desire. To conquer the nightmare spell and destroy it, to obliterate, decimate, and bring it to ruin. Not because she was a noble hero, but simply because she loathed it. Nephis was consumed by hatred, shaped by it. She was no hero. And yet, she had to pretend to be one. Because no one could survive the ruthless world of the nightmare spell alone. She needed the support and faith of those who believed in her to destroy it, just as much as they needed her, and she needed to obliterate those who stood in her way. That was why the sovereigns had to die. Not because they had ruined her family and haunted her childhood nightmares like monsters, but simply because they were inept. They might have been great and brilliant once, but they had lost their way. One did not exclude the other, though. Today, she was going to remove an obstacle on the path to fulfilling her ardent desire. And she was also going to have her revenge. Looking at them, the proud king in his vermilion cloak, the queen hiding inside her grotesque golem, Nephis could feel it. A roaring flame igniting in her soul, drowning her mind, and engulfing her heart. The flame of wrath, the flame of hatred. Scorching, overwhelming, impossible to deny. And so, telling them to stop felt like torture, because Nephis wanted nothing more than to carve their souls and bodies with her sword. These ghouls, she had endured tolerating their existence for too long. Today, they were going to die. Her will was absolute. Looking at her, Anvil suddenly let out a low chuckle. And what if we don't stop, Nephis? She looked at him, lingered for a moment, and then pointed her sword at him. Then, I will stop you. There was more she had to say, an entire speech, in fact, that Cassie and Sunny had prepared far in advance. A clever argument that listed all the crimes the sovereigns had committed, advocated for the safety of the awakened soldiers, hammered down the senselessness of a civil war, and painted a rosy picture of the future. For everyone interested to hear. But Nephis could not wait anymore. She had waited for too long, already. Words were cheap, anyway. Her actions would speak louder. Anvil looked at her silently, then asked in a cold voice. Is it really wise to point a sword that I myself forged at me? With that, her sword, the Kinslayer, suddenly moved on its own. Flying from her hand, it rushed to Anvil and turned to point at her own chest, hovering above his shoulder. Just as expected. Nephis smiled as she dismissed it. If you insist, I'll kill you with a better sword, forged by a better smith. She summoned the blessing. Chapter 22:34. Darkness falls. The small camp the soldiers sent to him by the Sword Army had built was empty now. They had been recalled and left for Vanishing Lake to participate in the clandestine attack on the Lesser Crossing stronghold, which never took place, in the end. By now, they were out there on the battlefield, trying to survive in the cataclysm caused by the sovereigns. Many of them were probably dead, torn apart or turned into puppets. The Nameless Temple was eerily quiet. Sunny had spent a long time alone here, but he usually had the company of his shadows. Saint, Fiend, Serpent, Nightmare, they were on the battlefield too, helping him hold back the tide of abominations. He felt strangely lonesome despite the sleeping army of great nightmare creatures hidden in the darkness behind him, and the invisible presence of the Temple Guardian. Of course, his solitude was not destined to last. His shadow sense spread far and wide, encompassing the dark expanse of the Shadow Realm's fragment. That was why he could already feel it, the ragged force of the Song soldiers approaching him from the north. And their commanders, of course. Lonesome Howl, Deathsinger. He could not sense Silent Stalker, though, which meant that she was already somewhere close, aiming her arrows at him. Sunny did not move. Finally, the soldiers entered the empty camp, shivering as the eerie silence enveloped them. The daughters of Kisong were the first to reach the dark edifice of the temple. They stopped, staring at him with tense expressions. In the end, it was Lonesome Howl who spoke. Lord of Shadows, we meet again. Her voice was boisterous, but he could feel a hint of fear hidden deep within it. Sunny tilted his head a little. You were sent to take the Nameless Temple, then? She smiled. Sure. It's a bit funny, though, oxymoron, or what have you. Your citadel is called the Nameless Temple, that's its name. So it's not very nameless, is it? He hesitated for a moment, amused. Perhaps. So, tell me, what's the logic? Last time, I beat 13 of you. Now there's only 3. Are you that impatient to die? Lonesome Howl's smile faltered for a moment, then brightened again. But most of you is far away. So, I like our chances. Her bravado was ruined by Deathsinger, though, who chose that exact moment to yell? Death! Oh, death! We're all going to die. I sense it. Sunny stared at her for a moment, smiling, then shook his head. Well, naturally. Everyone dies one day. Only the void is everlasting, so, I guess you are right. Deathsinger fell silent and looked back at him with wide eyes. I'm right? Me? Can you repeat that, Sir Lord of Shadows? Louder. With that, she turned her head and glanced at Lonesome Howl vindictively. Sunny chuckled. Sorry to disappoint, though. You're not dying today. It was time. The Nameless Temple had long accumulated enough essence to travel, and the stage was set for the Lord of Shadows to make his entrance. As Sunny rose to his feet, he saw the daughters of Kisong, and the soldiers behind them, flinch, He smiled behind the visor of his helmet. "Oh, but you might become orphans." With that, he activated the component of his citadel and envisioned the calamitous battlefield. As the warriors of Song watched him warily, readying themselves for the lethal battle against the terrifying Saint of Godgrave, the ancient edifice of the Dark Temple turned hard to focus on. And then, they were suddenly blinded by bright light. "Ah!" Lonesome Howl raised a hand to cover her eyes and swayed. A wave of familiar heat washed over her. When she could see again, an expression of shock appeared on her face. The nameless temple was gone, as if it had never existed at all. And with it, the unnatural darkness that veiled this entire region of Godgrave had disappeared as well. In front of them, there was nothing but a white expanse of bone, ending in an abyssal drop to the distant spine of the dead deity. Above them was the radiant veil of clouds. What the hell? The Lord of Shadows and his citadel were gone like a mirage. And almost at the same time as they disappeared from the southern edge of the Breastbone Reach, they appeared on the northern edge, in the middle of the battlefield, right below the Ivory Island. The fragment of the Shadow Realm traveled with the Nameless Temple, as well. Sunny had not been able to move it before, and he could not do it now either. However, he wagered his hopes on a trick. By anchoring the fragment to his citadel, he had hoped that moving the citadel would result in the vast shroud of darkness moving with it, too. Luckily, it had worked. The fractured bone plane was suddenly enveloped by deep shadows, obscuring the distant sky. The shadows swallowed it all, the shattered bone, the scarlet jungle, the sea of puppets, the storm of swords, the flood of nightmare creatures, and the drowning army. And the sovereigns, as well. Now, their trap was complete. Serpent was raging below the sovereigns, hidden in the heart of a profane snowstorm. The Ivory Island hung in the sky above them, pressing the two into the ground with the obliterating power of the crushing. The fragment of Shadow Realm was all around them. As a piece of a divine domain, albeit one belonging to a dead god, it possessed a power of its own, and that power was suppressing the domains of the two supremes. And they had lost a lot of that power already, both during the war and when the three great citadels were stolen from them. There was the Nameless Temple itself, too, its invisible guardian, and the great nightmare creatures slumbering in the cool darkness of its great hall. Sunny and Nephis had done all they could to give themselves a chance to defeat the king and the queen, to vanquish the sovereigns. Now, all they could do was fight. Standing on the steps of the Nameless Temple, no more than a dozen meters away, Sunny looked at Anvil with cold arrogance. His voice sounded aloof. "She's talking about me, by the way. I'm the better smith." Chapter 22:35. Feeble Flame of Hope. Then came the darkness. It rose from below, swallowing the land, devouring the heavens, and blotting out the light of day. The soldiers, who had been tormented by blinding light and suffocated by heat for many long months, let out sighs of relief and basked in the cool embrace of shadows. Luminous memories swiftly ignited above the drowning army, and they fought against the rising tide of nightmare creatures with renewed vigor. Of course, it was a bit strange for snow to rise from the hollows and for deep darkness to envelop the world, but the soldiers had seen and survived too many bizarre events here in Godgrave to care about yet another one. All of them, both those who had awakened before the chain of nightmares and after it, were seasoned veterans now. They had been honed and tempered by the war, experiencing enough horrors to make them numb to eerie strangeness. All they knew was that the Lord of Shadows had something to do with it, and that he was assisting Changing Star. Changing Star herself was out there, far away in the distance, standing between the king and the queen. Her radiant figure was like a pure white beacon in the ocean of darkness, and although few could hear her speak, everyone understood what she was doing, attempting to do. She was trying to stop the mad battle between the two sovereigns to spare the dying soldiers and save them all. The last daughter of the immortal flame had always been the voice of reason in this appalling war. In fact, she was the only one who had protested against it. And now, her voice was their only hope. Perhaps the Supremes would listen? If not, perhaps Changing Star would find another way to end the war. That faint hope burned in the hearts of the desperate soldiers, and they clung to it desperately, even while knowing full well how futile it was. Hope was a resilient thing. After all, it was far more resilient than reason. And there was fuel nurturing its feeble flame, as well. The advance of the liberated jungle, which had threatened to drown the two great armies minutes before, was slower now. The dreadful battle of the Supremes, which had threatened to destroy the very ground beneath them, temporarily came to a halt. For a few moments, the soldiers allowed themselves to believe in salvation. But then, as they cast their gazes ahead, to where Changing Star was standing, their expressions changed. Their eyes widened, and their faces became twisted by horror. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Not long before that, Sunny walked down the steps of the nameless temple, looking at Anvil coldly. At the same time, a bright flame flared from Nefer's hand, forming into a beautiful silver blade. The blessing flared to life, its incandescent radiance fusing with her own and making it much more brilliant, thus causing the surrounding shadows to grow deeper. Anvil did not pay Sunny attention, staring at the brilliant sword as if enchanted by it. "You forged this blade?" His voice was full of a strange, subdued emotion. As Sunny walked down the steps, his incarnations rose from the shadows behind him. 1, 2, 3, eventually, 7 identical figures in fearsome black armor stepped onto the weathered bone. 7 cold voices resounded like a choir, fusing in an eerie harmony. "Yes." "No." A quiet laugh resounded above the fractured battlefield, and 6 incarnations of the Lord of Shadows suddenly turned into 6 rivers of pure darkness, flowing into the 7th. As they were absorbed by it, his usually subtle presence grew impossible to ignore, brimming with a cold and sinister power. The darkness, which had seemed impenetrable before, turned even deeper and more unfathomable. As the shadows wrapped themselves around him, Sunny smiled behind Weaver's mask. Having been scattered around the dream realm for so long, he had missed the feeling of being embraced by his shadows. He had grown tired of not being able to enjoy his true power. Now that he enjoyed the familiar boon of being augmented by his invaluable helpers, the future seemed a little brighter. "I am not going to enjoy killing you, King of Swords." Anvil stared at the blessing for a few more moments, then turned to Sunny. "No, you won't." His next words were addressed to Nephis. "So, are you really going to challenge me as a mere saint, girl? How bold, how brave. How misguided." Nephis regarded him calmly, brilliant radiance burning under her skin. Her voice crackled with the furious roaring of an annihilating flame. "You're just a sovereign." Anvil chuckled. At the same time, the flesh golem moved, and every puppet on the vast battlefield simultaneously turned their heads, all staring at Nephis with empty eyes. The nearest of them opened its monstrous mouth and spoke, its voice resounding above the fractured plain. A moment later, another dead abomination continued, their hollow, inhuman voices brimming with chilling amusement. "Ah. I am feeling ignored. Don't you have any words to spare for me, as well, little Nephis?" Neph shifted her gaze and looked at the grotesque flesh golem, white flames dancing in her eyes. Her tone did not change. "You should have killed me a long time ago. Now, it's too late." With that, she spread her white wings and prepared to attack. The crushing was pressing the sovereigns into the ground, but it was sparing her and Sunny. Controlling it with such precision was not easy, and would not be possible for much longer, but in that short time, the physical power of their terrifying enemies would be severely diminished. Sunny and Nephis had to use that time to, if not kill, then at least gravely wound the sovereigns. However, fate had other plans in store. As Sunny reached into the shadows, shaping them into a weapon, Anvil raised his sword. His voice was cold and even. "If you want to face me, girl, face me yourself. Don't rely on toys." With that, the cursed blade hissed, cutting the air. Sunny wanted to dodge, but the strike was not aimed at him. Neither was it aimed at Nephis. Instead, Anvil seemed to be cutting the sky. And something in the sky was severed. Looking up, Sunny could not help but flinch. How? His hand trembled. Out there, in the sky, the Ivory Island was falling. Chapter 22:36. Heir of Peace. So, even Anvil of Vale was not powerful enough to destroy it. And he didn't. Instead, he cut the very concept that held the ivory island in the air, temporarily throwing the sorcery that allowed it to fly into disarray. The island plummeted down, its massive shape tilting as the 7 torn chains rattled loudly. The placid lake resting on its surface spilled over the edge, forming a vast waterfall. The bones of the dragon that lay curled around the great pagoda moved, tearing the ground. Far away, the soldiers were terrified by the sight of the symbol of their hope falling from the sky. Sunny's eyes widened. Crap! The massive island was falling, and the nameless temple was situated directly below it. The shadows stirred, ready to arrest the island's fall. Sunny had stopped a walking mountain once, for a few moments, and he was much stronger now. And yet, he was not sure that he would be able to stop the falling mass of the flying citadel. The ivory island did not crash into the nameless temple, though. Before it could, an invisible presence rose above the dark edifice and barred its path, causing the entire island to shudder and change course. It veered to the side, tilting, and hit the bone plain heavily hundreds of meters away. The battlefield trembled. The world quaked. The ancient bone crumbled. Countless tons of shattered bone plummeted into the billowing clouds of snow, and a massive hole formed in the ground where the ivory island struck it. The island itself crashed through the fractured plain, pulling more of the battlefield crumbling down with it, and sank into the cold darkness of the hollows. Soon enough, it disappeared from view, leaving a jagged chasm many kilometers across on the surface of the breastbone reach. Everything inside was obscured by snow, but a few moments later, another terrifying impact shook the world as the flying island broke the canopy of the abominable jungle and collided with the ground. The snow was pushed into the dark sky, and a lone figure was revealed on the edge of the vast chasm, rising unsteadily from the shattered bone. It was a slender young man with porcelain skin and attractive features, wearing a black mantle and a dazed expression. He was Master Sunless, the charming enchanter whom Changing Star had brought to Godgrave as a memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers. Her infamous lover. Anvil looked at him with disdain, then glanced at his adopted daughter. "I'll take this toy from you, as well, to help you rid yourself of unnecessary distractions." Before Nephis could even move, one of his 7 dreadful swords shot forward with terrifying speed. It moved so swiftly, and with such daunting power, that space itself seemed to rip around its chillingly sharp blade. The sword reached its victim in the blink of an eye, poised to pierce the delicate master and turn his body into a cloud of crimson haze. But instead, something that even the King of Swords could not have expected happened, causing both sovereigns to halt. The dazed enchanter raised his arm in a seemingly unhurried fashion, and caught the dreadful blade with his bare hand. The snow behind him exploded in all directions, torn apart by a devastating shockwave, and the hems of his mantle danced in the air. The young man himself, however, did not even sway, standing there motionlessly like an exquisite statue. As the hurricane wind settled, he looked at the sword trapped in his seemingly weak hand, and his beautiful face was suddenly illuminated by a faint smile. Ouch! As he tightened his grasp, cracks appeared on the dreadful blade, and then it shattered into a myriad of scarlet sparks. Taking a calm step forward, the charming enchanter shook his hand in the air under Anvil's dismayed gaze. "Seems like her toys are of much better quality than yours, King of Swords, if I do say so myself." With that, he grinned shamelessly. A moment later, something even more astonishing happened. The terrifying Lord of Shadows, the sinister saint whose dark and dreadful power was only equal to the chilling mystery of his true identity, suddenly turned into a swift shadow that glided across the surface of the shattered bone and happily wrapped itself around the charming enchanter's body. Suddenly, he did not look weak anymore. His pleasant smile disappeared, replaced by a dark and chillingly cold expression. That said, as he took the next step, a fearsome onyx armor encased his body, and a frightening black mask of a snarling demon hid his beautiful face. "I'm a little mad now." A dark odachi suddenly appeared in his hand, and he pointed its tip at Anvil. "How about we settle it with swords, heir of war?" Anvil lingered for a moment, then dismissed his helmet, smiling with dark satisfaction. "As you wish, heir of peace." A moment later, he was already upon Sunny. Almost at the same time, the titanic flesh golem lunged at Nephis. Now that the Ivory Island had disappeared below ground, the crushing was not slowing them down anymore. And neither was it hindering the legion of the dead puppets and the storm of flying swords anymore. The battlefield, which had grown still for a few short minutes, exploded with motion and violence once again. But before the Queen's puppets and the King's swords could descend upon Sunny and Nephis, something moved in the darkness behind the opened gates of the nameless temple. A moment later, a litany of harrowing roars suddenly drowned the vast expanse of the fractured battlefield. The darkness stirred, and the first of the great abominations that nightmare had lulled to sleep lunged from it in a maelstrom of terrifying claws and fangs, followed by another, and another. The swarm of dreadful nightmare creatures slammed into the puppets, and a feast of carnage unlike anything Sunny had ever seen suddenly took place on the surface of the shattered plain. Chapter 22:37 King of Swords. A terrifying litany of bestial wails shook the world. A moment later, countless fangs sank into dead flesh and countless claws shattered enchanted steel. There were beings among the liberated Great Ones who resembled beasts, and there were those who defied description. Having shaken off the shackles of the dream curse, these dreadful creatures were overcome with fury, hunger, and the chilling scars left on their souls by the endless nightmares. The dead puppets, the flying swords, and the ancient predators of the abominable jungle, these three armies clashed on the fractured battlefield, unleashing a devastating wave of violence. Sunny was not a sovereign, but his army of abominations was not that inferior to the other two supreme forces. Of course, there were far fewer of them than there were of the Queen's puppets and of the King's swords. But each great nightmare creature was far more powerful than most individual minions of the Supremes were, and as a result, the carnage of their onslaught was simply chilling. There was a simple trick to why Sunny was able to match the sovereigns as a mere transcendent, in that regard. It was because, unlike them, he had no control over his army whatsoever. Nightmare had spent more than a year slowly lulling the Great Ones to slumber, but now that they broke free, Sunny had no power over the harrowing swarm of frenzied abominations at all. They were just as likely to devour him as they were his enemies, so he would be wise to stay away from his own monsters. Perhaps it would have been even wiser not to unleash scores of great nightmare creatures in close proximity to himself, but there was no putting this particular genie back in the bottle. In any case, he had done what had to be done. The abominations would stall the sea of puppets and the storm of swords for some time, at least, giving him and Nephis time to deal with the sovereigns in person. Or be dealt with by the sovereigns, instead. How thrilling! Anvil was already a split second away from descending upon Sunny in all his harrowing might. However, at that moment, strangely enough, Sunny found himself neither shaken nor wary. Instead, he was curious. How would he fare in the battle against a Supreme? This was the first time Sunny felt his true power as a Titan. His original body and the onyx mantle encasing it were both augmented by all 7 of his shadows, making him feel strong enough to crush entire mountains under his palm. His speed, his endurance, his resilience, all of him was empowered by the embrace of shadows, becoming titanic. Beyond that, he was also being nurtured by the fragment of the shadow realm, pushing his physical prowess even further. Essence flowed into his soul like a river, both from being surrounded by the purest form of his source element and because of Serpent waging war on the scarlet jungle below. And as much as Sunny was empowered, Anvil was suppressed. Do I stand a chance, I wonder? The first attack came faster than lightning. It was so fast, in fact, that Sunny could not even see it, he could only sense it through the movement of shadows. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl, and the snowflakes froze in the air, shining like cold stars in the night sky as they reflected Neph's brilliant radiance. Anvil's cursed sword descended upon him like an ill omen, twisting the very space around it. And moving through the frozen time, Sunny dodged it with the practiced ease of a master swordsman. Sidestepping the attack, he pushed himself forward. At this speed, the air itself was like a wall barring his path. Sunny shattered that wall easily and thrust his Odachi into Anvil's unprotected face. Cold contempt glistened in the sovereign's grey eyes. Ah! I made a mistake. Ignoring the laws of inertia, Anvil's sword instantly changed direction and transitioned to a horizontal slash from a downward cut. He struck Sunny with the flat of the blade, causing a crack to appear on the surface of the onyx mantle and sending Sunny staggering back. A dull pain radiated through his abdomen, and he tasted blood on his tongue. There were rules to swordsmanship. The footwork, the human anatomy, the application of force. However, Anvil commanded a force that broke all the rules, refusing to obey any law that had not been made by him. He could control metal itself, and therefore, his sword could move in any direction he wanted, at any speed. His body was encased in a suit of steel armor as well, and therefore, observing his footwork was of no use. "Let me show you swordsmanship, worm." Hearing Anvil's indifferent voice, Sunny smiled faintly. Crap. In the next moment, a barrage of attacks descended upon him like a steel storm. There were too many of them to count, and each carried the devastating power of a supreme. Anvil's assault was inescapable and tyrannical, as if the sky itself was falling upon Sunny. The cursed sword the king held in his hands was the most vicious, but the 5 blades levitating around him were no less deadly. The shattered bone cracked under Sunny's boots as he evaded and dodged, then exploded a moment later when the cuts aimed for his body bit into it with obliterating force. Sunny's black Odachi deflected a few strikes and blocked a few more, then was cut cleanly and crumbled into a stream of shadows. A new sword appeared in his hand almost instantly, then, 4 more arms were formed from shadows, each grasping its own blade. He survived the barrage of attacks, somehow realizing with a shudder that the eternity of murderous steel he weathered only lasted for a heartbeat. And that there was one last wave of attacks he could not escape. His blades were broken, and his shadow hands were severed. The cursed sword flew toward him, with nothing to stop it from piercing his heart. Just before it pierced him, though, Sunny simply dissolved into the shadows and stepped out of them behind Anvil, delivering a crushing blow to the sovereign's back. What is it with this guy and calling all his enemies worms? Sunny grinned behind Weaver's mask. How about I show you swordsmanship, instead? As Anvil used his aspect to right his body and turn, the 5 dreadful swords becoming a sphere of rustling steel around him, Sunny switched his stance and channeled a flowing and unpredictable battle style, the first style he had ever learned. The style Nephis had inherited from Broken Sword, and he inherited from her. Anvil's eyes darkened. Chapter 2238. Unassailable. He had been born and bred to be the epitome of martial prowess, spent decades fighting bloody battles on countless battlefields, led glorious conquests of numerous vast regions of the Dream Realm, and solidified the rule of the great clan Vale over the world with his sword and his hammer. In some sense, he was the personification of the 2nd generation. He was powerful, he was fearsome, he was tyrannical and domineering. But Sunny was a terrifying presence on the battlefield himself. And, as one of the most powerful awakened warriors in history, he was more than worthy enough to represent his own generation. The 3rd generation was harder to describe than the previous 2. The members of the 1st generation had survived the descent of the nightmare spell and built the foundation of a new world order. The 2nd generation, having been the first to be born into the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, grew up to subjugate it and build upon that foundation. The 3rd generation had not been shaped by such distinct events, and neither had it achieved anything as noteworthy. Perhaps what had truly shaped it was the fall of North America, and the previous 2 generations of Awakened, as well. So, today, the members of the 3rd generation were going to distinguish it by vanquishing the very people who had shaped it. The future was fighting against the past, longing to escape its iron grasp. As Sunny attacked, his transcendent battle art fully revealed itself. His movements were swift and flowing, guided by his shadow sense instead of vision. His sword was fierce and vicious, carrying the weight of a mountain or turning light as a feather the next moment. Each attack was ruthlessly lethal and imbued with dreadful power, causing devastating shockwaves to shake the world after each strike. Sunny himself was sinister and elusive, freely moving between the shadows. It was as if he was in several places at the same time. Even if he wasn't, the shadows themselves moved and flowed, turning tangible and deadly at times. Sadly, the manifested shadows could not compare with his titanic power, and were easily destroyed by Anvil without managing to even slow him down. Anvil was stronger, faster, more resilient. But not by much. Sunny grinned as he felt it. Sure, he was inferior to the tyrannical sovereign in terms of raw physical power, but the gap between them was not that vast, it was quite narrow, in fact. As if the true advantage the Supremes possessed lay mostly in their connection to their domains, and since the Shadow Realm fragment was suppressing that connection, Anvil was devoid of his usual strength. And yet, despite being narrow, the gap seemed impossible to bridge. Damn it! Every single one of Sunna's strikes was either blocked, deflected, or calmly evaded. Every single movement, no matter how fast or forceful, was predicted and turned against him. Despite his ferocious power and titanic strength, Sunny was struggling with all his might, while Anvil remained seemingly unbothered. Full of disdain, even. This style, did she teach you this style? It seems that the two of you had known each other for much longer than you let on. Sunny gritted his teeth behind Weaver's mask. She wasn't the one who taught me, and we don't know each other at all. Anvil smiled coldly. No matter. Pushing Sunny's sword aside, he moved forward. Sunny fled into the shadows, but by the time he escaped them, Anvil's fist was still poised to strike him in the chest. A terrifying blow sent a shockwave running through Sunny's body and threw him back. The breastplate of the onyx mantle cracked, only to mend itself a moment later, augmented by 7 shadows. The living stone trait of his stone-like carapace had grown immensely potent. Anvil looked at Sunny darkly, then shook his head. Not metal, but not stone either, an underworld armament, then. Did you think it would save you? Sunny suppressed a groan, raising his sword to attack. I might have entertained such a thought, yes. Anvil possessed the ability to control metal, and that power was not limited to his own swords and armor. He could just as easily control the weapons of his enemies, as well. Fortunately, Sunny's armor was made from the strange material that was closer to stone than to metal while inheriting traits of both. His weapons, meanwhile, were made from shadows. Nephis wore no armor at all, and the blessing was like a blade forged from furious flame. So, both of them were immune to Anvil's power. That was not something Sunny had relied on to save him, though. It was just one of the measures he had to take to give himself a chance. But why is he so strong? It doesn't make sense. As Sunny attacked and Anvil defended, unbothered, almost as if entertaining himself, they moved across the shattered battlefield. Sunny lunged forward to deliver a deadly thrust, but Anvil simply moved out of the way. The two of them crashed into a crowd of puppets, and carried by momentum, Sunny tore through them like a beast made of pure darkness. The bodies of the puppets were too fragile to offer any resistance to his dreadful might. As he arrested his forward momentum and turned on the ball of his foot, he saw clouds of crimson haze and tiny pieces of torn bodies spreading outward in the air slowly, as if suspended in water. Before the first drop of blood even hit the ground, Sunny and Anvil had already exchanged 100 more blows, moving away like a rolling disaster. I can sense it. All this time, Sunny had been learning how Anvil fought through Shadow Dance. The Sovereign's battle art was deep and complicated, strange, even impossible to fathom in a short amount of time. But now, he was starting to realize why the King of Swords seemed so unassailable despite not being that much stronger. There, in the very essence of his battle art, being used as a weapon, was the will. And while the two of them fought, Sunny was learning how to wield the will as a weapon himself. Chapter 2239. Vibrant Colors. His black sword was like an omen of death, and at any moment, his dark mantle could bloom with tendrils that shot forward at dire speed, turning into sharp blades, clawed hands, or rattling chains. The blades aimed to pierce Anvil's armor, the inky black hands tried to pull him down, and the chains tried to bind him. However, instead, they shattered against the dark steel of his impenetrable armor, were cut down by his swords, and were torn to pieces by his ferocious strength. What a bastard! If the shadows Sunny manifested had been more effective against his supreme enemy, he would have already encased himself in a shadow shell, bringing its immense might down upon Anvil. But for now, there was no point, the shell would just offer a larger target to the King of Swords, and would be destroyed swiftly. It was as if Sunny was stuck in a mire. That was what it felt like, to fight against an enemy who had long forged their will into a deadly weapon, like the quiet horror of a person slowly drowning in cold mud, unable to claw their way out or find purchase. That was because the world itself seemed to be on Anvil's side, bending to accommodate his will. Sunny had not noticed it at first, but once he recognized the wrongness, it was impossible to ignore it. The effect was subtle, but unmistakable, turning the king's sword sharper while Sunnis weapons became duller, making the king's armor more durable while Sunnis armor became more fragile, helping the king strike true every time while Sunny always seemed to miss his target by a hair's breadth. The will? Sunny possessed the will, too, and wasn't completely unfamiliar with wielding it. He even tried to unleash it against Anvil's will, hoping to bend the world back into shape, not even to favor him, but simply to remain neutral. However, he felt like an infant trying to overpower an adult. The distance between them was too vast. He could sense it, too, what Anvil was doing, and yet Sunny had no words and no concepts to describe or understand what he was sensing. It was as if he was a blind person who had somehow managed to fathom what colors were, while Anvil could mix the colors to paint a vibrant, beautiful picture with his brush. Sunny felt bad. Sunny felt indignant. Why did he have to feel like he was drowning while experiencing his full power for the first time? It's driving me mad. The world was suddenly consumed by blinding radiance as Nephis unleashed a roaring torrent of white flame some distance away. Sunny could not spare any attention to observe her battle against the queen, but he did catch glimpses of it from time to time. Nephis had already assumed her transcendent form, appearing like a spirit of light in the deep darkness of the Shadow Realm fragment. Her pure radiance spread far and wide, illuminating the dark sea of puppets and the rustling storm of swords above. Her beautiful figure was dwarfed by the gargantuan flesh golem, though moving in the air as she dodged the devastating attacks of the queen. From a distance, it looked like a human was chasing a shining firefly across a dark abyss. However, that firefly had a vicious bite, searing the eerie creature with blinding rays of incandescent light, each of them hundreds of meters in length. The incandescent rays were soul flame channeled through the blessing, condensed and shaped by its radiant blade. They cut and burned the flesh golem at the same time, perhaps even evaporating some of the river of blood that flowed with the hideous creature. But then again, the queen's vessel was not that hideous anymore. As she fought, it continued to change and shift, assuming a more human form. The towering being still looked like a monster born from a feverish nightmare, but it also possessed an eerie, chilling kind of grace now, moving across the fractured battlefield with a ferocious and merciless sense of purpose. The wounds dealt to her by Neph's flame were erased in mere seconds, not leaving even a trace. The other dead titans had broken free by then, too. One had been torn apart by a particularly dreadful great abomination, and another one was turned into a mountain of bleeding flesh by the flying swords, but the rest were already destroying Sunnis' rabid army, killing and consuming the ancient predators of the abominable jungle in a variety of gruesome ways. We are all holding back. Even as his armor broke and repaired itself, as he was assaulting Anvil like a whirlwind of deadly darkness, Sunny knew that the four of them had not gone all out yet. They were probing each other, for now, learning the ways of their enemy. Sunny was benefiting from this short introduction the most, because Shadow Dance allowed him a unique insight into Anvil, into learning the way a sovereign fought. What a sovereign was. But it wasn't going to last much longer. Because he could see it, already. Anvil was growing bored. Even though it wounded his pride and sent shivers running down his spine, Sunny saw that his enemy had only tolerated their battle in hopes of experiencing something amusing. But his hope was slowly being crushed by the lack of challenge Sunny offered. It was disheartening to see. So, what was the point of holding back? The bone plane shuddered as the head of an enormous serpent suddenly revealed itself above the vast chasm. At the same time as it appeared, a tenebrous steed suddenly rose from the shadows behind Anvil, biting down with adamantine fangs, while a graceful knight in intricate onyx armor stepped out of the darkness in front of him, bringing down her black sword on his head. Considering Anvil's power over metal, Sunny entrusted Fiend with another, equally important task, defending Rain against the abominable jungle. Saint and Nightmare, however, were enough to give Anvil pause. And that pause was enough for Serpent to turn into a black Odachi, landing into Sunna's hand a moment later. He was learning to wield the will from Anvil. But that did not mean that he could not cheat. Slaying Blade, ability description, when in its soul weapon form, Soul Serpent embodies the death aspect of Shadow God. As such, it ignores the will of greater beings. As his shadows held the Sovereign in place, Sunny took a step forward and brought his Odachi down in a downward slash, the power of his strike causing the air itself to part in a towering rift. Chapter 2240. Flawless Blade. However, the Wind Blade was a mere side effect of the black Odachi falling upon Anvil. Held in place by Nightmare and Saint, he had nowhere to escape. 2 of his 7 swords bounced off Saint's shield, creating a breach in the sphere of rustling steel. Sunna's sword plummeted into that breach, and for a moment, he allowed himself to believe that it would strike down a sovereign. No, not really. Taught by countless bitter experiences, Sunny knew that victory never came so easy. And indeed, against all reason, Anvil managed to survive. At the last moment, he shook off Nightmare, sent Saint staggering back, and turned his torso. As a result, the black Odachi failed to end his life. It did, however, bite into his breastplate. Anvil's dark armor seemed impregnable before, but this time, it was actually breached. The glancing blow did not penetrate deep, but Sunny felt it cutting flesh. As his sword scraped against the surface of the ancient bone, a drop of blood fell off its serpentine blade. Anvil took a few steps back and looked down at the long cut on his armor. A moment later, the black metal repaired itself, but the shallow laceration beneath remained. Looking up, he studied Sunny for a few moments, then smiled coldly. "You actually made me bleed. No one else has managed in a decade." Sunny smiled behind Weaver's mask, hiding his discomfort. "Bleeding? Bah! How pedestrian." The King of Swords chuckled. "That sword of yours is curious, too. Soul serpents are supposed to have gone extinct thousands of years ago, and yet here it is, the last survivor of its species. I wonder how the Nightmare spell preserved it." Sunny, Saint, and Nightmare surrounded Anvil from 3 sides, but he did not seem concerned. Instead, he looked almost elated. "You are not as big of a disappointment as I thought." His cold voice turned darker then, sending a chill running down Sunny's spine. "You still have to die, though." Sunny smiled darkly. "Oh? Why, pray tell?" Dismissing 3 of his 6 swords so that only 3 remained, Anvil lingered for a few moments, then said evenly, "Because you are a threat to my greatest masterpiece, of course." With that, something changed subtly about the world. In the next moment, Sunny gasped. 2 of Anvil's swords shot at Saint and Nightmare, while the Sovereign himself was suddenly near Sunny. His cursed blade lashed out, bypassing the black Odachi and piercing the onyx mantle. A flash of pain washed over Sunny's right arm. Anvil avoided his counterattack with chilling ease and looked at him coldly. "I spent decades forging that sword, you know." Sunny dove into the shadows, but Anvil's sword reached him in their dark embrace, as well, gifting him another wave of blinding pain. Rolling out of the shadows, Sunny staggered to his feet and raised his Odachi in a desperate attempt to defend himself. "Crazy bastard, you are not talking about Nephis, are you?" The corner of Anvil's mouth moved slightly. "Who else?" I will admit, I was late to realize her potential, but after she returned from the second nightmare alive, I saw it clearly. It was like a revelation. Everything fell into place, and I knew what I had been waiting for all these years. Sunny was suddenly overcome by an insatiable desire to rip that man apart. He had only been aiming to kill Anvil before, but now, he wanted to kill him slowly, and viscerally, with his bare hands. But Anvil did not give Sunny a chance to bask in that fury, battering Serpent aside and leaving a deep cut on his left shoulder. The cursed blade scraped against the bone, making Sunny growl in pain. In hindsight, it was me who had tempered her into the flawless blade that she became. From a lost little girl to the radiant star she is now, it was me who had shaped her, sharpened her, guided her. It was me who had forged Changing Star into what she is today. Sunny was too appalled to process every word Anvil was speaking, so he simply tried to stop the next blow. However, Anvil simply crushed his block, leaving a deep gouge on his right thigh. And now, finally, the perfect sword I forged is close to being complete. It is just that you, disgusting thing, are blemishing its blade. But that is all right. A small stain can be easily removed. Sunny let out a stifled scream as Anvil's blade bit into his side. And at the same time, he realized something important. He's completely insane. The King of Swords had always been reserved and taciturn, so it was hard to see. But his severe and cold personality went beyond simple strangeness. What hid behind it was true, utter madness. Sunny did not know if it was the result of becoming supreme or simply Anvil's own mental disfigurement, but his enemy was far removed from sanity. Sunny also understood something else. It was that Anvil truly did not care about anything, including winning this battle. All he cared about was creating a flawless sword, or a flawless being that was no different from a sword, it seemed. So, in a perverse way, he even hoped to lose. Because after failing to forge his own children into perfect weapons, he had fixated on Nephis, the daughter of Smile of Heaven, as his best and last hope of creating a flawless sword. He had said that Nephis was almost complete, which meant that she had not proven herself flawless yet. There was one last act that remained for her to achieve completion, in his twisted mind. The act of killing him, no doubt. He's completely insane and suicidal. And all of it was the result of Anvil's debilitating flaw. A chilling, but reasonable conclusion of his ruthless pursuit to rid himself of all attachments. A lot of things that seemed odd before suddenly made sense. Sunny groaned mentally. That's great, but... Sadly enough, Sunny himself was not part of Anvil's plan to give Nephis one last, deadly trial, whether she could prove herself worthy and survive or not. In fact, as far as the King of Swords was concerned, Sunny stood in his way, marring the pure beauty of the nearly flawless blade with his vile presence. So, Sunny had to be purged. Staggering back, he forced out a pale smile. Your Majesty, King Anvil. I want to say something. You are clearly, definitely not a complete damn lunatic. Chapter 2241. Fleeting Star. There was a line that could not be crossed, and hearing the King of Swords boast about brutalizing an innocent child. Nephis, as if it was some kind of crowning achievement, had crossed the line for Sunny. A storm of emotions raging in his heart settled, and a swarm of thoughts weighing on his mind was quelled. All that remained was a cool, silent darkness of uncompromising killing intent. Before, Sunny had been worried about how to kill Anvil and survive. Now, he only cared about killing him. No, caring was not the right word. It suggested the possibility of a different outcome, but Sunny knew without a shadow of doubt that his enemy would die. It was an axiom, a self-evident truth. All he had to do now was shape the world to fit that truth. That was something he could handle. Sunny was the most honest man in two worlds, after all. His body was wounded and pulsing with pain, and his enemy was superior to him. His enemy was supreme. But it did not matter. Life is just the prelude to death. As two of Anvil's dreadful swords forced Saint and Nightmare back and the Sovereign himself descended upon Sunny, he allowed the cursed blade to pierce his armor and sink into his flesh. The pain was exquisite. Grabbing Anvil's wrist, Sunny smiled behind Weaver's mask. And war is just the key to open its gates. Got you, bastard. When he spoke, his voice sounded sinister and full of malice. Do you feel at home on this battlefield, heir of war? Well, allow me to invite you into my world then. With that, he strengthened his grasp and pulled Anvil into the shadows. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Some distance away, Nephis was locked in a dire battle against the Queen. The titanic flesh golem pursued her with eerie grace and bestial fury, and all she could do was flee, retreating further and further while lashing out against the monstrous creature with searing rays of pure white flame. The blessing was complementing her aspect flawlessly. Now that she had assumed the form of the radiant spirit, her bound sword seemed to be forged from pure light as well. Just like Nephis herself was augmented by the titanic power of her soul flame, its incandescent blade was augmented by the white flames too. In fact, it benefited from their ferocious power even more due to the flame conduit trait. The very same trait allowed Nephis to channel her fire through the blessed blade, condensing it into incinerating rays that span hundreds of meters in length. That was how she was able to contend against the towering flesh golem despite being much smaller, and that was how she had managed to deal it grievous wounds. Sadly, those wounds simply healed a few moments after being dealt. The scorched flesh was discarded, and the cut tissue was repaired. The queen never slowed down, never faltered, and never let up her fearsome assault. Nephis raised her sword once more. Her world was stark and pure, devoid of all distractions. There was only her and her enemy, everything else was washed away by pain. The harrowing agony of her flaw was familiar, but the pain of having her body and soul ravaged by the talons of the flesh golem was new. Nephis was able to move incredibly swiftly in the radiant spirit form, soaring through the carnage of swords as she circled the queen and evaded her obliterating attacks, but she had not managed to evade all of them. Usually, she would have been able to heal any wound dealt to her, and this partial transcendent form of hers was more or less immune to physical attacks, anyway. However, every time the queen managed to strike Nephis, there were gruesome marks left on her body and on her soul, on her very spirit, perhaps. As if she was being cut not simply by the queen's talons, but also by her will. It hurts. But pain was just pain. More importantly, Nephis was overcome by suffocating wrath because of how powerless she was in the face of Kisong. Nothing she did dealt any lasting damage to the eerie flesh golem, while the marks left on her by Kisong were refusing to heal. She was losing. Some distance away, Sunny seemed to be slowly succumbing under the steel storm unleashed by Anvil, too. Further still, the two great armies were slowly melting in the flood of abominations. The snow still swirled in the fissures of the ancient bone, but the shadow that had summoned it was already gone, having turned into a serpentine sword. The jungle was yet to recover, but it would shake off the frigid frost soon. The great nightmare creatures that had escaped from the nameless temple were dying. Time was running out for Neph's defiant rebellion, and for the great armies as well, perhaps. She could feel it, even through the pain. The flames of their hope, which burned brighter and brighter still, the deeper countless soldiers fell into the dark, dreadful abyss of despair. There is no point in holding back anymore. Nephis poured her flames into the blessing once again and swung her incandescent sword, unleashing a blinding jet of condensed flame from its blade. The white ray stretched high into the dark sky and then fell, leaving a deep wound on the queen's titanic body. Using the momentary lull in the barrage of attacks, Nephis dashed away, flying high above the fractured battlefield. She had almost reached the edge of the massive chasm that had been caused by the Ivory Island's fall when the queen caught her. Nephis twisted and summoned a devastating explosion, using the shockwave to slow down the flesh golem's attack. However, its enormous hand still reached her, the sharp talons tearing her flaming body apart. A flower of white flame blossomed in the dark sky as fire leaked from her gruesome wounds like blood. Suppressing a scream, Nephis forcefully contained the fire and coalesced her torn form back into its previous shape, then used her momentum to circle around the queen. Before the flesh golem could turn, she delivered another cut, this one aimed at the ankle of the titanic creature. Fall. The ray of light sliced cleanly through the queen's leg. The wound would heal itself moments later, no doubt, but for the moment, the flesh golem had lost its balance. And as Nephis dashed forward, using herself as the epicenter of a violent explosion, another shockwave slammed into the titanic creature, sending it stumbling over the edge of the chasm, into the billowing white veil of swirling snow. As the queen plummeted into the depths of the hollows, Nephis hovered above the chasm, shining like a radiant star in the boundless darkness of the vast starless sky. Then, she aimed the blade of the blessing down and ignited her soul. Chapter 2242. Shining Depths. However, what escaped it was not a scream, but a thunderous melody of true names being evoked by a shaper to bend the world to her will. The true name of fire, the true name of destruction. Her own true name, as well. The name of changing star, the star of ruin. And the name of the queen. Raven Song. A brilliant star suddenly ignited in the dark sky above the snowy chasm. It was so bright and pure that even the soldiers in the distance could not help but turn their heads and look, her light reflecting in their frightened eyes. Then, a pillar of flame escaped the blade of the blessing and plummeted into the vast expanse of swirling snow, burning a hole in it. The snow melted into water, the water evaporated, and the steam was overheated, turning into plasma. The air itself was burned away, creating an area of absolute vacuum. All of it happened in an instant. Then, the pillar of flame disappeared, extinguished by the darkness, and for a moment, everything was still. And then? It was as if a sun was born under the fractured battlefield. Suddenly, the billowing cloud of snow veiling the depths of the vast chasm shone with beautiful white light. The same soft light rose from the countless jagged cracks that marred the surface of the shattered bone plane, chasing away the darkness. The hollows became a source of pure radiance. It was as if the dark depths of Godgrave had somehow switched places with its blinding sky, with light pouring from below and darkness looming far above. Everything was still for a brief moment, and in that moment, the soft radiance pouring from the cracks in the ancient bone gradually turned more intense, and then more intense still, until it was almost violently bright. The world shuddered. A terrifying roar rose into the sky, making the awakened soldiers stumble and press their hands against their ears. The nightmare creatures faltered. The swirling snow was instantly obliterated, and towering walls of white flame shot from the jagged cracks into the black sky. The bone itself was blackened, entire swaths of it plummeting into the white inferno below. The abominable jungle, which had been frozen by the lethal snowstorm, was now set aflame and turned to ash. The great vertical bridges of twisting vines all collapsed into whirlwinds of embers, and countless nightmare creatures perished in the explosion, either annihilated by the obliterating shockwave or burned to death by ferocious flames. By the time the world stopped quaking, the hollows were a radiant hell of white fire and incandescent embers. The snow was replaced by swirling ash, which rained down from above. Smoke veiled everything in sight. And from that smoke, something rose, stretching its tendrils toward a small, radiant star burning in the black sky. *****. Sunny had carried a corrupted titan through the shadows once. The weight of its vile soul had been both crushing and immense. But the weight of Anvil's soul was simply unbearable. Or rather, his soul seemed immovable. And yet, Sunny did move it. In that moment, for a moment, his will trumped that of a supreme, perhaps because he had caught the King of Swords by surprise. As the two of them submerged into the embrace of shadows, though, Sunny did something that he had never done before, and had never been capable of doing before. Instead of stepping through the shadows while carrying another living being to emerge from them someplace else, he simply pulled both Anvil and himself into the familiar cold darkness. There, in the world of darkness, both of them were nothing more than intangible shadows themselves, their souls laid bare. And Sunny was quite familiar with battling other shadows in that lightless realm. He was in for an unpleasant surprise, though. Shadows were usually shapeless and formless unless they were guided by a conscious mind that shaped them into a particular form. It had taken him quite a while to learn how to shape himself into a form capable of battle, long before. But Anvil was not formless. His shadow was vast and terrifying, as deep as Sunny's own. What's more, it had maintained the very same form he wore in the tangible world, as if Anvil's sense of self was so absolute that nothing could change it. Out there in the world of lightless shapelessness, Sunny saw color for the first time in his life. There was a colossal figure of an armor-clad warrior in front of him, entirely black, wielding an impenetrably black sword. A vermilion cloak rested on his shoulders, and scarlet flames were burning in his eyes. Still, this was the land of shadows. And Sunny was their lord. As his own shadow turned into a towering giant with 6 hands, he rushed at Anvil and clawed at his colossal form. Whatever armor the King of Swords wore must have granted him a great degree of protection against soul attacks, and yet, it parted in front of Sunny's claws like paper. For the first time since their battle started, he felt that his enemy was truly hurt. Anvil only wasted a split second to orient himself in the unfamiliar world of shadows, almost as if he had experienced fighting someone wielding power over shadows once, already, and coldly pushed his dreadful sword forward. The harrowing blade cut into Sunny's vast form, threatening to cut it in half. Anyone else would have probably been destroyed by that single attack, their souls collapsing like tattered cloth. But as soon as the black blade touched Sunny, an intricate weave of golden strings flashed for a moment in the dark depths of his giant form, almost like chainmail. That was soul weave, of course, which held his soul together and reinforced it against soul attacks. The pain was blinding, of course. Anvil's sword had been slowed by soul weave, preventing it from cutting Sunny in two, but it did not stop the cursed blade altogether, but in the next moment, his towering form simply parted in front of the sharp edge, allowing it to pass through him without dealing any damage whatsoever. He was not obliged to maintain the same form, after all. In fact, the very concept of shape was merely a crutch here in the embrace of shadows. The six-armed giant collapsed, turning into a formless mass that enveloped Anvil like a shroud. Countless clawed hands protruded from its surface, and countless fanged maws opened on it, ripping the sovereign soul to shreds. Anvil did not allow Sunny to attack him unpunished, of course. Just as Sunny was tearing him with claws and fangs, Anvil continued to stab and slice him with his sword. Ah, ka, ha! Sunny wailed and laughed in dark glee as the two of them plummeted through the darkness, destroying each other. No one else managed to make you bleed in a decade, huh? How about now? Are you still amused, you wretched bastard? Anvil's soul might have been far more potent, it might have been empowered by his vast domain. But he did not have soul weave, and therefore, the very structure of his soul was different. It was far more fragile, and far easier to destroy. Let's see which one of us will last longer, King of Swords. Chapter 2243. Embers and Ash. Each moment lasted an eternity. The agony of her soul cores being torn apart was unfathomable. Knowing that she had only one chance, she did not hold back and went further than she had ever gone before, destroying not one, but six of them at the same time to fuel her fire. As a boundless ocean of furious flame that had been contained within her soul broke free with a deafening roar, she struggled with all her being to channel it instead of being consumed by it. She willed it into submission. The incandescent ray of white radiance fell into the billowing snow, and her shattered soul burned, mutilated, both enveloped in brilliant flame and on the verge of being extinguished. Humans were not meant to possess more than one soul core, but even if someone did, losing six of them would have instantly and utterly obliterated them. But Nefer's soul was special. The web of cracks running through the fractured battlefield ignited with soft white radiance, illuminated from below. The explosion was simply too devastating, causing not only the shattered bone plane, but all of Godgrave to quake. It was dozens of times more powerful than the explosion that had destroyed Twilight, and far more powerful than even the terrible conflagration she summoned to destroy the first Seeker. Nephis had been merely a master back then, after all. She was a transcendent now, and so, the soul she was burning to fuel the flame was transcendent as well. That was why Nephis had pushed Kisong into the chasm. Had she caused the explosion on the surface and not in the hollows, the resulting shockwave would have annihilated both great armies. Instead, it was the ancient jungle that burned. The nightmare creatures there, those who had been powerful enough to survive the lethal snowstorm, were wounded and weakened. They had been powerful enough to survive the snow, but they did not survive the flame. And as they died, a furious torrent of soul fragments poured into Nefer's crumbling soul, mending it. She screamed as new soul cores were formed to replace the old ones. The damage dealt to her soul was too grievous, though, and she was still being ravaged by the Queen's power. So, these cores shattered as well, and new ones were formed in their place. Nephis felt like she was dying and being remade from the flames in an endless, harrowing cycle of rebirth. She lost herself in the disorienting torment of it all, feeling something inside of her being melted and fused by the immolating heat. Below her, the charred remains of the ancient jungle were like an incandescent hell. Black smoke veiled the vast chasm, glowing with angry white light. It seemed like nothing could have survived down there, as surely Kisong would have perished. But even as Nephis felt that brittle hope, she knew that she had failed. Because the spell had never whispered into her ear, announcing the death of the Queen. So, when colossal tendrils of smoke rose to catch her, Nephis was not surprised. Just resentful. Still reeling and overcome by agony, she dodged and fell from the sky, landing on the surface of the ancient bone gracelessly. The winds howled, blowing the smoke away, and immense streams of blood were revealed below it, twisting as they coalesced into a vast crimson river and dove down. Nephis groaned. The Queen's titanic vessel had been destroyed, at least. A melodious laughter resounded above the fractured bone plane, making the brilliant radiance of Nephis' spirit form dim a little. Stunning, truly, little Nephis. You are so stunning. It is such a shame. Nephis smiled bitterly. She's hurt. It seemed like Kisong was unscathed, but it had not escaped Nephis' notice that countless puppets had turned to ash and that the great river of blood stayed at a distance instead of drowning her. The Queen was definitely hurt by the explosion. Of course, she had not been hurt nearly as terribly as Nephis was. As if to echo her somber thoughts, the Queen's voice resounded once again, turning cold and ominous. Sadly, it's time we end this charade. I'll still have to deal with Anvil after I am done with you, Changing Star, and it needs to happen swiftly, lest too many of my people die. Nephis pushed away the pain and straightened, looking at the glistening river of blood with somber resignation. Don't pretend like you care. She had revealed her ace and accomplished nothing. So, the Queen would abandon caution and unleash her full power now, too. After all, she knew what her enemy was capable of already. How terrible could it be? As Nephis watched, fury burning in her heart, the river of blood rippled. And then, something eerie happened, making her take a step back. The remaining Titan puppets, all of them, including those that had been brought down by the prisoners of the Nameless Temple and the Storm of Swords, all followed the fate of the first, decaying into a flood of appalling, viscous crimson liquid. It flowed across the bone plane like a tide, and then formed a new vessel around the great river of blood. If Nephis' partial transformation possessed human eyes, they would have widened now, betraying a hint of stunned disbelief. A new, terrifying flesh golem slowly rose above the bone plane, easily dwarfing the previous one in size. The creature Nephis had fought was titanic, but this one was simply colossal, towering above the fractured battlefield like a red mountain. It was at least a kilometer high, looking down at Nephis with an eerie, eyeless face. Nephis had been like a fly in front of the first of the Queen's vessels. In front of this one, she was like a speck of dust. How could a speck of dust defeat a mountain? Her radiant figure rose into the air, burning with blinding light. Chapter 2244. Seventh Strike. However, the indifference of one was different from the other. Anvil did not care about anything, while Sunny cared about killing him too much to be bothered by the pain. Die, die. He would have laughed if he had a mouth capable of laughing, but while his formless shape possessed 100 mores, all of them were mute. There was no sound in the world of shadows, only silence. Die! He shredded Anvil's armor and mangled his soul, drowning in agony and dark glee, but as much as Sunny abandoned himself to the fervor of battle, his mind remained cold and calm like a still lake. Even as the King's sword cut him, he was calmly calculating how to kill the King of Swords. Sunny had a hint of suspicion that Anvil had rambled about forging Nephis into a flawless blade for a reason. It was most likely a true glimpse into his twisted thoughts, but at the same time, Sunny would not put it past the insidious sovereign to have said it aloud in order to undermine his composure. If so, it had backfired spectacularly. But even then, the more Sunny calculated the odds, the colder he felt. Because he saw no possibility of winning. Anvil was simply too tyrannical, his will too sharp of a weapon. Even as his soul was being torn, Anvil was growing more accustomed to fighting in the world of shadows. And as they plummeted deeper and deeper into the lightless expanse of the Shadow Realm fragment, angry red runes ignited on his black armor, causing the shadows to ripple and part. Anvil opened his mouth, and against all laws, the silence of the lightless abyss was broken by a sound. Enough. Grasping Sunny's shapeless form with one hand, he raised his sword and brought it down, cutting the very shadows with its blade. In the next moment, Sunny was violently thrown back into the material world. He rolled on the splintered bone, groaning as his battered body hit the ground. By the time he rose to his feet, Anvil was already stepping out of the severed shadows. His armor was whole, and his vermilion cloak moved languidly in the wind. Even though Sunny knew that his enemy's soul received grievous wounds, outwardly, Anvil looked utterly unscathed. Ah, that rotten bastard. The battlefield had changed while they were struggling in the shadows. The fractured battlefield was crumbling, smoke and an angry white glow rising from the jagged cracks on its surface. The hollows below were a sea of embers and fire. Far away. What the hell is that? A colossal figure towered above the bone plain, its vaguely feminine shape both harrowing and eerily beautiful. A flash of white radiance illuminated the towering creature, and that was all Sunny had time to see, since Anvil's sword whistled past his neck. He would have been beheaded if he had reacted a split second later. Sunny reeled back and deflected the next blow with his odachi, grimacing under Weaver's mask as his tattered soul pulsed with pain. Anvil smiled coldly. Your world, huh? What a dreary place. He was suddenly just a step away, batting Sunny's sword to the side. In the next moment, Anvil kicked him with devastating force, sending Sunny flying dozens of meters back. He crashed onto the surface of the bone, bounced like a pebble, and slid dozens of meters more. Sunny jumped to his feet almost instantly, but by the time he regained his balance, Anvil was already upon him. The dreadful sword cut the air. I should commend you, though, such spirit. I am actually in pain. Sunny dodged and tried to deliver a blow of his own, but Anvil dodged it with an easy step and spoke evenly, a chilling threat hiding in his cold voice. What shall we do about that? Why are you talking so much? Sunny laughed. I heard dying is a good cure for pain, King of Swords. Let's do that. Anvil smiled darkly. Still insolent, I see. With that, his sword lashed out, suddenly encompassing the whole world. This time, Sunny could not escape. The cursed sword seemed to pierce his very essence, cutting his courage apart. Suddenly, Sunny felt terror grasping his heart. The next strike cut his determination, and Sunny staggered, suddenly unsure of why he was still resisting the inevitable. The third strike cut his hope, and in that moment, Sunny knew that he stood no chance. What was he thinking about? A mere saint could not defeat a sovereign. It was impossible. Serpent suddenly felt heavy and unwieldy in his hands, and his pain, both physical and mental, became overwhelming. He groaned. The fourth strike cut his killing intent. Or rather, tried to. Instead, the cursed blade came to a screeching halt and bounced back, failing to destroy its target. Full of terror, hesitation, and hopelessness, Sunny took an unsteady step and looked up at the towering figure of the king. His hands trembled. And yet, he forced himself to smile despite the dread, doubt, and despair that had conquered his heart. I'll kill him. I must kill him. I must. His shaking voice escaped from behind the fearsome mask. Are you ready to die? Was he ready? Anvil shook his head. How stubborn. The fifth strike cut space itself. What? The space was suddenly warped. It seemed like even Anvil could not destroy the Shadow Realm fragment, but being the inventive craftsman that he was, he found a way to displace a part of it. There was darkness behind them, and there was darkness in front of them, but in the space where Sunny and Anvil stood, the harsh radiance of the overcast sky poured from above, and the familiar heat enveloped them like a suffocating veil. Sunny was blinded by the light. He was also robbed of the power that had been bestowed upon him by the Shadow Realm fragment, and lost connection to the source element that nourished him. The sixth strike was quite mundane, piercing his abdomen and throwing Sunny to his knees. Pulling his sword back, Anvil looked down at him with a cold expression and said in an indifferent tone, Rest in peace, Lord of Shadows. The cursed blade fell down. Chapter 22:45. Counsel of Despair. In his eyes, the thin edge of Anvil's sword seemed as vast as the sky, obscuring the whole world. He was gruesomely wounded and weak, his hands trembling, fear consuming his dazed mind. He could not move, he could not breathe. There was no escape. There was no point in trying to escape, anyway. He was defeated, and so, all he could do was surrender. He wanted to surrender. Ah! Had he not struggled enough? Every step he had taken was an arduous struggle. Every battle he had won was a torturous trial. He was tired, terrified, and in pain, just like he had always been. It had all been so hard, so painful, so lonesome. He was erased from the world and forgotten by everyone. He was lost. There was no salvation from Anvil's blade, but the blade itself offered salvation. A sad and somber kind of salvation, but salvation nonetheless, an end to all his pain and all his fear, as well as everything else. Sonny had no hope left. Let's give up, Sonny. He looked at the falling sword meekly, ready to accept his end. And then he raised his hand and caught the cursed blade, stopping it a short distance away from his neck. Sonny's hand trembled. The sword trembled as well, and as Anvil pushed it down, the steel blade easily cut the onyx gauntlet, mangling the flesh beneath and becoming smeared in blood. The sharp tip drew closer to Sonny's throat, but it still failed to pierce it, for now. The two of them wrestled for control of the sword. Anvil was pushing it forward with his physical might and aspect powers, while Sonny fought to hold it in place with all his strength, desperation, and sheer unwillingness to give up. Giving up sounded wonderful. But there was one problem: if he gave up, he would not be able to kill Anvil. And that was not something Sonny was willing to compromise on. The cursed sword traveled a bit more, and a bit more of its length became painted by Sonny's blood. It was mere centimeters away from his throat now. Not good. Pale as a ghost, Sonny gritted his teeth behind Weaver's mask and looked at Anvil with murderous darkness burning in his eyes. He had not saved himself from death, really, he had merely postponed it, and not by long at that. He was managing to hold the cursed sword back for now, but Anvil would overpower him soon. The smallest of actions would break his concentration and allow the sword to plunge into his neck as well. So, what was Sonny supposed to do? Think. He could sense Anvil's shadow. He could feel Anvil's tyrannical will giving shape to his killing intent and empowering the fatal inevitability of his sword. Summoning death upon Sonny. The will, the sword, what came first? What was the true weapon? No, was there even a distinction between the two? Or were they inseparable? Were they one and the same? As Sonny drowned in powerlessness and pain, as he was being consumed by a singular and overwhelming desire, a hint of a vague understanding suddenly dawned upon him. His eyes narrowed slowly. Asterisk. Far away, Nephis was hopelessly outmatched in the battle against the colossal vessel of the Queen. The titanic creature was too vast to be hurt by her flames, the burns they left on its flesh were too small to deal any lasting damage, and the cuts were too shallow to do any real harm. Even these shallow cuts healed in mere moments, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, she was deeply infected by the Queen's power. Nephis could heal herself, while Kisong could aggravate any wound. Their powers had been locked in a stalemate before, but by now, Nephis was too outmatched, too grievously injured, and so her soul continued to rot and crumble a little faster than it was being cleansed and repaired. Her suffering was unbearable. And her defeat was inevitable. Deep in her heart, Nephis knew that she could not survive. It was impossible. She was thinking of assuming her full transcendent form, but there was no point. Even if Nephis unleashed herself, she would not be able to harm the colossal vessel terribly enough to destroy it, and it was dangerous for her, as well. There was a reason why Nephis only ever used her partial transformation, and it was that she was afraid of losing herself forever in the furious flames of her true form, of never being able to become human again. She would have still done it, of course, if she saw that there was a chance. If that could have helped her survive. Ah! The colossal creature moved irrationally fast for its prodigious size. There was both something regal and something bestial about her ferocious onslaught. The Queen's titanic hand reached toward Nephis, creating a hurricane with the pressure of its passing. Nephis evaded the immense talons, this time, but she could not avoid them forever. Sooner or later, she would be caught, crushed, and extinguished. There was nowhere for her escape. All she could do was fall. No, she refused. Her soul continued to crumble and mend itself, continued to rot and be cleansed by the searing flames. Nephis wanted to scream, but she had no voice. Her vision was turning blurry. Far away, the Lord of Shadows was pierced by Anvil's sword and fell to his knees. The king raised his cursed blade, ready to strike down. No. The great armies were drowning in the flood of abominations. Her soldiers were dying, the flames of their brittle hopes disappearing in the sea of encroaching darkness. They longed to survive, but were met with the cold embrace of death instead. No. Overcome by pain, Nephis felt ready to succumb to despair. It was then that her radiant gaze turned to the dark sky. She hesitated for a moment, and then her figure blazed with blinding radiance. Abandoning her futile attempts to wound the queen, Nephis flew up. Up and up, up past the towering figure of the queen's vessel, into the darkness of the rustling swords. And beyond it. Rising high above the battlefield, Nephis left the Vale of Shadows and escaped into the brilliant light of the cruel sky. The eternal veil of radiant clouds was just above her. Spreading her wings, Nephis continued to rise. The clouds welcomed her like a lost daughter. Chapter 22:46. Children of War. The blood was slowly flowing up the blade, trying to return to its source, however, his trembling hand was too mangled to contain it. His grip was still crushing, though, preventing the cursed sword from moving any further. In that moment, tormented by desperation and pain, Sunny suddenly saw it clearly, the will, and the way the King of Swords wielded it. The vague shape of the path to supremacy. Disjointed pieces of knowledge and the things he had observed all came together, falling into place. And suddenly, it all made sense. His eyes narrowed. It all made sense, but Sunny still did not know what he had to do. What he gained was not a map, but rather all the necessary tools he needed to draw the map, and then chart a course to his destinations across it. If only he had time. But there was no time. He was going to be killed in mere seconds. Sunny gritted his teeth, desperate and refusing to give up. No, no, no. And just then, a miracle happened. Far above, the clouds of Godgrave parted, and rays of annihilating light poured down from the white abyss of the incandescent sky. The fragment of the shadow realm endured them with cold indifference, remaining as dark and lightless as it had always been. But Sunny and Anvil were currently devoid of its protection. Sensing the clouds breaking above them, the King of Swords looked down at Sunny with cold contempt and pushed his sword forward with tyrannical force. He must have hoped to finish the job before the light reached them, but Sunny refused to be killed. The sword did not move. However, the annihilating light did not reach them, either. High in the sky, the storm of rustling swords shifted, and both of them were suddenly drowned in shadows. Shifting his gaze up, Sunny saw the flying swords forming a vast, impenetrable shield above them. The enchanted blades were pressed tightly against each other, so that no gap was left between them, and therefore, no light reached the ground below. Of course, the sky of Godgrave was not forgiving enough to be stopped by a barrier of mere steel, enchanted or not. Already, there were isles of angry red glow spreading across the surface of the celestial shield. Glowing drops fell down, and soon, molten metal rained from the sky. The swords were being annihilated, but there were so many of them that, for now, the barrier held. It was not going to last long, though. Sunny lowered his gaze and looked at Anvil, feeling the cursed blade scrape against the bones of his hand and sink deeper into his neck. He was drawing the map feverishly. And then, he saw it. He finally understood how to attain supremacy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Far above, Nephis was drifting in the harrowing white abyss of the godless sky. There was no wind here, no hope, and no salvation. Only silence and blinding radiance that went beyond fire, beyond light, beyond heat. That radiance was destruction incarnate, it was destruction itself, a force from before time existed that was capable of erasing entire worlds from existence. Of erasing existence itself. Nephis was burning. Her body was made of flame, but even that flame was being destroyed. Her soul was turning to ash, and the ashes of her soul were turning into nothingness. There, in that merciless white abyss. Nephis lost her body, her mind, her soul. Her very self was stripped bare and cleansed of everything, until nothing but her naked spirit remained. Her spirit began to crumble, as well. But she still had the will. Her will had been born from pain, from flame, from conviction, from longing. And so, she willed herself into existence. She willed herself to be reborn from the fire, to be blessed by the fire. She spoke the true name of destruction, warding herself from being destroyed. Even as Nephis burned, she healed herself, and burned again. Maintaining a tenuous state of equilibrium, neither dead nor alive, she continued to exist, for now. She knew that she would not be able to prevent herself from dissolving into white radiance with her sheer will for long. Her will was not inexhaustible, after all. It was not absolute. But in that moment between life and death, Nephis finally saw the path to supremacy. She knew what she had to do, and what her will had to become. I have to survive. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I have to die. That was his answer. It was so simple, but Sunny had remained blind to it for so long. Anvil's blade sank deeper into his neck. Molten metal rained from the sky, and far above, the barrier of swords was falling apart. Rays of light were already falling on the surface of the ancient bone. Sunny had to die, but he could not allow himself to be killed. There was a trick to it all, at least there was for him. He was going to cheat his way to supremacy. That was his act of defiance. Still, death was cruel and terrifying, even for someone who had died as many times as Sunny had. He had cheated death on plenty of occasions, always finding a way to stay alive. But this time was different. It had to be. This time, he had to die in earnest, with no deception or trickery involved, only truth. It was so absurd that he wanted to laugh, he would have, if not for the few centimeters of cold steel currently piercing his neck. Still, Sunny smiled crookedly behind Weaver's mask. He opened his mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, straining to make himself heard. Hey, King of Swords, do you wish to kill me? Anvil looked at him coldly. I do. I will. Sunny couldn't help it, after all, and let out a stifled, sinister laugh. The cursed blade cut him, and he grimaced. A dark, murderous fury rose like a pyre in his heart. Sunny spat. Listen, you wretch, you can't kill me. You are not worthy enough to kill me. He mustered what little remained of his strength, arduously pushing Anvil's sword a few centimeters back for a moment. A man worthy of killing me has not been born in this world, yet. Kneeling, bleeding, utterly broken, Sunny looked up at Anvil and laughed again. And never will be. I am the heir of death, you fool. Did you really think that you could kill death? The only thing that could kill death was death itself. As brilliant light illuminated them, forcing Anvil to freeze, Sunny raised Serpent with his free hand. The black Odachi rippled, turning into a ghostly stiletto. And just as his arm started to crumble into ash, Sunny grinned, turned the blade of the stiletto against himself, and plunged it into his own heart. Chapter 2247. Throne of Shadows. He had to be the one to end his own life. That was easier said than done, though. After all, he excelled at staying alive against all odds. His soul was vast and tenacious, while his body was like a fortress. He could endure an incredible amount of punishment and heal at stunning speed. Even if his heart stopped beating for some reason, there was a good chance that he could survive by simply forcing his blood to move on its own. That was why Sunny had pierced his chest with the dark stiletto, with Serpent. With the slaying blade that embodied death itself. His eyes widened as the cold blade pierced his heart. That coldness spread in an instant, permeating his entire being, pulling him down and slowing down his thoughts. It was cruelly painful, but the pain was overshadowed by the dreadful realization of what he had done. He felt it. Death coming to claim what used to be a person, what used to be him. He felt his body growing weak, his soul collapsing, his vision turning dark. This was the end, and there was no escape from that end. No trick he could use, no clever strategy that could save him. The finality of it all, the eternal nothingness that lay in front of him, terrified Sonny at the last moment. At least death was swift and merciful. He did not even feel the agony of being burned alive by the blinding light, just saw his arms crumbling into ash, as if observing someone else ceasing to exist from a distance. Ah! The last breath escaped from his lips, which grew forever silent. The kneeling figure of the Lord of Shadows swayed, and then fell. However, his body never touched the ground, turning into a cloud of ash before it could. The ash was scattered by the wind. The last thing to crumble was the hand that still clung to Anvil's blade, stubbornly refusing to let go until the final moment. Soon, all that remained of the fearsome Lord of Shadows was the black mask that fell to the ground and lay there, forlorn, staring at the sky with empty dark eyes. And his shadow? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a still, silent lake that bathed in the darkness of 7 lightless suns. A great temple of black marble towered above the dark water, full of emptiness. A legion of silent shadows surrounded the temple, standing on the surface of the still lake without motion, their lifeless gazes turned to the ancient edifice of the temple. As if waiting for something. Nothing disturbed the tranquil silence of the dark lake, until, suddenly, a cold wind blew above its surface. The still water rippled. Then, without warning, a bolt of black lightning tore the peaceful darkness apart, falling from above to strike the magnificent temple. It passed through the tiles of its roof, unobstructed, and disappeared inside. And by the time the black flames retreated, a new shadow stood alone in the impenetrable darkness of the empty great hall. It was the shadow of a slender young man, his beautiful features still and unmoving. His eyes were closed. As the cold winds raged above the surging lake and the 7 suns burned with dark flames above it, the young man remained silent and motionless, just like the legion of shadows outside. But then, his eyelids trembled. As the young man slowly opened his tenebrous eyes, it was as if a wave of invisible force spread outward from the temple, passing through the silent shadows and making the vast lake surge. The 7 lightless suns ignited with a dark radiance, and the still waters boiled. Something was happening to the black suns, to the dark lake, to the vast expanse of lightless silence itself. As if it was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, reaching unfathomable depths. The shadow of the young man seemed to break the chains that had kept it motionless, moving slightly, coming alive. He looked around slowly, gaining awareness, then inhaled deeply. Then, he walked across the great hall of the dark temple, and passed through its gates. Standing atop the steps of black marble, the beautiful young man looked down at the legion of shadows with his dark, cold, lightless eyes. And answering to his presence, the shadows, which had always been lifeless and motionless, finally moved. Those who possessed forms that resembled humans knelt. Those who possessed forms that resembled beasts lowered themselves to the surface of the water. All of them prostrated themselves before the young man, as if welcoming their lord, their monarch. Their sovereign. The young man looked down at them, his face emotionless and cold. Then, a sinister smile twisted his alluring lips. It worked. Sonny wanted to laugh. He had done it. He had died, and returned from death. This time, without the help of powerful memories or the endlessly flowing waters of the great river. He had defeated death with nothing but his will. Which was to say, he had defied an absolute law, and galvanized his soul into becoming supreme in the process. Of course, there was a little trick involved. If Sonny had been killed, his shadow would have been sent to the shadow realm, and there, it would have been turned into pure essence by the world, thus erasing him from existence. But shadows of those creatures that Sonny himself killed never entered the realm of death. They entered his own soul sea instead, and joined the ranks of all his previous victims. So, by killing himself, Sonny had sent his shadow into his own soul sea. That was why he had to die by his own hand, and not by Anvil's blade, and that was how he had been able to will himself into coming back to life instead of being consumed by the shadow realm. When he did, the wall that prevented him from attaining supremacy was broken. And his nascent domain manifested itself into existence. Looking at the legion of prostrating shadows, Sonny exhaled slowly. So this is what Yuri's meant. These silent shadows. They were his domain. He had been building it all along without even knowing it. And what a powerful domain it was! His sinister smile turned dark and murderous. Now, then. Sonny looked up. There was someone out there he had to kill. Back on the fractured battlefield, the fearsome black mask trembled. Chapter 22:48. Throne of Light. The incandescent white abyss was her anvil, and her will was the hammer with which she forged her soul into shape. The pain was the pristine flame that kept her soul pure. Burning, restoring herself, and burning again. Being destroyed, being created, and then destroyed again. Destruction, creation, it was one and the same. For Nephis, they were two sides of the same coin. Her flames could both heal and burn, after all, so she was not foreign to the concept. Her soul was being reshaped, but it was her will, her spirit, that ended up being tempered with each excruciating rebirth. Until her soul and her will permeated each other and became too interwoven to be separated, let alone discerned. At that moment, Nephis felt a profound change happen to her. It was as if a brilliant spark of a beautiful golden hue had ignited in the blinding radiance of her fiery soul, making the immolating white flames seem dim in comparison. That spark was a catalyst. But it was not a catalyst for her soul becoming supreme. Instead, it was a catalyst that ignited her nascent domain, making it swell with heat, with light, with life. The fragile, ethereal connection she had established to countless people who had been inspired by her suddenly shone with a breathtaking radiance, and the radiance spread through the vast web of them, chasing away the encroaching darkness. Her source element underwent a change, as well. No, not quite. It remained the same. However, it was as if the floodgates that prevented Nephis from experiencing it fully had been opened, and the shallow trickle of essence she had been receiving before turned full and powerful like a freely flowing river. The dam had been broken. Each of the countless people whose souls had been ignited by the flames of longing was a source of this radiant spirit essence, and as the spirit essence flowed into Nephis, her own essence was galvanized by it, undergoing a qualitative transformation, making her supreme. Nephis felt her essence changing, becoming brighter, richer, vastly more potent, brimming with ferocious, unimaginable power. Her soul cores rebuilt themselves, becoming deeper and stronger in order to contain that startling power. Her soul sea changed, as well. The copy of the ivory island there had been lifeless and still before, like a frozen replica, but now, it suddenly seemed much more real. The blades of emerald grass swayed in the wind, glistening with dew. The leaves of the ancient trees rustled peacefully. The waters of the clear lake rippled as they shone beautifully, reflecting the sunlight. And that was not all. The Tower of Hope was not the only landmark in her soul sea anymore. Some distance away, a great castle of white stone towered above the resplendent water. A magnificent black palace was there, as well. A colossal ship drifted on the calm waves, its countless sails full of wind. There were other citadels, as well. All of them rose from the water like islands, and the vast expanse of her radiant soul was not empty anymore. Instead, it resembled a small world. Nephis survived. She had survived the incandescent heaven of the sun god's fallen realm, and therefore, defied both the absolute law of death and the laws governing this broken world. She became a supreme. Her domain was now truly manifested, as well, and it was both vast and splendid. For great citadels were empowering it. Dozens of other citadels belonged to her domain now, too. That was because the saints who ruled them had lost their faith in the sovereigns, but had faith in Nephis instead. Even those like Sishan had been swayed, choosing her over the supremes that had failed them. Dozens of saints, thousands of masters, hundreds of thousands of awakened, and numerous mundane humans believed in her, too. Their souls were a part of her domain, shining like a myriad of stars in the radiant sky. After all, Nephis had spent a decade building upon the legend of her clan with Cass's help to create a myth of her own. Now, across the two worlds, countless people were inspired by changing star of the immortal flame clan, their souls burning with yearning. Countless people believed in the famous propaganda slogan invented by the government. As long as immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. So, it was as if the immortal flame clan, and its last daughter, had become synonymous with humanity. And therefore, most of humanity was a part of her domain. Nephis could feel all of them, too. The connection she shared with those who had been inspired by her was much deeper now, and more universal. It did not depend on distance or proximity anymore, and so, there was a boundless ocean of hopes and desires that washed over her mind, threatening to overwhelm her. Nephis silenced it, for now, or at least tried to. There would be time to explore this connection later. For now, she had to finish the battle. Boundless power, endless essence. Full of furious light, Nephis cast her flaming gaze to the ground. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Far below, on the ground, the great armies were melting in the flood of nightmare creatures. The sudden snowstorm summoned by the Lord of Shadows had stemmed the tide of abominations, somewhat, and the terrifying explosion caused by Changing Star diminished their swelling number even further. But people were still dying, and the remnants of the incinerated jungle still threatened to consume them all. The humans were losing. Until, suddenly, a soft radiance flooded the battlefield. The soldiers of the united army faltered for a moment, looking at their own skin in amazement. They themselves were the source of the radiance. It was as if white flames ignited within all of them, washing away their wounds, and making them much stronger, much faster, much more resilient. Augmenting them with fearsome power. Those who were on the verge of dying were saved, and those who were beaten and exhausted suddenly found themselves full of renewed might. The radiant army stirred, meeting the dark tide of abominable monsters, and pushing it back. Chapter 22:49. Depths of Despair. Cid fell to the ground, blood pouring down the torn, bent metal of her breastplate. It was flowing out of her mouth, as well, but she was more concerned about the armor. The memory was on its last breath, ready to collapse into a rain of sparks. It was a shame, too, because the charming enchanter, Master Sunless, had personally improved it for her. More importantly, she was wearing very little under the armor. Becoming one of the Queen's dead puppets would already be bad enough, but shambling around the battlefield both dead and while wearing nothing but her underwear seemed simply mortifying. That'd be embarrassing. She reached for her sword and looked up, knowing full well that she would not escape the nightmare creature that had thrown her to the ground. The towering beast loomed above her, foamy saliva flowing between its rotting fangs. Before it could bite down, however, a slender figure in a tattered red dress appeared between Cid and the abomination, stubbornly holding her ground. The wavy dagger in her hand seemed like a toy compared to the immense size of the monstrous creature. "Felice, you fool! Was she hell-bent on dying together?" Cid finally grasped the hilt of her sword, wondering if she would be able to stand up. The two of them were probably finished. They would make for a couple of lovely corpses, though. So, there was a bright side to anything. Using the sword as a cane, Cid groaned and rose to her feet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Some distance away, Ray and Fleur were desperately trying to survive in the sea of abominations. They had lost Rani and Tamer in the chaos of the battle a while ago, and the nightmare creatures around them were not something a couple of Awakened could fight. Ray had thought about trying to escape by hiding himself, but he could not take Fleur with him, and he would not abandon her, either, so the two of them were barely staying alive. Staying alive for now. At some point, they found themselves protecting the backs of two unfamiliar masters. Judging by their age and armor, the masters seemed to be legacies from the Sword Army side. Neither of the young knights was in good shape, but one of them seemed barely alive, bleeding profusely from a deep cut on his head, mumbling nonsense, and asking for mercy. "Hey, Mercy, you saw it, right?" The other master grabbed his friend and pulled him back, saving the young man from the claws of a hideous abomination. "Saw what?" The bleeding knight somehow managed to behead the nightmare creature and staggered upright. That vulgar scoundrel. That profligate lecher, Master Sunless. He's the Lord of Shadows. I knew it. I told you. He has been deceiving Lady Nephis this whole time, the sinister rake. The other knight, Mercy, looked at him with concern. "Were you hit on the head, Tristan?" "Wait, don't answer that, you were." "Anyway, there is no way." Tristan shook his head, paying no attention to the blood streaming down his face. No, I saw it clearly. He is. At that moment, Fleur let out a scream and fell. Ray swayed, too, suddenly finding it hard to breathe. A terrifying, maddening presence enveloped their minds, and a new nightmare creature appeared in front of them, this one more dreadful than all the rest. A great one. Mercy paled, and Tristan raised his sword weakly. Neither stood a chance in the battle against a great abomination, especially not wounded and exhausted as they were. But what else could they do? Simply moving under the gaze of the terrifying being was a difficult task, while the being could obliterate the four of them in one move. All hope seemed lost. Until something massive suddenly fell from the sky, flattening the great nightmare creature. It was... Ray blinked, doubting his eyes. It was a quaint brick cottage with glass windows and a wooden porch. Who? The blooded abomination stirred beneath the cottage, sharp pieces of bone protruding through its hide. Before it could escape, though, a terrifying maw opened in the middle of the brick wall, and the cottage bit down on the great one, tearing its head off with countless sharp fangs. What? Ray, Fleur, Mercy, and Tristan froze, staring at the terrifying cottage with stunned expressions. For a moment, they even forgot about the sea of abomination surrounding them. It was then that the door of the cottage opened, and a petite young woman appeared on the porch, floating a few centimeters above the wooden boards. She looked at them with a pale face, and then shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get inside if you want to live, fools!" Ray stared at the petite floating beauty for a moment, then looked behind her and shuddered at the morbid scene. The spacious room on the other side of the door was littered with bodies, blood smeared across the floor. It was like the belly of an insatiable, man-eating monster. He was terrified. What a bizarre abomination. Most chillingly of all, some bodies were still moving, suggesting that they had been swallowed whole. No, wait. Those weren't bodies, they were dozens of injured soldiers, slumped on the floor in exhaustion and treating their wounds. Ray lingered for a moment. Then, he grabbed Fleur into a princess carry and jumped onto the porch. Whatever. I don't care. The two dazed masters dawdled a little, then followed while muttering curses with shaky voices. Asterisk. Somewhere else, Rain was fighting side by side with Tamer and the Feather Knight, whose name was Tell, apparently. Things were not going great for the two great armies, and they were not going great for the three of them either. Especially for Rain, who felt suffocated by her inability to kill. And yet, she could sense it. The nameless feeling swelling in her chest, becoming clearer and clearer. It was her awakening aspect. It felt as if a seal placed on her soul was slowly crumbling, ready to collapse entirely. The terror of the calamitous battle, the pain and indignation she felt while witnessing all this senseless destruction, the desperate desire to prevent all these lives from being wasted. Perhaps all she had to unseal her aspect was find the name for the emotion she felt. But the correct words were not coming, as if they did not exist in human language. And the three of them were on the verge of being destroyed, themselves. A hulking monstrosity had just torn an ascended knight apart, and was now barreling toward them, frenzy burning in its bloodshot eyes. Rain paled and raised her tachi, knowing that its blade would not even be able to cut the monster's hide. In the next moment, however, a fearsome figure of silvery black steel appeared from the darkness, its eyes blazing with infernal red flames. Clawed hands reached for the charging abomination, piercing its body and raising the massive creature into the air. Then, with a revolting squelch, the nightmare creature was torn into four bleeding pieces. As blood flowed onto the four-armed fiend's dark carapace and evaporated, it turned its fiery gaze down and stared directly at Rain. The fiend's hellish maw opened, and a grating voice resounded from within. Addressing her. "Protect, Vanti." Rain blinked. "Who? A Vanti? Me." She stared at the towering fiend, stunned. But she was barely 21. Chapter 2250. Flames of Hope. It was then that a soft radiance suddenly illuminated the darkness, chasing it away. Sid's heart raced. Lady Nephis. Was she close? No, the last she had caught a glimpse of her, changing star was disappearing into the black sky, too far away to heal the dying soldiers with her soothing flames. But there was no mistaking it. Cid knew this feeling well, having relied on it to stay alive for many years, across countless battlefields. Granted, the warmth spreading through her body, washing away the pain, was far more potent than usual. Her wounds were healing much faster than they usually did when bathed in the gentle white flame. That was not all, either. There was a soft radiance glowing beneath Cid's skin, and she felt powerful, invigorated. She was brimming with power, her exhaustion gone. It was as if her body, which had already been at the pinnacle of what an ascended could achieve, grew twice as strong. Even her soul felt empowered by the white radiance. Thank the gods! Activating her aspect abilities one after another, Cid rammed the abomination with her shoulder and sent it flying back. Feelies? Turning to look at the handmaiden, Cid could not help but grin. Feelies was emanating the same soft radiance, and her wounds were healing as well. No. It was not just Feelies. It was everyone. All around them, hundreds of soldiers, both of the song and the sword domain, not that there was a difference anymore, were being nurtured by the pure white flames. Their wounds were healing, and their power grew. And further away, it was the same. Cid's eyes widened. How? Before, Lady Nephis could only bestow the gift of her flames to her most loyal followers, and only if they were close to her. She had developed that ability over the years, increasing its range and potency, until she could heal entire swathes of the battlefield, thousands of soldiers at the same time. But now, it was not just thousands, it was hundreds of thousands. The entire vast mass of the two great armies was being healed and empowered, while Lady Nephis was nowhere in sight. But even without seeing her, people knew who had saved them. Voices rose here and there, full of gratitude, relief, and hope. Changing Star! It's Lady Changing Star! Immortal Flame is with us! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sitting among the wounded soldiers that the petite fairy had rescued with the help of her terrifying cottage, Ray suddenly flinched. What the? The interior of the cottage was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. All around him, people were glowing. He was glowing, too. A familiar warmth filled his body, and the scrapes he had received during the battle disappeared without a trace. The same thing was happening to Fleur, and the two sword army masters that had helped them survive. In fact, the only person who wasn't shining with a soft radiance was their fairy hostess, who floated in the air with a confused expression on her impishly pretty face. Ray recognized this feeling. It was the same warmth he had felt while being healed by Lady Nephis. Outside the window, the soldiers of the two great armies were all being mended by the white flames, descending upon the sea of nightmare creatures with renewed vigor. One of the two sword army masters was the first one to stand up, summoning his sword and pointing to the door with a determined expression. My fair lady, the benevolent mistress of the cottage. I, Tristan of Aegis Rose, am eternally grateful for your kindness. However, my honor compels me to rejoin the battle now that my wounds have been healed. Please, command your cottage to open its door. Ray and Flo exchanged glances. Rani and Tamer were still out there, somewhere, fighting for their lives. Master Tristan must not have recovered from the blow to his head yet, considering his bizarre manner of speech, but the gist of what he had said was right. They could not hide away while their comrades were fighting and dying out there on the bloody battlefield. When Fleur nodded subtly, Ray sighed and rose to his feet. The rest of the soldiers slowly stood up, as well. They turned to the hostess of the monstrous cottage and waited, their eyes were full of somber resolve. The petite fairy looked at them strangely. There was a pause, and then, she said, "The door has a handle, you know. You can just open it yourself." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rain stumbled and looked at Tamer with wide eyes. It was not every day that she saw her friend, glowing softly with a beautiful white radiance, as if she was a celestial being. No, wait. Why was the Feather Knight glowing, as well? Why was everyone? Everyone except for Rain herself and the towering steel fiend, that was. Their wounds were healing in front of her eyes, and their movements had turned swifter, the bite of their blades deeper. For a few moments, the nightmare creatures were actually pushed back. Rain remained still for a moment. It has to be Nephis, right? Her head turned, and she stared into the distance. At the grotesque, harrowing, beautiful creature that towered above the shattered battlefield like a mountain. Queen's Song. Just as Rain looked at her, a fiery white meteor suddenly pierced the darkness of the black sky and crashed into the towering figure of the Queen, causing a titanic explosion to shake the entire world. That was Changing Star, returning from the heavens. But there was something different about her now. Rain could not see from the distance, however, she knew one thing: the Queen actually staggered from the blow despite not having been bothered by any attack before. Wait. A moment later, Rain forgot all about Queen's Song. And about Changing Star, as well. It was because she sensed something that made her hair stand on end. She sensed the shadows all across the battlefield growing deeper, darker, and infinitely colder than before. As the great armies bathed in the warmth of the white flames, a sudden chill spread across the battlefield, as if death itself had let out a frigid breath. And then, the shadows moved.